Hi everybody, and welcome to the second live stream of Baldur's Gate 3. My name is Sven Vinke. I am the founder of Larian Studios, the video game company working on Baldur's Gate 3, and also the game director on this fantastic game. Today we're going to be showing you some live gameplay. You are going to be my guide. You're going to tell me what to do at certain key moments in this presentation. The game is still in development. It is a title that is heading towards early access, hopefully in August. We're saying August maybe, depending on how development goes. You will see bugs, you will see glitches, you will see things going wrong, but there's a lot of gameplay already in the game, and I think we're going to have a lot of fun. Depending on the dice, I guess. All right, let's get started. Maybe I'll first introduce my party. I am currently playing a custom character. This is the guy. I'm playing as an elf. I am a level 3 wizard right now. Well, my entire party is level 3. And I'll let the other characters introduce themselves as we head towards camp for a night together. And we talk about what our central problem is. Our central problem, of course, you saw it in the intro just now, is that we've been kidnapped by mind flayers. They put a tadpole in our heads. We are going to turn into mind flayers in 7 days, unless we find a cleric or a healer who can help us. And yeah, we need to do something. Now, we've been out and about already for a few days, and nothing has happened to us, which is a bit weird. But we're still very worried, and we would like to do something about this tadpole. And what happens next, we'll see in this presentation. I hope you all have a lot of fun. Alright, so we're in my camp. That over there is a Githyanki. Her name is Lysel. And so we're going to have a little chat with her.
A monster forms inside us, and you think to be idle. I knew your kind to be fragile, but I didn't foresee the severity. Be quick about your rest. We must locate a crash.
Alright, well, we can't rush our rest. An exhausted warrior is ineffective. For the people who saw the first live gameplay stream, something has changed here. This is not in the past tense anymore. It is written now in present tense, and it's not from the perspective of a singular character anymore. It is literally you making those decisions. So let's pick that one.
A cretinous notion in a complex circumstance. Do you suppose the parasites inside us dare to rest? That the Geich do not still pursue us with each peal of the bell? Take your rest. I will stand watch. Should a single tentacle split your skull, I will not hesitate to end you.
Oh, well, she doesn't want to have in your party. So she's my fighter. Let's have a look and talk to Shadowheart, who is my cleric.
What were you two talking about?
Yeah, it's none of your business, really.
Wrong. Your business is mine. We're entwined, thanks to this. If we're to survive, we need to trust each other. And just to be clear, come daybreak, finding a healer is our first priority.
Okay. Let's talk about it in the morning.
We did just talk about it. Let's rest.
Alright, well, you can see how this party is going to go. Let's have a chat with Gale, my wizard. I'm actually also a wizard, so there's 2 wizards in this party.
Go to hell.
Well, good evening to you too.
Ha! You're a good sport. Go to hell. An everyday expression. So trivial it's almost meaningless. But we've seen hell. It's real. And it isn't trivial.
Alright, well, you know what? We'll just watch the flames in silence together.
Devils, dragons, mind flayers. They used to be abstracts. Pictures on a piece of paper. What a difference a day makes. Now we have tadpoles slithering through our heads like carnivorous feti. That's not abstract.
You should maybe have some rest.
This ballet of flames invites reflection. But you're right. Let's be up with the lark. Find a healer before the wee one gets hungry.
Alright. Well, that's excellent advice, Gale, so let's go and do that. And click on our bedroll and have a good night's sleep. Maybe we'll feel better in the morning. Alright, so we're gonna head over there. We're actually on a mission. We heard about goblins that are in a nearby temple, and apparently they kidnapped somebody who could help us. And so our quest is to go and find that person.
If I choose to kill you, you will not even see it.
Shadowheart and Lysel or my Yankee are getting along very well.
Dead goblins. Dead travelers.
I wonder where they were going.
Well, we're about to find out. So we failed our perception roll. Maybe the others will be more lucky.
There, on the rooftops. Fresh blood awaits.
Okay, I'm gonna put my fighter in front. And we'll just walk in as if we didn't see anything.
Get over there! Surround them like!
Alright, I know you're there. Show yourselves.
You spotted us. Good. It's like they say. No fun in skewing a pig what doesn't know he's cooked.
Let me pass.
We got you surrounded.
Come on, guys.
Here's how this goes. You take one step further and we will fill your front with arrows. Or you turn around and your backside gets the same treatment.
Okay, well, let's try to intimidate them. Step aside or I'm coming for you first. Okay, that's a fairly high roll. 8. And we had like as average as it gets. I gained 1 inspiration point previously in the game. An inspiration point allows me to roll again. I'm not going to use it because I think I'll need it later. So I'm going to just press continue and we'll just get into combat with these fine
I'd
gentlemen.
like to see you try.
Okay, so man, they started 3 of them. So for people who saw the live, oh god, really? For people who saw the live stream at the end of February, we have changed our initiative system, and the way that it works now is that you have a more traditional turn order, but whenever there are party members that are next to one another, you will be able to command them whatever sequence you want. You'll see how that works in a second. Now, I need to get on top of this and make sure that these guys don't have the high ground on me anymore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell Lysel to dash. So I'm going to give her a dash command. That's going to allow her to get on top, and I can either go for this guy here, the Booyah, or I can go for this guy, the Tracker. I'm going to go for the Tracker. Now I don't have enough actions to hit him when I arrive, so what I'm also going to do is I'm going to use my action search, so to get an extra action. Alright. And now I'm going to manage to go over there and smack him. And hopefully that's going to be a good smack. And we will have got rid of at least 1 archer. Yeah, it's a good smack, but it's not good enough. Alright, next one. Keep on shooting those fire arrows at me. But I did manage to do a saving throw. When is she's going? She has a create water spell, so I could does it, but... Right, what I'm gonna do... Oh, this is gonna be painful. So you see the red line on the floor? That is basically saying it's dangerous terrain. It's all dangerous over here. I'm gonna move over here. I'm gonna cast Misty Step, which is a bonus action. I'm gonna do it approximately over here. So I go on the roof. And I need to make sure that I don't die right away. You think, Nick, I'm gonna survive this? Yeah. Right. So this is a little bit... Man, I still need to move more. Ah shit, and now he's got an attack of opportunity on me if I move. Alright, well that starts swimmingly. Let's see, level 2. No, it's gonna be just 1. I'm just gonna use the level 1 self slot on this guy. Hopefully I'm gonna be able to throw him off with my Thunder Wave. Alright, well that worked. Okay, at least we have 1 less. And I did make a healing potion, so I'm gonna need some healing very soon. Okay, and there's still a goblin between us. Alright, well, let's see what happens. He tried to run away. She had her reaction set to attack of opportunity. So that killed this guy. So let's see what else is gonna happen. Okay, that guy's annoying. Oh, he's out of spells. Okay. No, maybe not. Well, she's gonna smack him and she's gonna use a... she has a superiority dice here, so she's gonna use a push attack. And hopefully it doesn't work out very well also. Damn, that's the second one I managed to drop off the roof. Unfortunately, the other one is on the other side, so I'm going to need to get down. Am I going to make the jump? No, I'm going to take ladder. If I make the jump, I would go prone, it will hurt, and I lose even more health. And it's not going that well, actually. Okay, next one. He's running away. Oh no, I don't like the sound of this. I'm downed. Alright. You will never believe me, but I've done this many times. Good thing is that these guys are linked together, so you see I can now switch between them and can basically think of how I'm going to combine their powers to save the day still. I need to get rid of these guys. I need to get rid of the fire doused. I'm going to use Guiding Bolt on this guy. Actually, oh come on, you gotta be kidding me. This is going to be exactly the same thing, like it's almost impossible. Alright. Well, okay, so I'm going to use Scorching Ray on this guy. Let's get closer. Right. And she still has healing word, right? So she's going to do healing word on him. A little bit of extra, because she's going to be in the front line here. And he is going to use 1 Scorching Ray on this guy. 2 Scorching Rays on this guy. Can I hit another one over there? No, not really. And on this side. No, they're all dead. Okay, well, then we're just going to use all of my Scorching Rays on this guy, just to make sure. Alright, so that kills him. So that's better. She can still move in, so I'll move her over here. And he still... No, he doesn't have any move point anymore, but he can still drink a healing potion, so that's good. So we're going to end my turn. And so there's 1 goblin left, so this is going a lot better now. But it is for Lysel's turn, sorry. So she's going to go over here. I don't think she's going to make it in time. I should have dashed actually, but it's fine. I think we won this one. Oh, he's trying to kill me. Yeah, this is basically death saving throws. So I had a successful one. So if this line gets completely blue, then he's going to stand up. Okay, so he's dead. Well, not dead. He's downed. He is there. She is there. Well, that's we figured out that they're both there. So let's see. I'm going to dash with him. There's my dash. I'm never going to be in time. Man, I'm going to have to use my Misty Step scroll, which I didn't want to do. I wanted to keep it for later, but otherwise my character is going to die. And now I already dashed. Well, then I might as well go this way. I can get up this way, so that's what my plan is right now. And you're gonna dash. We're gonna dash to the help of my avatar, and hopefully we're gonna make it. Let's get over there. All right, and then end our turn. Let's see what the guy. Oh, it's still Lysel. I wish he could. She's too far. She's too far. They're all too far. They can't get there in time. He's gonna kill my guy. I just hope he misses. Now how can he miss against somebody lying on the floor? That's not gonna happen, right? Yeah. Oh, he did miss. Okay, cool. All right, he's almost up. So we have a chance. Can I get on? I can get there. All right, great. So if I dash on top, you think I can reach him from here? I doubt it, right? Well, we can try. Well, maybe I can. Okay, let's try it. So we're gonna go ahead, get up. Okay, and let's try to see if I can put him to sleep. No, he's out of sight. I can't see him. Is there anything? My magic missiles? By any chance? Nothing. Fireball? Nothing. Nothing is gonna get there. Okay. Oh, fog cup. That I should be able to do. I'm gonna put him in the fog cup. Oh, come on. Yeah, like this. Okay, great. Voila. Now he shouldn't be able to see him anymore. At least he won't be able to hit him. And she is also coming up. Well, I hope I didn't just ruin my chances of hitting the other guy. This fight is already taking much longer than it was supposed to take. Okay, let's go up. She's dashing, dash, Shadowheart. Dash even closer. Is there anything you can do to hurt him? No. Oh, you may. No, you can't. Okay, next one. Lysel, you dash too. Well, I should be able to dash. It's fine. Should be okay. Alright, next one. Okay, so he's not shooting at the guy because he can't see him anymore. Good. He picked another target. Excellent. Now we're in business. Shadowheart, go and kill him. We'll do it with the Guiding Bolt. And this time, lead on. Okay. Alright. Well, that went a little bit harder. He got up with 1 HP. This is not terrible. Terribly good, but it's not terribly bad either. And here we are on the rooftops. walking towards that windmill over there, where we're going to see a little bit of interaction with NPCs. Let me just get up here. Let's not fall, so I don't kill myself.
Round and round and round.
Alright, I'm gonna separate her, because she's still in good shape. And I'm going to let her go and do the talking with these particular goblins here, who just ignored that fight completely.
Look what we got here. Another little birdie wanting to fly. Stop this
Yeah,
thing!
he clearly has a problem.
Flap those wings some more, and I'll feed you a worm.
Alright.
And you. Hope you got a stomach for heights.
What are you doing?
What's it bloody look like? We're teaching this here pipsqueak to fly.
Alright. I'm gonna tell you to release that gnome. I haven't done my good deed today yet, so release that gnome instantly.
You want this little cave lurking what's it? Find your own. He's ours!
Okay, so I get 5 options here. They're all rolls. I am going to use... by now I learned that the tadpole that was planted in my head is giving me certain powers. And so I can use these powers, for instance in persuasions, like here. So I'm going to do this. Now the problem with that is every single time I do this, I feel that something's being taken away from me. So I'm going to say, I'm a true soul, now once again, release the gnome. The other thing that I discovered is that there's this cult called the Cult of the Absolute. The leaders of that cult are called true souls. They also have tadpoles in their head, and they're commanding their followers using that tadpole. So I'm going to use my tadpole. That means that I'm going to have a very low DC, or difficulty check. So it's 4 that I need to roll, so that should not be a single problem. And then roll a 15. Good.
Yes. Whatever you want.
The tadpole squirms in your mind. It seems sated. The goblin's nostrils flare nervously. All of his bluster seems to vanish.
We're leaving. What about the gnome? Ain't we supposed to bring him to... I said we're leaving! Apologies, my lady. We didn't mean to doubt a true soul. We'll be off.
Alright, great. So they're gonna dash off, hopefully. As they dash off, I'm going to rejoin my party. No, sorry. I need to, but I'm gonna go and get Shadow Art actually, because I want to show something with her. So I'm gonna send my party over here. And go over here. Alright, now he hasn't dashed off, that's actually a bug. As I said, the game is still in development, so you're gonna see some bugs. But we should be able to get by. Let's go forward. So, in not so long, I'm gonna ask you whether or not we're gonna go into a goblin camp to kill a hobgoblin named Droraxlin, or whether we're going to go into the Underdark, and that's something that you should start thinking about. So she has a problem.
We should keep moving.
Okay, what just happened?
Nothing. A trick of the light. But something tells me there might be a solution to some of our problems hiding in this wilderness.
So, what makes you think that?
Let's just call it intuition. We should keep going. If I spot anything, I'll let you know.
Alright, let's try to convince her. If there's something else you want to say, I'm listening. Not so easy. So let's try to do that one. Yeah, close but no cigar. Okay.
No. You'll understand when you see it. Let's go.
Okay. Alright, well, we still have the gnome to help, so let's see what's myself. I'll take myself for this. Actually, no, I'll take those two for them. Because then I can show something else. I'm obviously paying for presentation purposes, so I'm doing things that I would ordinarily not do. We have 2 levers here. One is the brake lever, the other one is the release brake lever. So if I release brake lever, you're gonna have to find out for yourselves what happens, because I'm actually gonna save this gnome, or deep gnome, rather. And let's go and have a chat with him. I'm gonna do that with. I'm gonna take this one. Yes, where is she? Let's go and chat with our friend here. Go to Bucker's route.
Cut me loose!
You could ask nicely, you know. I'll just free him.
Oh, Maga Kamara. Those postulant thugs. Well, get on with it. Whatever you are.
Okay, I'm gonna ask him. Get on with what?
You saved me. Now you'll extort me. That's how this works, yes?
Usually does, yeah. But you know what? You owe me nothing.
Nothing?
Okay, I can extort you if you want, if that's what you want.
You're teasing me now. I'm certain of it. Take my pack, if you can find it. The only reason those goblins caught me was its weight. I'll travel lightly from now on.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, you do not look like a surface creature. Why are you here?
Ignorance is alive and well, it seems. Not every deep gnome dwells forever in the Underdark, you know. I'm in search of a friend. I fear he's in trouble. See this? I gave it to him years ago before I left home. I found it round the neck of a thug in Baldur's Gate. It was speckled with blood. My friend, nowhere to be found. But I still have hope. I'm heading to his home in the Underdark to discover what happened. I always help my friends. On that note, I bid thee farewell. If we should meet again, well, we will have met again.
Alright. So, he's an interesting character because he could become a camp follower. We'll find him back if we head into the Underdark, where he will be in a lot of trouble, so he's going to need help a few times. He did tell us something interesting, so let's go and have a look if we can find his pack. Now I happen to know where it is, so I'm just going to go there right away. It's a bit dark in here, so what I can do is I can take my half-elf, Shadowheart, and ask her to go in there. So she has dark vision, and so she can better see in the dark. So if you go to the human, that's what he sees, and this is what she sees. So let's have a look in the backpack what he had. He had some smoke powder and a satchel, which is handy. Red apple and a little bit of gold. Okay, let's group these two together. And go, you can't see a thing. And get it. Okay. Cool. So we are going to have a little nap. And then when we have that little nap... Oi, is there a problem? No. We're going to have a little nap and we can not take a long rest, we can only take a short rest because the area is not safe yet. So let's try to make the area safe first. I happen to know why. So let's go and find this guy. And let's go into sneak mode. Now, when you're in sneak mode, you see that little sun icon that is over my mouse cursor. When you see the full sun, it basically means that there's nothing obscuring me. If you see half a sun, then I'm lightly obscured, and if you see no sun at all, then I am heavily obscured. Heavily obscured is something that would happen if I would be, for instance, in a dungeon or something like that. So here, the best thing I can do is actually hug the shadows, and as I move outside of the shadows, then you see that I become less obscured. But this guy, fortunately for us, has been drinking, and that's not always a very, very good idea. So let's get closer to him and smack him. Now, since he was on the ground, that was a critical, and so it was a very, very easy kill. Okay, I think we're ready to sleep now. Let's go and try to have a bit of a rest and see our adventure.
My, what manner of place is this? A patch of ground to call home. Some rest for the wicked, after all. What would suit the occasion? The words to a lullaby, perhaps. The mouse smiled brightly. It outfoxed the cat. Then down came the claw. And that? Love. was that? They do know how to write them in Cormier, don't they? Well met, I am Raphael. Very much at your service.
Hello, Raphael. My name is Sven. How are you doing?
Charmed, I'm sure, in more ways than one. We should have a chat, you and I, but not here. No. This encampment is decidedly too middle of nowhere for my tastes. Come. There. Middle of somewhere.
Nice place you have here, I guess?
The House of Hope, where the tired come to rest and the famished come to feed. Lavishly. Go on, partake, enjoy your supper. After all, it might just be your last.
Alright, so... You know what, I'm actually quite hungry. Literally, so I'm going to ignore him and fill my plate.
Not easily rattled, I see. Good. Makes the next part that much more straightforward. What's better than a devil you don't know? A devil you do. Am I a friend? Potentially. An adversary? Conceivably. But a savior? That's for certain.
Alright, well... Why don't you just tell me what you want?
Oh, a mere trifle. How dear is one's soul, really? A rhetorical question, of course, but let me venture an answer. It's worth very little with a tadpole in your head. One skull, 2 tenants, and no solution in sight. I could fix it all, like that.
Alright, so... I need to think this over.
Take all the time you need, but make up your mind before you're counting down with tentacles. Try to cure yourself, shop around, beg, borrow, and steal. Exhaust every possibility until none are left. And when hope has been whittled down to the very marrow of despair, that's when you'll come knocking on my door. Hope. Such a tease.
So before continuing, just in case you're wondering, a lot of the mocap that you're seeing is not cleaned up, or everything is not 100% polished yet, so there's a couple of things here in these shots that are really not looking great. We know this, we see it also. These things will get fixed, so don't worry about that. Let's continue. You know what? I'm gonna rip out your mocking tongue. Yeah, because you're... Yeah, I'll rip out your mocking tongue.
Ah, yes, the tongue. Yet another piece of pleasurable anatomy you'll soon have to do without. All those pretty little symptoms, sundering skin, dissolving guts, they haven't manifested yet, have they? One might say you're a paragon of luck. I'll be there when it runs out.
Well, at least I received some items. The items I received are obviously all the food that I took, which is actually pretty cool. Alright, now, something happened to us. We need to chat about this. Let's talk about with Shadowheart. What do you think, Shadow?
So, this Raphael, he knows our secret. He claims he can help. What do you make of him?
Ooh, you know what? We'll leave that to chat, actually. I'll let you vote which option we're gonna take. So you pick 1, 2, 3, or 4. We're gonna try to have a good relationship with Shadowheart here, or a bad relationship. It's up to you guys. Go for it. So 1, 2, 3, or 4.
We would like to pause the stream very quickly while the chat is deciding, okay?
Yeah, we will pause the stream while the chat is deciding. So 1 is help, no matter the source. 2 is I'm not so sure. 3 is he's a devil, we shouldn't trust him. Maybe we should tell chat in the responses that they can see what is what. And 4 is wisdom, and we're going to read her thoughts, what she wants to hear from us. But we'll give in to the dark powers as we do so. So think wisely about doing that. Obviously, you don't really are playing, and so you're just going to put me in trouble. But yeah, well, you don't necessarily have to read her thoughts. It's very...
It has a limit on characters.
There's a limit on characters, apparently, or dialogues are too long in the new polls, so we're just going to shorten them. So 1 is help. 2 is not sure. 3 is don't trust him. 4 is read her thoughts. That chat should be coming up, polls should be coming up, and then we are going to pause the stream because we had a technical problem apparently. So vote wisely. Just what do we do? Is a question. Alright. 2 minutes. Oh. Yeah, go ahead and start poll. Alright. What's the problem?
Your voice was very deep.
Ah.
Can you talk?
Yes, I can talk. Thoughts. All right. Am I back online? Yeah. You can bring me back on.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I see that there's a clear winner here. We're gonna read Shadowheart's thoughts. So, obviously this is gonna be a roll of the dice, so it is up to you guys. Let's do that. I think I can go ahead for it, right? So, it's useless to continue to wait. There's a victor here. Alright, let's do it. It's an average roll, you just need to get a 10. So, I guess I believe in you, chat. I'm pretty sure you can do this. Very, very narrowly. But you managed. All right, let's see what she's thinking.
Anticipation. She is testing you somehow. About Raphael.
Okay. So, what was the second choice? Don't trust him? So we'll pick that one now. He's a devil, we shouldn't trust him. Or we can actually follow up and say, it seems like you have a particular point you want to make about Raphael. Now, I think that's probably the ones you would pick, chat, so we'll do that one.
Actually, yes, you're right. Very intuitive. Clearly the devil was trying to sow doubt among us. I know people who work much like our new acquaintance does. You don't need a scourge or a rack to break people. Fear and self-doubt are sufficient. When actual pain comes, the victim's already done the heavy lifting for their torturer. There were no right answers with that devil. He was toying with his food. Us.
Alright, well... I'm glad I made the right decision then.
Perhaps you didn't. See? Sowing doubt is an old trick. Watch out for it. And for Raphael.
Okay. Well done, chat. You've increased the approval rating of Shadowheart. She likes you a little bit more now. Let's progress. Okay. So, it's time for the one-woman show that is Lysel. She is a very powerful fighter. She can do awesome things. We're about to find out a few of those. If I can find my way back, because my powers of orientation are notoriously bad. Okay, luckily I can just click and they walk over there. Alright, so I'm going to head towards the Goblin Camp, and we're going to do a preliminary vote. Can we start a vote up? Are we going to head to the Underdark, or are we going to head into the Goblin Camp and kill a hobgoblin named Dror Raxlin? Now, it is a cool adventure, the hobgoblin. I know you're going to vote Underdark, but I'm going to try to convince you otherwise. So that's why Lysel is going to infiltrate a Goblin Camp, show you a little bit of it, and then you'll be able to make a more informed decision. But I just want to see what your intentions are Alright, I know what your intentions are. Let's see if I can change your minds by the one-woman show that is Liza. So she's gonna approach the Hobgoblin camp here. I see Goblin camp is going up. It's going up. Maybe it still has a chance. So over there, there's a guard. And he's... Oi. Ah, no! This happens. There's a terror in the weave. Alright, this can we... Just... Oh, thank you, sir. No! No, 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 no. Alright. Okay, well that was rather fast and unexpected. So I'm gonna bring myself back there. So can they hear me? Okay, good. I didn't know if you could hear me, chat. So what I'm gonna do is crashes happen in development. So this is what we had right now. I'm going to set everything up so that we're back where we were, and then we are going to instantly continue our journey with Lysel. It's a fairly stable build, but it had one or two crashes that were random, and this is one of them. So that is unfortunate. This is why we're not releasing it yet. There you go. Also, I admire the people that are voting for Goblin Camp. You're doing a pretty good job. Like, go Team Goblin Camp, I would say. Alright. I'm still loading up, so that's what's happening behind the scenes. Goblin Camp actually is more votes than I expected. Still changes happening in there. I'm almost ready. I'm setting myself up. I have a whole bunch of cheat keys in case this was going to happen. So I'm just using all of them. And I'm going to get my camp over here. Just need to go back in here. Alright. Okay. I am, in case you're wondering what's happening right now, I am mass slaughtering a whole bunch of goblins. The ones that were on the roof. As I'm setting myself up in exactly the same position that we were. Yeah. Okay, I think I need one more minute. Okay, and then I'm going to leave the guy at the windmill. So I'm just going to take Lysel out of there. No, actually I do need my well, I don't really need it. Okay. And then we'll bring her back. I'm gonna do this thing again. If it crashes now, then we're dead. Right. And you ready, Nick? I think we're in the clear here. Alright. Let's hope it doesn't crash anymore. So I'm pretty much in the same position. I did have to use a few cheats. So it's not exactly the same position, but we should be good. So I'm gonna make this incredibly insane jump here. It's going to hurt me more than it's going to hurt you. But I'm going to use my Githyanki Psionics jump. This allows me to jump at triple the distance. And this is going to allow me to do it also without too much pain. And that way I'm going to bypass all the guards that are on top are over here. So now I'm going to do a mini jump. And what I'm going to do at the same time is I'm going to put the game in pause mode. So at any moment in time you can press this button and it enters turn-based mode. And as you're doing that, it gives you much finer control over your actions, and so you have the time to think and plot what you're going to do. And in this particular case, actually my plot is to get on this side, and I don't want the advantages that I got from my psionic jump to just disappear as I'm walking around randomly looking for a good position to jump from. That wasn't really a phrase, but it'll become clear in a second. Because the Githyanki Psionic jump, what it gave me was a condition that triples my jump distance for 1 minute, and that's 8 rounds. So as I'm moving... Oh, I need to do a mini jump here. I'm going to do the mini jump. There we go. And let me get in a good position to jump over there so I can bypass this entire bridge section. I'm out of movement points, so I have to give the world one turn. So the world is now going to do its movement. There's a guard over there. I need to bypass that guard. So that's my goal. So now it's my turn again. So the world has moved. It's on cooldown. I know, sorry, that's fine. Because I can actually do this one. There we go. Whoa! Whoop! Aye. Okay. That was not the action that was linked to it. We'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. When it's my turn, I think. Alright. So it took a turn for me to get up again. Let me see if I can sneak my way through here. That cost me actions also. Let's first see where he is. So he's standing over there. So he is, let me see his cones. So I'm going to have to wait here for a second. For some reason I'm not seeing his cones anymore. So that's my problem here. I'm just gonna wait. Ah, there he is. Okay, this is my shot. He's going over there. So I am going to go as fast as I can. Closer there, but I'll stay hidden. So that when should he spot me, I still get a chance of rolling a stealth check. Alright, this is the tricky part. So let's just hope he doesn't turn around. So he is looking well. Okay. Alright. And let's go up. Okay, and now one more turn. One more turn before I can actually steal from him if I want, but what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna shove him off. I'm gonna shove him off in that river. Okay, and turn. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. So that vision cone just bypassed me. That's kind of cool. All right, and since I can't shove him off, to win time, I'm just gonna announce my presence to him.
Hey, what are you doing?
All right, so let's see. I'm gonna use my tadpole power to let me pass. I only have 4. That should be an easy roll. A 10. Okay. Intimidation check success.
What?
The tadpole squirms in your mind. It seems sated.
Well then.
Yeah, a bit of an anticlimax, my friends. But I am on the clock. I have to stop at an exact time because we are on the D&D live stream. So we're just going to go and continue and talk to these friendly kids over here. Number 8.
Stupid dead bastard! Give him a good kicking! He deserves it!
Well, I'm a good Yankee and I don't really care about this guy, so I don't mind. I'll kick the corpse.
Yeah! Right in the nashes! You're alright.
What did he do to deserve that?
He killed my mum and dad! Made a bloody orphan of me!
Okay. So, well, I'm sorry for your loss, I guess.
I ain't bothered about it. Better off without them. Stupid old geezers should have put up more of a fight. Don't mean we can't enjoy putting the boot into this prick a stick, though. What do you call
All right, well, let's have a look what he has on his body. Now, you notice that there's a red outline around him, so that basically means that he's considered the property of somebody. And in this particular case, it's our friend 8.
I killed him. He's mine.
All right, 8. I could obviously give in to the tadpole again, but I'm just going to try to intimidate the kid. Not necessarily the most noble thing in the world. He's 7. Should be easy enough. But there's a chance. An 11, so we're good.
Take him. I'll just cut your throat when you ain't looking and get all your stuff then.
Alright. Well, the fact that we introduced ourselves to the guard and let ourselves... Oh, sorry, I need to check what he has. I also made a very big friend in that little kid over there. Let's go forward. And see another scene in which I'm going to let you take all of the initiative. I'm going to make one dialogue choice here, and then it's all going to be up to you for a series of choices. And then we'll see what happens with Lysel. We're going to talk to this man here, Crusher.
Thrust his arm with me bare hands. Weaker than pixies, humans.
Oh, you got him good.
And who are you? Another pest? Think you rule the world just because you got a scary face? Ha!
Alright. I don't think so. It's a fact. You're nothing but dirt beneath my feet. It's a very Lysel thing to say.
Well, not us. Things are changing. We got the absolute on our side now.
Alright.
You better learn your place. Go on. Kiss my foot. Or I'll kick your head in, slug face.
Oh, very nice, man. Alright, chat, it's up to you. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. It is you can't be serious, kneel down, spit, intimidate, or attack. Alright, the ball is up. Oh, I'm curious about this one. Oh shit. Alright. Well, I guess there is no choice, no doubt here. It's gonna be intimidation. How about you kiss my feet instead? That's not the easiest choice in the world, so we have to roll a 14. Alright, let's try it out. Well, we got one number right. We got the 4 right. We could use our inspiration for it. I could ask you, but I won't because I'll need it later. So I'm just gonna click continue and we'll see what happens. Your next choice will be...
You want your teeth knocked in? You ain't got nothing on me. So kiss my foot.
Alright, chat. Kneel down. Not a chance. Use the tadpole or attack. Up to you guys. Yes, that is the chicken that you're seeing in the background there. I'm just waiting for Nick to type in all of the questions. He didn't realize that he was going to have to type at lightning speed today. Nick is our lead systems designer on Baldur's Gate 3, so he is the man who is responsible for turning that fantastic rulebook into the video game rules. And it's true that we sometimes have to change some of the rules, but it is honestly with a goal of making it a very fun video game. Now you'll soon get your hands on the game in early access and you'll be able to tell us what you think of it, how it feels. And what's the choice? Oh, okay, obey me. Tadpole, yeah, I guess that's a clear choice. Tadpole, alright, so you will obey me and you will kneel. Alright, target of 4 should be a very easy roll. That is like, what? Oh. Alright, chat. Well, we could use our inspiration point here. Actually, this would be a really good moment to use it, but...
You want your teeth knocked in?
I need that inspiration point later. Alright, so... Oh, this is really lucky. My initiative roll was the highest, so I am at the start of the initiative roll. So I'm gonna try to smack him down, and I happen to know if I smack him down, we still will have one last chance, and I think you deserve it because you didn't want to give in to his bullying, so let's teach him a lesson he will not forget. Let's start with a superiority dice attack, and let's see, hope that we're gonna hit. Oh, that was an attack of opportunity on me, that hurt. Let's try my superiority attack again. Oh, yeah, excellent. Alright, I just need to get him to 50% of his HP, so is there another attack of opportunity waiting for me here? No, I can probably make it. So I'm gonna do my action search. Alright. Just saying that we're in the middle of a goblin camp. There's all kinds of goblins over here. Some goblins even came. They're not joining the fight, they're just clapping and watching what's gonna happen. As Crusher is teaching us a lesson. Alright, let's all pray that this works out. It did work out. This is very good.
Wait! I yield! I yield!
Damn right, Crusher. Are you ready for it, Nick? Yet another vote. Alright, help him up. Tell him to kiss my feet, kill him, or just ignore him. Alright, votes up. And I think I can just read it from the chat what you're gonna do. Clearly you want to see him kiss your feet, and you are 100% correct. He deserves a lesson.
Yes! Yes!
There we go. Oh, look of surprise on that goblin's face.
There.
Final choice, chat. Leave him groveling or finish him off. I'm curious. Please don't finish him off. You're gonna kill me. Ooh, okay. 60-40. Yeah, that was tighter. Okay, well, it's going up. Let's leave him groveling. So we'll leave him groveling on the ground. Completely humiliate him.
Arrogant pig.
And we made a friend for life, I think. Alright.
Hey, Kate!
Crazy deranged.
Let's see what she thinks about it.
Proud of yourself? Beating a drunk man? What a hero! Don't go thinking you can beat him in a fair fight! You hear me? Not Crusher!
Alright, well, that was a small intermezzo. As we are heading this way, what time is it now? Okay, I just need to make sure. I am running behind schedule, so I need to hurry up. We're gonna go in here. And I'm going to do my final tease for the Goblin Cave, and then I'm gonna let you decide where we're heading. Alright, let's go up. Up, up, up. Up, up, up. Here.
Drunk, but not dead, more's the pity.
Okay, so these guys have been drinking where this is a zone where we're not supposed to come, even if we went through. I'm going to jump here because the designer told me that it was a safe place to jump and that it wouldn't wake them up. I'm going to go into my sneak mode just to make sure that as I pass them by, they're not going to wake up. Go head over here. And we discovered something over there. So that's actually good. So this is a wall and this is a sword. That's not the best weapon to use on a wall. So let's take something that does bludgeoning damage, like my big war maul. Alright, let's try my hammer on this. Unfortunately that makes a lot of noise.
Oh, my head's killing me. What's all that noise?
Alright. I think I'm going to use my tadpole for this one, just to make sure that he goes back to sleep. Yeah, and then at the roll of 2, if I miss this, then yeah, there you go. 1 plus 1 is 2, but an 11 is higher than 2.
You don't need to tell me twice, boss.
I'm right. I wish I could do that.
Good night.
Just go back to sleep like that. Alright, now they're a problem clearly as I'm trying to destroy that wall, so but they are sleeping, they are drunk, and we learned earlier on that we get a critical when we do this, so I'm really sorry for you, friendly goblins. That's 1. And that didn't wake him up. And that's number 2. And that didn't wake him up either. And you should not be drinking. That's 3. There we go. That's fire wine. Fire wine is flammable. But we are only interested in this one. So let's get in with my hammer and do my final tease of the Goblin Camp. Did I do something? And see if you guys are interested in exploring this place further. So this is a secret entrance, of course, so you are going to get spoilers on this stream, but it's a big game, so don't stress too much about it. So there's a lot of verticality in the game. We can actually do all kinds of things from here. If we want, we could start an attack. So these guys are going to push that guy into that spider pit. There's some spiders over here, so I could just basically take my arrow and start deciding to attack them. I'm not going to do that because you still have to make your decision where we're heading, and if I do that, things will get interested. I just want to show you what the finale of the Goblin Camp looks like with Lysel, who is still sneaking into this place. So Flo is crying eye over there. Let me jump over here. And go into sneak, indeed. Thank you, Nick. Alright, that's the hobgoblin that we would murder if we go for the hobgoblin. That's a dead mind flayer, and he's about to do a ritual which is called Speak with Dead to discover the secrets of this mind flayer. And I could be participating in this and other cool things in the Goblin Camp. It is the time to vote. Are we going to the Goblin Camp or the Underdark? Know that you know what I'm going to be doing in the Goblin Camp. So, click that button. Tell me where I'm going. I know you're gonna vote Underdark, so I'm just heading back already. Alright, Snake is spitting that. I don't need to sneak here anymore. Where's my button? My button is not reacting, as it should be reacting. Go forwards. Nice out. Well, backwards actually in this particular case. Alright. Say it again. Oh, it's tighter. They were tempted. They were tempted. Chat was tempted. Alright, but no, we are going to the Underdark, but this is much closer, so I think I did a pretty good job of trying to convince you to continue with the Goblin Camp, so this is good. But, alright, so Actually, I could have seen over here. This is the cool thing about this game, right? So this is an entire scene. I could just shoot this guy over here, and then all of this would change differently. This makes it all very cool. Don't worry, the Underdark is also very cool. Goblin Camp, I'm very proud of you. You did really well. We're going to get out of here. We're gonna take a official route here. This way. And what's the time? Yeah. I'm gonna skip one scene here. Just gonna introduce you because this is the D&D live stream, and many of you obviously have Volo's guides. So we have Volo in the game. He is a character that can become a camp follower if you play your cards right. One of the things that you will need to do is get him out of the particularly problematic situation that he finds himself here. Because yes, Volo has managed to get himself, well, befriended with the goblins. And that's him over here. So let's just have a quick look at what he has to say.
Crown and with scepter abraid, draw Rexlin, short work of the innkeeper made. The inn burnt to ash. The captives were many. Goblin kind had reduced them to cowering filthenny. So raise it, your goblets, and drain them with pride. Draw Rexlin, the true soul, had led you Goliath.
Alright, so I'm just gonna say bravo.
Who's that? Friend of yours? You up to something?
Oh, certainly not. What are you doing? I'm busy here.
You lying.
To you? Never. Come, let's continue our ballad. Draw Rexlin, draw Rexlin, I am draw Rexlin, Tumptuous, draw Rexlin,
You broke him.
Wait, wait, draw Rexlin, we pray, we...
Come on, pigeon, back to your cage.
Now, look what you've done.
Alright, so we are going to head out of the Goblin Camp and head towards the Underdark. Now, how are we going to get there in half an hour? Because apparently I need to... This is Crusher, by the way, so we could have a chat with him and further improve our relationship with him. I just need to get out of here. So, let me do that. And actually what I'm going to do, in the interest of time, I'm going to instantly jump over here, and we're going to try and explore this entire area and see if we can find, by accident, an entrance to the Underdark. Now, Baldur's Gate 3 is a game where exploration is continuously rewarded, and you're about to find out just how far we go in that. Let's get in here. Right. We have a calcified web over here. So probably the most... So calcified web is not gonna unweb me. Probably the most stupid thing I can do is this. Like shoot at the web with my fireball. Wait. And yes, I fall down, obviously. I didn't hurt myself. That's good. Usually I do hurt myself. So it's very dark in here. So let's see if we can get some light. Obviously this is my human, so I want to show you how it works if you're not if you don't have dark vision. So he is going to try to find a sort of fire. There's a torch here. So he's going to put the torch on fire, and I'm going to swap my weapons here. I'm going to pick up a torch, and I will dip my torch into that torch. There we go. And now I can see better. And this obviously will help me with my perception checks and allow me to discover things. For instance, by accident, coincidentally, there is a cracked wall here, which I could have completely missed if I hadn't investigated. Let's continue our investigation, actually. Let's see what this is. A chest. Everybody would click on this chest, but you have to be careful. Oh no, that's a bug, what you're seeing over there. So I hurt myself and actually broke the ladder that leads upstairs here, so I'm gonna need to do something about that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to do that. And I'm going to do that. And I'm going to put those two on top of each other. And maybe my ladder's a bit too far for what I intend to do. I'm gonna climb on this, and I'm gonna try to make this jump. And it's just too far because my wizard is not strong enough for making a jump like this, so I'm going to have to redo it and make the ladder a bit closer. Oops. Alright, let's do that. Put it there. And you're seeing small bugs, but this is, again, it's all development. You're getting the gameplay intention, I guess. Really? Are you kidding me? Ah, there you go. Alright, he's certainly not my fighter. Nice wooden chest. It's locked. Luckily, my friendly designers have given me a scroll of knock. I'm going to use it on the chest to open it up. And I find a nice steel forged sword, and I'm going to show the examine UI, which Artem, who's our elite gameplay programmer, is really a fan of. And this is where I can learn a little bit more about said yonder sword. Let me jump down. Alright, and take that off my back. That is also a bug, you wouldn't be seeing that normally. And let's see what I can do. Oh, actually, I need to get up again, because there was something there that I needed. That thing. Alright, let's go up. Let's pick that. That's a smoke powder barrel, and I need it because I want to blow up the wall. So I'm gonna just jump down. Up. There we go. Hey. I need to up. Need to use a quick button there to fix that. Let's go and find. Where is this wall? Is it here? Ah, it's here, right? Right. Okay. So let's put the barrel in front of the wall. And okay. Let's put it here. Okay, and let's put a nice fire to it. Right, it's a little bit further, and I should have been further. Well, damned. Good. Saving throws. Thank you. But he is at 1 HP. I'm going to get Lysel here. No, I'm going to get her to go inside, where we can go this door. No. Okay, just showing you all this so that you have an idea of how exploration gameplay and fooling around with the environment, all the cool stuff that you can do, the things that you can find. So let me get over here. That's the door that's locked. Yeah, let's use that lever. There's always levers that open doors, and there we go. Now she can come in. And so I'm gonna get her to come in also. So the game has cooperative multiplayer. If you're wondering why I can walk around and select my characters differently like that, it has everything to do with that actually. The ability to play with different players in multiplayer. Everybody becomes a hero in the story then. And I just need to get out here also with her. And so you could be at different spots in the world.
Stand back! Where'd you come from?
I'm just gonna use my tadpole in the interest of time. Good. Alright. Okay.
I didn't realise.
There you go.
Very sorry, ma'am. Very sorry.
Damn right.
The tadpole writhes. Your mind suddenly reels as
I
if
am
bitten.
darker, getting closer and closer to darkness here.
Enjoy the party.
But at least the goblins are groveling in front of me.
How much longer we gotta stay out
Which has a Githyanki, a warrior who's used to evil Queen Vlakiv, is not necessarily something that I am against. Alright, so I'm gonna send... actually, she could use her waypoint for this. That's right. So, since I'm now in a... I wasn't in a danger zone anymore, I can use the waypoint shrines that we scattered around the world as a way of fast travel. Okay, so what are we doing? We are healing him. A little bit more. Okay. And one more, please. Okay. So, and then we're joining them up together. Actually, she sees more than he does, so we'll just let her lead. And open that door. That's a bug that it's closed. Shouldn't have closed, but it did. And we made quite a mess over here. But we're gonna step through that crack in the wall. And we're gonna step into a dungeon. Alright. And...
Careful of those webs.
Successful survival roll. Let's see. So there's webs over here. And she did a successful saving throw to get over it. Let's hope that Gale has the same success. Where is he actually? Why didn't he join her? Right, you didn't want to go through. Press Gale. Okay, go on. To guide him. Small bugs. Alright, let's hope he is equally successful. Yeah, okay. We'll have to wait for a bit. As Gale. Obviously in combat this is a big problem. He could of course just burn the web and then, well, let me just do that for... there you go. Yeah, that's really stupid of course, because now he's there on the other side. So now I need to get out of here. I hope there's a way to get out of here actually. Why did I do that? Man. Is there a way out? Where? Oh, there it is. Okay. Thank you, designers. Giving me the ladder to get out. Right. So now I'm stuck on the other side, right? Alright, I need to get him out because there is an actual other way in, so I'm gonna tell him to go there. Where is this? He needs to get over here. Alright, in the meantime, I will go with them and we are going to check out this well over here. I'll group them up. And as we peer into the well...
Apart from an overgrowth of moss, the well looks unremarkable.
I am going to peer into the well. Oh, God.
Dry
Right.
stones line the wall, but the darkness below is impenetrable.
I'm just going to throw a coin
The
in.
coin disappears into the well. After a moment, you hear a soft clink, not a splash.
Climb down the bucket rope. Okay, so he's an elf, so he also has dark vision. You are not connecting for some reason. I don't like it that you're not connecting, because you make life more complicated for me. So as we progress, I can go and check this thing here. Alright, let's have a look. Somebody lived here. Let's have a look what he was doing or she was doing here. A bloody journal. I like that it's bloody. So I see the words Lolf, spider goddess. I see queen. I see a lot of, I like spider stuff in there. Worship Lolf. I can see where this is going. Let's see what do we see here. I see elf. I see spider. I see transcendence. I think I know this story. So probably I'm going to meet a big monster somewhere. This is a cool item. It's going to be essential for me to survive here. It's disintegrating nightwalkers. I see the words Shar. I see the words Dar Justiciar, Moonhaven, but especially I see that they give the wearer immunity to become inwebbed, which is exactly what I'm going to need. So I'm going to equip these things and we're going to progress. So at least one character of mine can now walk through webs. What we're going to do is, I'm going to test them out. Just walk on webs. Look at that, I'm walking on webs. I'm walking over web bridges. You can't, Lysel, don't do it. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, that did it. That alerted those face spiders, actually, and ettercaps to the fact that there's somebody present, so that was really stupid. Okay. But they didn't come until here, so that's good. They haven't seen me yet. So that's cool. So I'm just gonna stand here as he also goes and does his stupidity, because he was the one that got into trouble. And she's gonna go this way. And my idea is actually to surprise those face spiders from above with my very cunning plan. So let's get him in here. Let's have him drink a potion before he does that also. Let's see. Okay. So this is where she should be close by, right? Yeah, there she is. Okay. So I think we're ready for this. So did Lysel already get up on top? Yeah, so let's taunt them. Did she walk in the spider pit again? Alright. So, we have advantage. Well, we don't have advantage. Oh, he's not in the fight yet, so that's actually cool. So that means that we can actually... Now he's part of the fight. And she's not in the fight either yet. So let's get her into the fight also. Okay. Face spider over there. This guy has his boots. So I think there's ether caps further down, but we should be good right now. So these are the ether caps. Where are they? One over there, and then one over there. Great. Let me start by... I'm going to start with Lysel. Should have healed her first. I'm going to get her to jump close to the spider. Let's first trick post. Because I don't trust it. I'm just going to shoot it right now. Yeah, okay, great. What about him? He is going to shoot 3 magic missiles at the spider. Oh, can't. Why is that? That's a small bug. Okay, so their turn. Face spiders, they teleport all over the place. Okay, so that's annoying. Where's the other cap? He's shooting webs at my guys. Okay, great. This fight is gonna quickly run out of control. Let's see. He is standing on that spider web, so I'm gonna shoot fire at that web. And then I'm... Oh, actually, no. Don't I have the scorching ray with this guy? I know, it's the other one. Oh! Can I put him to sleep, right? Oh, he's too far? No, I can put him to sleep. It's 24 HP and I 24 on sleeping. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna make him drop or I'm gonna make him sleep? What do you think, mate?
Drop.
Drop? Okay, drop. Drop it is. Shoot with the cantrip. Yeah, I'll shoot. Let's just do this right. There you go. So that hurt him heavily. And she needs to get down, right? So why doesn't she have... Oh, yeah, he used it up. I'm afraid she's gonna hurt herself. But she needs to get... Where's that other cap? Oh, actually, where's my guy? You know what? Give me... Alright, let's get you over here. And then you just throw your shoes... Okay, we're gonna do it like this. Okay. So, because I want to be able to shoot at everybody. And then I'm going to throw my boots. I know I can't anymore because I throw them. Okay, then I'm... that was not a good move. Oh no! No, no, what have you done? No, I'm gonna die. Okay. Wow. 1 HP left. Well, he certainly needs... Okay, I'm sorry, Nick. I'm putting the spider to sleep. And I'm drinking a drink. Alright, next turn. And I'm trying to get this guy on top here. Okay, ether cap. Bring me to sleep. She's wept. Well, she can probably kill him, but I would like to get a guiding bolt on one of those. She can shoot. You think she can shoot that one? Like this? Yeah. Oh. Oh man. Alright, I'm stressing because of the time pressure. Let's get rid of this guy first. Alright, that takes care of this one. Thank you for the music change. Okay, and she's still stuck in the bloody spider since she can't get out. So... Okay, I'm gonna get rid of these guys. I'm going to... Okay. You. Throw your bloody boots to Lysel so she can actually get them. Alright. Boot throwing has become a thing with me. So I want to use... You put on the bloody boots. Alright? I know. It's not the kind of thing that you would do in a fight. But you can. It's a game. So, you, now that you have the boots, you can walk over there. So you're gonna dash. Dash, dash, dash. Where's dash? Alright. And you are gonna get over there. Go for it. Run, 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 run. And then you're gonna do your action search, action search. Get even closer. Closer. Take your sword. What do you mean you can't smack him? Why can't you smack him? Why can't you smack him, Nick? Smack this. Actually, standing with one foot on the thing. Okay, kind of cool, I guess. And you. You are gonna shoot at this guy with your scorching rays. Can't you please tell me that you can hit him? Oh man. What do you mean you can't get there? These bloody webs. Whoever thought of putting webs in a presentation and it's supposed to be on time? Oh, that was good. That was good. Alright. Ooh, forward. Go forward. All right. Okay. Saving bloody throw. Ah! Can you feel the time pressure on me? All right. Lysel, we really need you now. Make the bloody jump and jump on him. All right. Excellent, Lysel. I know, it hurt you. But hopefully it hurt him more than it hurt you. Okay, and Gale. Gale. You know what's gonna happen, right, Nick? Oh man, I'm doing it to myself. Hold on, he still has a move also. Yeah, but I want to keep my Misty Step for my next bit, so I don't want to kill it, and I doubt I'll have the time to get. Actually, if I really do it well, I can probably. Okay, I'm gonna Misty Step over here. Oh yeah, put the wizard in between the two ether caps. Really, really brilliant. Okay, 3 nice painted magic missiles. Okay, perfect. That was good. That was good. And am I really gonna try this? No. Oh yeah, I can get him. I can get it. Oh no. That's next to him. Did I hit him? I didn't hit him, right? Magic missiles. They have curved trajectories. Okay. All right, Lysel. Yeah. We're almost there. I hear it from the music. Lysel's on her knees. Okay, so this needs to be... Oh, I don't have any guiding bolt anymore. I do have a guiding bolt. Guiding bolt is cool because it allows me to get advantage on this guy. Oh, I didn't even need it. Woo! I don't know about you, but I'm stressed. Alright, so she is in a bad shape. They're actually all in a bad shape. Alright guys, let's go out here. Lysel, are you okay? Alright, I'll get all of you out. Nick, you have to help me guide because I always... Hey? Left? This one? No, that's towards the spider cave. I need to go sleep first. I use too many spell slots. I need sleep. Sleep. My time is running up. I want to get to the Underdark. There it is. Yeah. No, I want to have a long rest. I want everything. Go, guys. Go, party. Who's not with me? Why are you still here? What didn't you understand of the fact that we're gonna go sleep? No, of course they all joined her. Over here. Let's go sleep, guys. Let's just go sleep. It's because of the spider reps. Yeah, we need a select all and we need some finer controls over these things. We know. Okay. It's safe here. I can sleep. Oof, breathe. 10 minutes to get to the Underdark. Go and sleep right away. Alright. Well, I'm stressing because I know they're gonna switch. We're on the D&D live channel and they're gonna cut us off in exactly half an hour. So, no, in 10 minutes. So I'm gonna make it to the Underdark. I'm gonna have to be very, very clever about it. For instance, by going in the right direction already to start. Okay, I'm gonna sneak my way through what is otherwise an awesome fight. And I still need to defeat a bunch of hook horrors.
Webs all the way down.
This is the right way, right? This is where it gets tricky. I'm gonna disconnect my character, go into turn-based mode. Or first to go into sneak mode. Alright. Who's got the boots? Lysel's got the boots. Lysel, give him the boots. Give him back. They're not your boots anymore. He needs to have your boots. Alright. Where are your boots, Lysel? Drop the boots and send them to Sven, which is me. And you put on those boots. There we go. Okay. I need... Oh, shit. She's there already. No! Hide! Okay, good. That's where the thing is. I'm in the wrong direction. I need to go that way. Alright. Okay. Alright, hold on. She's bad news. All those eggs, they can become little spiders. They're very annoying. And they're all face spiders on top of it. Okay, good. Let's do it. Cool. I got 8 minutes left to get to the Underdark. 8 minutes. And I have such a drop to make. Okay, go. Jesus, that was very close. Oh, that was a sneaking check, which was successful. Thank God. Okay, so I'm gonna do something. You see this big hole here? You'd probably never try this out in this game, but in this game, you should really try everything out. You will always be pleasantly surprised. Bloody hell, Nick, I didn't prepare Featherfall. Alright, so let me do my little thing here. And use my Featherfall. Because yes, I am gonna jump in that hole. And I'm gonna do it with style. First of all, I need to find the right thing to click on. There we go. Oh, and Battle, she spotted me, but it was too late. I'm heading down. Alright. Great, we have arrived in the Underdark. And now I'm going to try to get to the Myconid village, which I have in here, in exactly 7 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to hide. Go into sneaking mode again. And I'm going to try to get my party here, but there's a hook horror there, which is a problem. Alright, and so there's a waypoint shrine there, so if you can activate it, I will be able to get people to come down. Okay, oh yeah, there's a spectator somewhere in the distance. I see you chat screaming about Beholder. It's a spectator. Alright, so I need to get... Alright, great. I'm gonna just Misty Step my way all the way to the waypoint. That's gonna surprise him most likely if he spots me. Because, yeah, I made a lot of noise. But he's surprised, please be... He's surprised. Yes! That gives me... He's gonna have to skip his round. This waypoint is activated. I still have one Misty Step that I can do. I'm gonna do my Misty Step and jump all the way on top of this thing here. Excellent. I'm actually don't him. You forget. And turn. No. This is not good. He actually is calling for help. So we got one crazy wizard, trial wizard. They told me how to say trial. I'm not very good at it. What's this one gonna do? Alright, he's gonna climb up. Burning hook hard. Oh, come on, that's unfair. Ha! Good. You know what's also unfair, my friends? Let's see if this is gonna work. Thunder Wave. Ah, shit. Alright, well, I'm gonna jump away from here. No! Oh, no. I don't have my... Okay, well, I'm still gonna jump away from there. Alright, I need to get to the Myconids. I have no health left. Party. What do you mean you can't? Why can't you? I know, because you came over here. Damn, I'm never gonna get back in time. That's... Oh, really? Oh, he did mirror image in the meantime. Well, we made it to the under... That's so cruel. We made it to the Underdark. I'm gonna try my utter best in the next 5 minutes to still make it. How am I gonna do this? I'm gonna take my fastest character. I'm gonna leave you here. Wait, if she jumps in... She's gonna have to get through the spider also. Is she gonna manage this? Alright, you must have Featherfall also. I'm pretty sure you have Featherfall somewhere. Yeah, you do. Okay. Alright guys, this is gonna be very tricky, but I'm gonna do my best. Okay, Gale, do the Featherfall spell for everybody, please. Especially for Lysel. She's our last hope to get to the Myconids. Alright. I can't use a waypoint because I'm not near the save zone. I'm not gonna make it in time anymore. Am I going in the right direction? No, eh? It's this way, right? Okay. I think I can get it from there. If I jump here. I can try, right? I think so. Oh, you know what? I can do my Githyanki Psionics. Ah, yeah, I know how I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do the Psionic jump, and then I have my extra jump distance. I'm gonna make it that way. Time is ticking. Alright. So it's I1?
FTB.
FTB. Force turn-based mode. Okay, so. Okay, please. I should be able to make this jump, right? Press myself, tactical mode. Shit. This is so awesome. Yeah! There we go. Lysel, for the world. Alright, she made it to the Underdark. So, and she still has her, I'm an FTB, and she still has her Featherfall, which means I can make it to the Myconid village, because now I could actually jump this way. I just need one more turn. I could, of course, go and help my own avatar. I got, what, 3 minutes left? Alright, I will make the jump over here. Now I have to be very careful about this particular jump. You guys are about to find out why.
Hell of a combination.
So I succeeded in a nature check. These things can explode and these guys confuse you. So it's basically a pinball machine if you walk in it. Now I know this because of a successful nature check, so I'm just going to explode the entire thing. Okay, I need to take my distance from this. How much time do I have left? 2 more minutes. I'm going to leave turn-based mode. I'm going to shoot this thing. Very explosive stuff. Okay. If you don't know it, it's quite a surprise when you get into it. Alright, get me, go, Lysel, go, Lysel, you can do it, climb up. I made it, 2 minutes to go. Myconid village. So this is where we're gonna end our stream. Well, we'll see the Sovereign first, obviously. And that's the end of the stream, Nick. Alright. Alright, so I hope you enjoyed our little Baldur's Gate 3 session. We're still in development, you saw some bugs, but the game is shaping up. I'm very happy to present it to you. I think the team is very proud of what we are achieving here. There's a lot of love and passion being put into the game. They worked very hard on preparing this presentation for you. They're continuing to work very hard on making sure that you get your hands on the game so that you can start helping us make it even better by giving your feedback. So yeah, stick around. We have an interview coming up, and that was recorded yesterday. We presented to, well, you'll see when you see the interview. I don't know why I'm saying this. Thank you very much for joining us on our stream. We'll be back with more on Baldur's Gate 3 very, very soon. Subscribe to all of our channels if you want more news on Baldur's Gate 3. Thank you. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
brand new looks at what's coming to Remnant from the Ashes, Humankind, and a lot more. And we'll round out the day with special episodes of News, Games, and More and Next Gen Console Watch 2020.
The entire time, we'll also be raising money for our two great charities, the World Health Organization's COVID Response Fund and the Bail Project. The COVID Response Fund works to study and combat the spread of the virus, while the Bail Project works to reunite families separated by mass incarceration and restore the presumption of innocence.
And by donating, not only will we be supporting great causes, you will also be entered to win fabulous prizes. So by clicking on the links in the video description or heading to donate.ign.com, and if you give more than $50, you will have a shot at a custom, limited edition Summer of Gaming Xbox One X that will technically work year-round, but it is Summer of Gaming themed to commemorate this particular summer.
Thank you for clarifying, Max. It's all here wherever you stream IGN or on channel IGN1 on your Samsung TV Plus. So stay tuned. We need to take a super quick break, but we'll be right back with all of that Summer of Gaming goodness.
Baldur's Gate is a series that needs no introduction, and neither does Baldur's Gate 3, one of the most anticipated RPGs of the year. We just saw another hefty chunk of gameplay, and joining us to talk about it is game director and founder of Larian Studios, Sven Vinke. Sven, thanks for joining us today.
Hi, Brandon. Nice to be here.
So Sven, let's just jump right into it, because we just saw a bunch of new gameplay, and one of the things that I noticed every time we see gameplay of Baldur's Gate 3 is the interactivity in the environment, whether it's the verticality on display, jumping between ledges, gaining the high ground, hiding in shadows, picking up torches. I'm really, really curious, what does it take to create arenas and create environments that, really have that level of interactivity? Is it something you plan for, or is it just something you'd say, oh man, it'd be cool if it did this?
No. We planned for it for sure. When we started making the game, we wanted to give you that feeling that if you are creative with the systems that are given to you by the game, you can overcome any challenge. And so obviously to be able to achieve that, we had to give you lots of systems and we had to give you lots of challenge. And so when we started making the world, we thought about how can we give players opportunities for getting advantage, which is an important concept in Dungeons and Dragons, because it allows you to roll a dice twice. And so verticality was one of the very first ones that came to mind, because it was very intuitive. If you see that you can get the high ground, it's logical that you'll get some kind of advantage over the enemy. So we started designing levels with verticality in mind. And then we started thinking about how can we change somebody who is at an advantage into somebody who is at a disadvantage, and that started bringing in elements of being able to destroy things, like destroy a bridge on which somebody is standing, or being able for creating a stairs for yourself by moving a bunch of boxes so that you can get the high ground. So adding an element of dynamism to the entire gamescape, if you want. And then we started thinking further. So, okay, verticality is working pretty well. What else can we do? And that's how then our light and dark system came into place. So we said, well, if you're hiding, then you are going to be able to surprise somebody, which is also something that you have in the rule set. So how can we maximize the gameplay that's built around that? So we allowed you to manipulate the lights. We allow you to have dark vision. We allow you to hide better in the shadows. Which, if you're in shadows, you are what's called heavily obscured, which makes it hard for the enemy to see you. So we started putting all of those things together. We already had an environment in our heads that was going to be very dynamic. That you could move everything around, you could destroy everything, you could put everything on fire. And so when you started combining all of these things together, you got a very big toolbox at your disposal, with which you can change the odds of winning a battle, even if you are encountering a very big challenge. And so a lot of the gameplay is in the beginning teaching you the systems, then giving you challenges with those systems, and then increasingly making more complex tactical puzzles, if you want, in which you have to use your imagination to overcome an enemy that may be overwhelming at first, but by clever use of the environment, it's something that you can still win against.
Yeah, and we've seen that, especially with the deadly power of gravity on display in Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah.
But I want to talk for a second. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just that when verticality came into play, obviously pushing people off a ledge also became a very important factor in the gameplay.
Let's talk about the gameplay a little bit, because we did see a chunk of it in February. We just saw another one, and there are some subtle differences. You know, I think anyone that knows Larian Studios and knows your team knows that you guys really heavily favor community feedback as part of the driving element in development. You know, when the gameplay first released in February, we noticed the narrator was speaking in past tense. That doesn't seem to be the case anymore. In addition, there are UI elements that I noticed were differences as well. So it seems like you're moving further away from like the Divinity style of it. But can you speak a little bit about those changes, specifically the narrator one? Because I know a lot of people, it was a big focal point for the community.
Yeah, well, I mean, we like to change stuff. We like to iterate as we're building our games. We like to try out ideas on our community. So we always say the game that's going to go into early access is not going to be the game that's going to come out of early access, because there will be a lot of change, a lot of iteration. So the narrator, that was an experiment where if you picked one of the origin characters, you would be able to see things from the point of view from that origin character, but also in your responses or whenever a narrator note was necessary. And so that's how the idea of the past tense came to be. We liked it, but we saw that it wasn't super popular. So we did some further tests. We then tried out an alternate narrator, and that one seems to be going down much better. So that's present tense with one game master that's doing the talking. And so it's a little bit more traditional if you want, but it works very well also. So that's one example of a change. And I think that you will see many more as we enter early access, hopefully in the very near future. And the community will let us know what they like and what they don't like. And that's why we're going to early access in the first place.
Well, speaking of community feedback, there were a few other topics that the community were really passionate about. One of those being the initiative system. I know everyone's kind of used to that. Every character has their own individual system. Individual initiative system, but there are variants in Dungeons and Dragons for side initiative where everybody on the team gets to decide, you know, when they go. And that seems like the route that you guys chose initially, but based on the gameplay that we saw, the demo that you just ran, that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. It seems like it's almost sort of a hybrid system. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
So initially we went for the side initiative because we discovered that it worked really well in multiplayer. Baldur's Gate 3 can also be played in cooperative multiplayer. But there were downsides. But the fact that we made it allowed us to actually experiment with what we have now. So now you have a more traditional turn order, but if there's two or more of your own party that happen to be grouped together at a particular moment in the turn order, then you can just independently swap in between your party members. So if I, for instance, have a character called Shadowheart, and a character called Gale, and a character called Lysel, and they happen to be grouped together in the turn order, then I can first have Lysel do something, then I can switch to Gale, then I can go back to Lysel. And the advantage of that is that you can do much more combos that way. And that creates good gameplay, because finding combinations with the different things that you can have with the different classes is a large part of what makes this fun. And the really cool part is that because it's randomized and because there's a roll for your initiative, every single time you replay and you get into a new combat, you get different combinations. So you start discovering more of what combinations are possible than you would ordinarily discover, where you might actually always go back to the same combo. And so there's a lot of gameplay waiting for you there, and I think people will be pleasantly surprised by how smoothly that plays. So it's something that, I think that's the one that we're going to move into early access, and then we'll see how it works. But it's certainly working out very well for us.
That's interesting. Well, I mean, speaking of, the character, players being able to sort of write their own story and have multiple replayability, I know that Baldur's Gate does have tie-ins with the actual tabletop game as well, Baldur's Gate 3. You and I had spoke about this a little bit earlier this year, but I wanted to sort of like come back to that topic because I thought your take on it was really interesting. Apparently that fans of both the tabletop, the story Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus, which is the most recent adventure book from Wizards of the Coast, fans of that and fans of Baldur's Gate 3, they'll find that if they play more, there's a more fleshed out experience. Can you speak a little bit about how you worked with Wizards of the Coast in order to sort of tie threads between both media properties?
Sure. So when we were constructing the story of Baldur's Gate 3, Wizards was working on Descent into Avernus, so we got very early copy of Descent into Avernus. And actually, as a matter of fact, one of the principal writers on this, Adam Lee, came over to our studio in Ghent, Belgium. And we sat together for very long times discussing what his story was going to be, what our story was going to be, what tie-ins were going to be possible. So there's a lot of synergy that was created as Descent into Avernus was being built. And so as you'll play Baldur's Gate 3, you'll find a lot of that back. So there's places that are mentioned in Descent into Avernus that obviously you'll see in BG3. There's characters that you will find. There's things that happened, depending, of course, on how your tabletop campaign went in Avernus or in Elturel for that matter, that you are going to see in BG3 also. So, for instance, after the events in Descent into Avernus, tieflings who have the bloodline of the devils in them are not that popular anymore because the entire city went down to hell, and so several of them had to flee the city and are on their way to Baldur's Gate. And so they've when the story starts, you meet a group of those tiefling refugees that are trying desperately to get to BG3, to Baldur's Gate, not to BG3, and they tell you what happened in Elturel. So, and like this, you start discovering things of what happened there. There's strands of that story, and then when you get into BG, you see how the events that occurred in Elturel actually had an impact on the Sword Coast.
Well, that's awesome. I mean, as somebody who's played both, I know I'm going to be actively looking for little threads from Descent into Avernus in Baldur's Gate 3. But we have to go to a short commercial break right now. Stick around. There's much more Baldur's Gate 3 when we come back.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. See you there.
Books at what's next for Remnant from the Ashes and Humankind. And it's all leading up to EA Play Live, where we will get our very first proper looks at Star Wars Squadrons, Madden NFL 21, and loads more.
And in the meantime, you can, of course, hit up our 2 great charities by following the links in the video description below or by heading to donate.ign.com. And let's keep the party going. That's right, this is a party now. All of us just sitting in our homes, looking at screens. That's what a party is now. Anyway, here's more Baldur's Gate.
I don't understand. So
What's up, everyone? Brandon Tyrell here. I'm joined by Sven Vinka, game director and founder of Larian Studios, and we're here to talk about Baldur's Gate 3, because what else will we talk about? Sven, thanks again for joining.
Hi, Brandon.
So, Sven, what I want to talk about, we've seen 2 hefty chunks of gameplay now, one in early February, one today. And one thing that I really, it just blows my mind, really, is the sort of freedom, the open world freedom that you see with the stories and the consequences and the choices that unfold. How you can, I think when we spoke a little bit earlier, you said things can unfold entirely differently depending on what you do, to the tune of like an entire group of people could be murdered or not, depending on one choice you make. So I want to talk to you a little bit about that, the consequences of change. And I know Baldur's Gate 3 has a storyline in it, right? It's got a full story that you plan on telling. So how do you account for that story and deliver it to players when you effectively have no idea where they'll be or what they will have done?
Through a lot of work. It's a very complicated process. I mean, like, and luckily we have a big team that is working on it. So we wanted to have much more tangible consequences to the choices that you had in BG3 than anything we've ever done before. And so we wanted the world to really change in function of of decisions that you make as a player, so that everything would be driven by player agency. And at the same time, we wanted to tell a story of a world and of the player, but also of the party, which means the companions that are joining you, and have those relationships evolve as a function of how you decided to affect the world. So that's a lot of ambitions, all grouped together. And so we learned a lot from making the original Sin games on how to approach storytelling in an environment where you're basically free to kill any antagonist or any protagonist that you encounter. And so we applied those lessons. We try to bring into that also everything that made Baldur's Gate 1, but especially Baldur's Gate 2 so cool. And so I think we figured it out, but it'll be up to the player. I think that the story is being told in a very subtle manner, but it is being told as you progress. One of the tricks that we use, if you want, although there's very many permutations of this, is the fact that you can go to camp to rest. And at the campfire, there are certain elements of storytelling that can progress. For instance, we have, in the demo that I showed, there is a Cambion. His name is Raphael. And so when Raphael, you can encounter him in the world, but it's perfectly possible that you miss him because you just didn't go in that direction. Then we can make sure that he arrives in your camp. So that's one of those little tricks that we use to answer your question about how we do that. We just have multiple permutations of important narrative beats, with the guarantee that at a certain point in the story, it will have been told to you somehow, right? Whether, even if you killed the entire village that was supposed to tell you the story, there will be a way of telling you, I'm going to make this up now, but I mean, like, it could be a gypsy that passes by and he's doing Speak with Dead on one of the corpses that you killed, and it's saying, hey, did you hear? This guy just told me this. Like, we don't do it like that, but there's always what we call a fallback to rely on if the party decides to murder everybody. And this is an important aspect of the way that we design our games, because when you're playing the game in multiplayer with a party of 4 mad adventurers who all dash off in a different direction, we still need to make sure that they get the story told, so that they know what to do and that they know what the decisions that they're doing, what they're about, but not also what the consequences of those decisions were, because they actually do go very far. I mean, we in my demo, some Volo was there, who's a popular character in Forgotten Realms, So I can save Volo, I can leave him there, I can do multiple other things to Volo. He could be in my camp, he could not be in my camp. What he says in my camp is going to depending on what the things that I have done. And like this, there are multiple characters that are going to be joining your camp, not going to be in camp. So camp is an important aspect of the storytelling, but it's not the only one. Of course, there's a lot that's happening in the world. Even down the right, what you said in your example of having entire hubs or quest hubs being destroyed and being replaced by something else, which is pretty cool.
Right. And I mean, that's one of the things about Dungeons and Dragons, right? Is it's a game of effectively infinite possibilities. And there are a lot of elements that I imagine are hard to gamify. You know, one of those being there's a system in Dungeons and Dragons called inspiration, where if you do something particularly cool, your dungeon master can say like, "Hey, great job! Here's a free roll." And the next time you screw up when you're trying to steal a loaf of bread, you can use your inspiration and re-roll it and hopefully get a better outcome. Now, that's something that I never really thought could work in a video game. But I think I saw it in the demo today. I think I saw you had inspiration. Can you talk to me a little bit about that system and how it works?
Yeah, it was one of the dice, and as a central element in the what we call persuasion moments was very crucial in the game. We roll dice continuously. You have passive rolls that are happening if you're doing a nature check or a religion check as just exploring. But where it really comes to the fore is when you see it in a dialogue, where an important decision moment is to be made. You have to decide which your reaction is going to be, and then that D20 starts rolling. And it's a tense moment because as you learn how the game works, you learn there's really true consequences to those decisions. And they bifurcate in many ways. And so maybe it could be something as important as the girl that you fell in love with. What's going to happen next, hedging on that D20 that's rolling there. And at that moment in time, it might be interesting to have a chance to roll again, you know, like having a second chance if you gave the answer that you didn't really like. And so to gain those inspiration points, as we design our situations, we have a lot of edge cases. You have no idea how many edge cases we sometimes have. And so our designers come up with, well, if a player comes up with this or this, that's really cool. He's really role-playing their character there. And so let's reward them. And that's how you can get an inspiration point. And those inspiration points are very valuable because they can indeed turn the tide on a decision. And they're an alternative to save scumming if you want. If you want to stick to it. Now, here's the interesting thing. They're a shared resource, and you can play this in cooperative multiplayer. And you can split the party so everybody can dash off. So it is a shared resource over which you may be having some fights with your fellow players.
And there are multiple points throughout the game where, you know, that potential to gain inspiration is there, but how is it affect? Is it something that every player will run across, or do you really kind of have to go out of your way, or
you might not
tread off the beaten path? Oh wow!
Yeah, you might never have one.
So
I mean, like if you just go
not quite an alternative to save scumming.
It's true. Well, once you have them, they can be an alternative to save scumming. I mean, let's see. But getting them is really rewarding that you role played very well. And as much as we can do that, of course, in a video game, we don't have a real life game master. We're trying to make the game master, but it remains obviously a scripted scenario.
Yeah, well, one of the other systems that I think I noticed today was something that I didn't know how it was going to happen. It's something called reactions. Essentially, you can take an action in the middle of an enemy's reaction, or I'm sorry, you can take a reaction in the middle of an enemy's action. Let's say they cast a particularly nasty spell in the tabletop game. You can say, well, no, I counterspell that because I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
It seems like it's hard to make that work in a video game because you have to basically allow the player to do whatever they want at any time. So can you talk to me about that? I did see opportunity attacks today, but can you talk to me about how you're going to handle like spells, you know, that you can cast in the middle of something?
So we have the UI element isn't ready yet because that is something that is still in progress. We're still developing the game, obviously, but we do have a UI where you can activate what your reactions are going to be. So it is not So with an attack of opportunity, for instance, you will flag that you say, I want the attack of opportunity to happen. So that's a clear choice for, that's going to be my reaction. But we do have things that are situational also. So if you're going to make a long drop, you might want to have featherfall happening. So that is something that you can also activate through that system. It's something that we hope is going to be ready for early access at the UI level. But it's also something that is tricky because in everything that we do, and I think that we're starting to succeed in that, we're trying to make the game accessible to non-D&D players also. So when they get into the game, they have to instantly understand all of the mechanics. And so I think with the reactions, the way that we're going to do it, it's going to work out. People are going to really intuitively say, oh my, I can do this. This is really cool. And then that'll be it, because once that explanation has happened and people interiorized it, it becomes part of their arsenal of things that they can use to overcome the challenges that we throw at them. But that UI, as I said, is still going under a bit of iteration internally. So bear with me on that one.
No worries. I mean, speaking of early access, you just mentioned it. You said it's going to be coming in August, maybe, depending on sort of the context of the world right now. I know everyone's having struggles with the situations happening, but we're kind of running out of time here. But the last thing I want to talk about is along those same lines. Baldur's Gate 3 seems like the longer it goes in development, the closer it's coming to the source material of Dungeons & Dragons. Is there sort of a philosophy embroiled in all of that, or is it something that's just sort of organically happening as you go?
It's organically happening, I would say, but it's a direction that we wanted to take. But when we started out, we were afraid of many things, and so we needed to put them into the video game to see how they played. And we're a very tactile company, if you want. We like to fool around with the game, learn the language that the game is trying to explain to us, that we should speak to it. And I have a feeling that now we understand the language and that we're starting to get fluent in the language that this game wants us to speak. And so I think, well, yeah, it's kind of a strange metaphor, but it's how I think of it. So you can see the game is making tremendous progress for the moment, as the entire development team actually understands, oh, well, this is what we're making now. And that was not what we started out making. So we go through a process of discovery as we make these things and we start playing it. But I can honestly tell you, I am having a lot of fun playing it now. Like there's not a single time, like this demo that I gave, I rehearsed it obviously, and I came in many different situations, and I had fun every single time. I didn't go tired of it. I did it like 100 times. Well, I did not do it 100 times. I don't know how many times I did it, but I did it a lot, and I always had fun, and I always had different things happening to me. And so, and that feels right, you know, and that tells me the team figured it out. We know how to talk to this game, and this game knows how to talk to us. And I hope that's going to translate to players when they're going to get their hands on it. I agree.
Yeah, well, speaking of getting our hands on it, I hope I can speak for my fellow D&D nerds and fans of your work, the Divinity series, when I say I am super jazzed to play this video game, and I can't wait to finally get my hands on it. Maybe in August, we'll see.
Maybe in August.
Unfortunately, we're out of time. But Sven, thank you so much for joining us and talking about Baldur's Gate 3. Every time I see gameplay from this game, it just gets me more and more excited to actually get my hands on it. But appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Brandon.
That may be all of our Baldur's Gate coverage, but we're not out of the Enchanted Dungeons & Dragons woods yet, because any moment now, the D&D Live Showcase will be kicking off. After that, we'll have the latest on Remnant from the Ashes, Next Gen Console Watch 2020, and of course, the EA Play Live Showcase.
It's a big day, but before all that, let's check in with our charity efforts. All summer of Gaming Long, IGN is asking you to donate to worthy causes by following links in the description of this video or by heading to donate.ign.com. You can give to the COVID-19 Response Fund, dedicated to studying, tracking, and combating COVID-19, or to the Bail Project, which is working to reunite families separated by the mass incarceration system.
We've already generated over $32,000 to help fight mass incarceration and the COVID-19 pandemic. Let's keep it going. And before we get D&D Live 2020 started, let's talk a little bit about EA and what we might see in their EA Play Live conference later today. While we're on the subject of fantasy role-playing games, I wonder if we'll get any updates on Dragon Age 4 or whatever they decide to call it. We got a teaser at the Game Awards 2018 with the hashtag The Dread Wolf Rises.
Yeah, that was
what are your thoughts on that,
was
Max?
quite some time ago. I know a lot of people are dying for a proper BioWare game. That obviously Anthem took up a lot of their energy, and I think people are still waiting to hear what happens with the future of Anthem. But we know that there's something Dragon Age related that has been or was in the works or is in the works. So that could be a pretty cool launch title, honestly, if they're trying to kick off next gen with a bang. Come out swinging with a new Dragon Age.
Yeah, that's definitely a really good point. And as far as Anthem goes, I know that there was an interview floating around maybe last week or the week before where someone from BioWare was saying that kind of the rework of Anthem, like they're still putting resources into it, but that it's taking a little longer than they thought. So I'm curious if we will get any actual updates on Anthem, or if it'll just be it's like we're still chugging.
We're working on it. I know that like the saddest thing that happened to Anthem was they forgot to take down their Christmas decorations until like February. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that.
I mean, that's like what happens when when things aren't going right in like normal people's lives, like not in like places where you're fighting dinosaurs with robots.
Right? Well, okay, so what about Star Wars Squadrons? We got the teaser on, what day is it? We got it on Monday. Today's not Monday. It's been a little bit.
The last Monday, which I think was 4 weeks ago, we got our first look at Star Wars Squadrons. I'm dying to see this in action. It's EA Motive, who did the Battlefront 2 campaign. This is a dedicated starfighting game. I imagine we'll get gameplay. It looks like we're starting the D&D stream, I think.
Fantastic. Well...
No, we're not. Okay. They lied.
Well, we're actually not.
They lied to us. Okay, so yeah, we're going to see Star Wars Squadrons. That'll be fun. It's got spaceships. Does it have Wookiees? I don't know. I want to find out what sort of animal men from the space are in it. So, I don't know.
There's still a little bit more time before the D&D live showcase, so we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back here when it's over.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are.
Hello, friends and D&D family. Welcome to D&D Live 2020 Roll with Advantage. I'm so excited to be here with you. I'm Anna Prosser, one of your hosts, and this is Mika Burton. Mika, I'm so stoked.
Hi, oh my god, so am I. We love D&D, and this is just a weekend full of D&D, so I don't know what could be better, honestly.
Yeah, and if you're not familiar with D&D Live, let us tell you a little bit about why we're here and what we're doing. D&D Live 2020 Roll with Advantage is a celebration of diverse storytellers, creators, and players coming together to conquer any challenge that their dungeon masters can throw at them.
And this year's D&D Live is teaming up with Red Nose Day charity organization and combining the strength of our communities to conquer the challenge of ending child poverty.
D&D fans and supporters of Red Nose Day hold the belief that the strongest parties are the most diverse, and that the best way to combat the issues facing the world is head-on and together.
And to that end, Wizards of the Coast will be matching any donations made this weekend to up to $125,000.
So if you want to make good on that promise from them, go to dndlive2020.com and donate to that worthy cause.
And off of that, we have so much programming to get through this weekend, so we should probably take a look at the schedule, right?
Yes, we have so many fun things.
Goodness.
You probably already saw some of that Baldur's Gate 3 gameplay, but we are here right now at that noon mark, a little bit after, because we are going to show you a reveal of the new D&D adventure. So stoked.
It is going to be so much fun. We have guests here to talk about the new program, the new game that's coming out, and I can't wait to get to it. How about you, Anna?
Oh, I'm stoked. Yeah, there's going to be lots of gameplay. There's going to be so many opportunities to learn about D&D, and this is one of the first ones. We have an owlbear here named Chris Perkins, who's going to tell us a few things about the game, as well as Jeremy Crawford. Chris being the principal narrative designer for D&D, and Jeremy being the principal rules designer. Welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Now, guys, we are so excited to reveal the new story. Mika, do you want to do the honors?
Yes. So this is the first time anybody's going to hear the title. So I hope everybody's ready out there. It is going to be called Icewind Dale, the Rime of the Frostmaiden. There it is. There's the cover. Wow, that's cool.
Oh, that's the first time I've seen that. It's so beautiful. What are we looking at on the cover there, guys?
So you're seeing one cover by Tyler Jacobson, which has some poor chap who's frozen dead in the ice, about to be taken into the grasp of the Frost Maiden. And then the other illo by Hydro74 gives a full frontal illustration of the Frost Maiden's owly visage.
That is the Frost Maiden herself, huh?
Yep, in all her glory.
Well, tell us a little bit. Let's get into what this adventure is going to be like. What are the main themes, Chris?
Well, this is a horror adventure set in Icewind Dale, a region far to the north in the Forgotten Realms, locked behind the spine of the world mountains. Themes of the story are isolation, paranoia, and secrecy.
Now, we have a lot of familiar things that we know we can expect in D&D, but we're always looking for the new things. What's going to be fresh and new in this adventure? What are the things that the players can look forward to?
Well, players can look forward to a campaign that embraces the setting and the environment. It's going to be chilly. It's going to be cold. It's a dangerous place, Icewind Dale. The people who go there they have to be very, very brave to survive the perils there. Now, the adventure is structured in such a way that a dungeon master can either run it all the way through or break it up into its smaller pieces, very similar to how the Essentials kit was structured. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later. But I think that in keeping with a horror setting, there are certain tropes that will come up again and again in this adventure that will have the players on the edge of their seats. And DMs will be able to scare them in a whole new way.
Thanks, Chris. That's just what we all want, more trauma as players. leave it to Chris Perkins for the feature of the new book to be horrible experiences. But no, I'm super excited for that.
Yeah.
And I think that as we saw on the character or on the cover, one of those horrors is going to be Auriel, the demigod, the new goddess, or not new, but who is the main antagonist of this module. Can you go into a little more detail about her?
Yeah, so D&D, there's gods who are greater gods who don't really manifest physically. You can't interact with them. They're far away, distant figures of great power. But then there are entities that we classify as lesser gods who are, they assume physical forms, and you can shake their hand or you can, clash swords with them. They're very, very powerful entities, but they can be fought and they can be encountered in an adventure. And Auriel falls into the latter category. And in sort of concepting her for this adventure, I sort of think of her as a very Hela-like figure. Anybody who's seen the movie Thor Ragnarok knows who Hela is. Super, super powerful, but fallible, flawed, and somebody that you can actually confront in the flesh.
And I think you mentioned that we may not always see her looking exactly as we see her in that art, right?
Yeah, Jeremy, do you want to talk about that?
Yes, one of the important parts of the story of deities in Dungeons and Dragons is that they can actually assume many forms. And sometimes in our adventures when we have featured gods, you might see just one stat block for an avatar of that deity. Well, in this book, we actually have multiple stat blocks for the Frost Maiden, depending upon the form that she takes, depending upon when you face her. And speaking of stat blocks, I do want to mention that this book has over 50 of them. I think the largest number of stat blocks that we have included in any of our 5th edition adventures.
That's so exciting. I love the idea of like not knowing how we're going to encounter the Frost Maiden. And you probably won't tell us what those forms are yet, will you?
No, you can see one of them. You can see one of them today, and the rest will be a secret.
Well,
and
guys,
it seems like this new... Oh.
No, go ahead, Nika.
Oh, I was just going to say, it seems like this new module is not just giving us so many new stat blocks and so many new monsters, but new ways to play as well. Can you give us a little more detail about what players and DMs can expect when they crack open this book and what they're going to be sitting down to the table to play?
Yeah, so
I think...
Go ahead, Chris.
No, I insist.
As Chris mentioned earlier, this adventure really delves into the quest structure that we explored in the Essentials kit. And what we mean by that is it certainly has a large epic story, But that story is divided up into quests that you can embark upon all on their own. So let's say you want to have a standalone adventure in Icewind Dale. You could, as DM, pick one of the quests in this book and run just it and have a complete D&D story by running that little mini adventure. But you can also take all of those quests, play through them, and through the play experience, have this epic horror story emerge. A story where the villain isn't just the Frost Maiden and many other villainous NPCs who make appearances in the adventure, but the villain is also the environment itself. You see on the cover of the book that, yes, the Frost Maiden is prominent, but so is the weather. And because of that, in this adventure, we have forefronted in the play experience and the rules that you're going to have to go up against things like blizzards, avalanches. You're going to have to figure out how to survive with your food if you get trapped out in this frozen waste. So we even have rules on how to fish up knucklehead trout, just to see, can we get something to eat while we are out in this frosty wasteland?
And I imagine that brings a whole bunch of new tools and strategies for a DM, right? New abilities for them to look at an environment.
Yes, absolutely. The DM can take these tools not only to dig into the experience of adventuring in Icewind Dale, but also take those and apply them in other adventures. So we've designed things like the avalanche rules, the blizzard rules, so that they can be used elsewhere. This adventure also includes a number of sports and games for the characters to play within the adventure itself. And many of those experiences could also be ported to other adventures. For example, there is a Goliath sport that the adventurers can participate in as they are making their trek through Icewind Dale.
Goliath sport?
I'm so excited.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Well, I know that I'm completely stoked for whichever DM is going to ruin my life in the Icewind Dale and freeze me to death and make me cry. But when can we expect to play this game?
So Rime of the Frost Maiden comes out later this summer, and it's 320 pages of adventure with a poster map in it. So there's enough content to make a whole nice long campaign out of it. But as Jeremy said, also it's designed to be sliced up. I think that when we were writing the adventure and we were coming up with the themes of the adventure, isolation being the most important, we didn't know 2 years ago that isolation would be such a theme in our real life. That we would all be we'd all be locked away in our private dungeons, waiting to emerge. I have a new sympathy for the people of Icewind Dale and the heroes who have to explore it, having been locked in this basement that I'm in for months on end.
Well, I can't wait to get into it. Thank you so much for making the time from your isolated caves, wherever you are, Chris and Jeremy, to talk to us about this product. The release date is September 15th, 2020, so be sure to look forward to that day. You can pick up Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden then. And guys, don't go anywhere because we have lots more coming your way from D&D Live 2020. And be sure to visit dndlive2020.com to donate to Red Nose Day. We'll be right back.
Look! The Dungeons and Dragons ride!
Welcome back to D&D Live 2020. I am Anna Prosser, and this is my co-host, Mika Burton. Mika, we just saw the new adventure be announced.
I cannot wait. Ice, maidens, Goliath sports. What more do you need? What could be better?
Well, now we've got lots more to talk about because we are here to talk about new D&D comic books, and we're joined by some new guests. We've got Amy Garcia, AJ Mendez, Jim Zub, and Jody Hauser. Welcome to the show, guys.
Hi, everybody.
Hey.
It is
Let's
so
dive
lovely
right
to
into
see
it.
everyone's faces. Yes.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Yeah, we're really excited to be here.
Here we have from IDW, At the Spine of the World is going to be a new comic book coming out. It takes place in the Icewind Dale and 10 Towns. Speaking of Icewind Dale that we just heard about, can you give us a little more detail on what we should be seeing?
Well, it is connected to the Rime of the Frost Maiden world. So we're excited to kind of reveal that. Icewind Dale in the middle of a non-stopping blizzards, an endless night, and the rest of them being driven to madness. So that's kind of where our story begins.
Exactly. Lots of feral beasts, we all need those. And, we're excited to introduce some really fun new characters that we actually based on history. AJ found this really cool article about this Viking woman who was a warrior and had a hero's burial and didn't die even though she had a blunt axe wound to the face. And so we were like, we have to create a character and make her barbarian. And she had a hero's, and everyone thought that only Viking males battled, but once we found out that that's not true, we created Runa, which we're really excited to introduce to the world.
Runa is the name of our protagonist.
She is. It is in Old Norse. There's the etymology. It might be mighty strength or secret love, and we just thought that really represented who she is. Who survives an axe to the head and just keeps fighting like that? We wanted to know who she would, what kind of person she would be, and it's just really representative of all of Icewind Dale. These people are hardened and they're tough survivalists. So, what happens when that's the kind of world you have to live in? Do you kind of crack under the pressure, or are you this forged weapon? So all of our characters are pretty rough around the edges. But we also have Amos, who's a human warlock. He is going to be this clever smartass who's got his own secrets. He is so much fun. We have potty mouths, and he's kind of our way to, channel that.
And then we also have Sarvin, our favorite, Dragonborn Ranger. So we thought, we'll bring him back for some funny and, just adventure going because he's so carefree and down for whatever. So we're like, we have to have a Dragonborn in there. So that was really fun.
He actually comes to us from Frost Giant Fury, which Jim, our co-panelist, did. So we have a little wink in there for you, Jim. There's a little Frost Giant Fury wink for everybody.
Well, it's all part of the same world. I'm so excited to see what you put together here. It's just it's awesome to see this stuff continuing on in the comic series, and the Frozen North is filled with so much possibility. So
it really is. It's kind of terrifying. It's a little John Carpenter The Thing, and it's Lovecraft, and I think there's so much that we can play with there. And in keeping with those really tough, hard characters, we have Patience, who's a tiefling rogue. She has zero patience. She's snarky and witty.
Yeah. Snarky and will cut you if you mess with her. And I'm like, AJ, this is basically you. Like, you are.
It's based on me. Yeah.
She's a total snarky.
She's a cranky grandma. That's my soul. So. And then our final character, Amy,
is a druid who we love. He's a spoiled, total trust fund rich kid who has no skills. So we thought it'd be hysterical if you had a little nugget who doesn't ever work and doesn't have any skills in the middle of blizzards and wild beasts coming to attack them. And Belvier is going to be our kind of naive, soft-hearted brat.
Now, guys, I want to hear, we heard about so many great characters. I was especially touched by Runa, where her name might mean like mighty strength or secret love. I feel like that tells us that there's probably going to be a lot of depth to these characters. Which are your favorites? And can you give us any hints of what, you know, kind of human existential character arcs we might be looking forward to? Because that's what we all love about D&D, right? Is the change in a person as they go through these adventures.
I think that we're going to see the biggest change coming from, I believe, like Amy and I both, our favorite really right now is Runa. She's just this woman who breaks all the rules and all the expected rules of society. But she's never left Icewind Dale, and this is her home, and she has to defend it. And then on the completely other side of the spectrum is Belvier, who has really entered the harsh realities of the world, and like how is he going to survive? So we have this really hardened warrior and this just soft boy. how are we
Another great thing about D&D is the sense of family and community. And so what we love about Runa is she's a barbarian. So she when she gives a blood debt, you know, she will die for you, and she dies for her tribe, and she has this innate sense of community and family. And what we'll see throughout these adventures is that her family widens, and she finds this new family with this ragtag team of characters who are nothing like her, who are a quarter of her size. And I think that really captures the spirit of D&D, where you have all different people come together with, like, you know, different interests. And Martin Kokolo, who we're seeing here, I have to give a shout out to the artist. He is so cinematic in his drawings. You feel like you're in the middle of a battle, and he has been crushing it. And we geek out every time we get emails. We're like, oh my God, he's so amazing. And we forget that, you know, it could just pop off the page with an incredible artist. So I think the sense of family and community through these characters really, hopefully, will shine. And we think that that's really the spirit of this world, is making your friends and making your family a little bigger.
I'm also seeing dogs on the page, which is very important.
Oh,
right.
Yeah, we had to get the pups in there.
Right.
I felt like you immediately know who somebody is with how they interact with the puppers, and we immediately have that two very distinct interactions with them, and they're kind of a little Easter egg in there. We're excited about that.
Honestly, I know that I can trust a storyteller when they say that dogs are important to the story. So I'm pretty sure that everyone listening out there is immediately like, when can I get a copy of this? Because there's dogs.
Right. Now, we spent this time in the fantasy world of Icewind Dale and kind of looking into that world, but we also wanted to talk about this world that's a little bit closer to our own, where we go see Stranger Things and Dungeons and Dragons meet in a comic book with Jim and Jody.
Stranger Things.
What is this? How is this going to take place, guys?
Jody, you're gonna let her rip. Explain how this all works, because it's an amazing project.
Okay, so I have been working on the Stranger Things comics for Dark Horse for a while, and Jim has obviously been working on the Dungeons and Dragons comics for IDW, and I don't actually know whose genius idea it was to be like, hey, let's put those two things together, because, you know, they have a lot in common. But yeah, so we're actually telling the story of the friends and their sort of entire path as D&D players, like from when they first started playing when they were younger kids, you know, well before season 1, all through the 3 seasons that we've seen, and just how D&D has been sort of the core of their friendship and is their shared language, and how the game changes as their lives have changed and their friend circle has expanded, and just sort of touching down at different games at different points in their lives and relationships, and seeing how everything keeps on moving.
I think that's what makes it so unique, is it's not just a story about the game being played, it's about why we play these games and the kinds of bonds that they create between us. You know, in the Stranger Things series, Dungeons and Dragons takes on a lot of different symbolism, but at the heart of it, it's about that sort of group dynamic and what keeps them questing together, you know, and the kinds of courage that the game exemplifies in their lives. And so using that now as a storytelling tool, Jody and I talked about what kind of key moments, the very first time that they play D&D or they get the game in their hands, the way it changes their friend, kind of dynamic, and then key moments throughout the seasons, what has happened, based around D&D. So we get to see glimpses of what's happening in the game and the campaign that they play, really kind of for the first time. Like, they touch upon it in the show, but it's always kind of, the end of a sequence or just a little brief kind of action moment. And now we're going to get to dig in a little bit more to what those characters mean. But a lot of it is about how those characters exemplify themselves and the kind of courage that it summons up inside them. And so it's a really nice character piece, and that's what's really joyous about it. I got to dig into my nostalgia for first edition D&D because I started playing kind of around the same age as these characters in the early 80s. So first edition D&D research, I got to pull out all my old books, get my first edition player's handbook in there, and make sure that it's accurate to what was out at each year, during the show, but then also, along with that nostalgia, really tell a character story and an emotional story. And that's what makes it work. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one of the great things about Stranger Things is that it is such a time capsule of its era, and we sort of want to continue that through and make sure all the D&D stuff is right on the money, because there's definitely people who will notice if we do it wrong. I mean, Jim, first of all, obviously.
It's true. I'm a little specific. Normally when you're working on any kind of commercial project, you've got a reference pool. I'm scanning so much stuff. I've got screenshots of all kinds of different things. At one point, I was trying to find out what the suggested retail price of the original, D&D box set, the basic set was. I was trying, asking all these crazy questions just to make sure we get it right, because I just wanted to feel like it's in that time. One of the things I really love about the cover, it's got the original, D&D logo on there. Like, I know that obviously 5th edition is the standard, and I love it a lot, but there's something really special about original D&D, and that logo conjures up so many good memories for me, and hopefully for a lot of other people as well. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you were talking about how, you got to go back into the old original Dungeon Master Guide, and are there any cool D&D Easter eggs that you've written into this comic that longtime D&D fans can get excited about, or are those hush hush?
There is quite a bit. So there's some really strange things that people may not have realized. On the original box set of D&D, for example, the basic set, the polyhedron dice were not specifically made for D&D. They were ordered from like a math company that would use them to explain concepts of randomized numbers. And so the D20, although it has 20 sides on it, actually has 1 to 10, 1 to 10. And the game would include a little like a crayon or a marker that you would mark off half the sides, so they were like the low 10 and the high 10, because again, the dice were not specifically manufactured for the game. And so when I was talking to the gang, I was sending them these screenshots of this is how the old stuff looked. Can we have that on the dice? We don't have to call it out specifically in the story, but if someone sees that D20 that half the sides are marked up, will they recognize that and kind of realize, holy crap, they really made it as substantial and accurate as possible, stuff like that. Yeah.
And those emails.
I just got a history lesson.
Yeah.
So, and that's dorky stuff that the vast majority of people will not pick up on. But I love that kind of stuff. Like when I did the Rick and Morty versus D&D series, we went through, 5 editions of D&D. And every time we would use material from a specific era, we always tried to hit it properly. And that meant a lot to me that we would get it right, So if Rick Sanchez is calling out some weird thing from first edition, that he's saying it exactly, right from the book or what may have you. And no one will probably notice, the vast majority of people. But when they do, you can see that there's care involved and there's a real love and nostalgia for the material, And Jody knows these characters so well from the writing she's been doing in the Stranger Things comic series. So it's been great to be able to bounce stuff off of her in terms of getting the emotional arcs right with the characters, making sure the voices sound right. She's been writing them for years now. So it's just nice to be able to kind of take both elements of it and put it all together.
Yeah, and it's also, I think, especially fun to delve into something that, obviously they're still surrounded by all the events in the series and all the darkness and monsters that they had to fight. But, getting to see them in sort of their quieter moments and the moments that really build up who they are as people to even be able to deal with all this, crazy upside down and demogorgons and all of that. So I always find stories like that really examine the foundations of who characters are and what has shaped them to be who they are, to be really exciting. And I think the way we crafted the miniseries, where it's just snapshots at different points, you really do get to see that evolution really, really clearly.
And they grow. Yeah. And Diego Galindo, the artist on the series, he's got a really tough job because you want to have these characters look like the actors, but you don't want it to look boring or traced like photographs. You don't want it to be static. They still have to have a lot of, emotive qualities. And that's really tough for an artist to do when you've got to do likenesses and still have them in new scenarios. And I think he's done just a phenomenal job at balancing those two elements out. The characters are instantly recognizable, but they don't feel stiff. The pages are just lush and full of really beautiful moments and emotion. It's been a really special project to be part of.
It's a beautiful cover.
So good.
That cover is gorgeous, and I love how it feels like it's very much at the heart of both the characters and the characters that they're playing. So,
and there's something very iconic and simple about it, but it harkens back to that era very well,
Guys, I was thinking about what it must be like to write stories like these in comic books, to have this visual and literary medium. And I know that as D&D players, one of our favorite things to do is share the stories of our adventures and tell what happened to our characters to other players of D&D that love it that much. So you kind of got to do that. You got to tell this story that you imagined. Are there any particular pieces, and you don't have to, spoil the story, but if somebody's going into these comic books and they're wanting to see like the coolest moment, what would be some of the places you would point them to, moments that you were like, oh, this was so amazing, I just want to tell this story to everybody? And why don't we start with Amy and AJ on yours?
Well, for me, I feel like you don't know what you're capable of until you're in it, right? And you don't know what choices you make. And so I think one of the best moments for me is like, what do you do when you have to choose between making a selfish choice and doing a choice that would benefit your tribe and community? And so I've had to deal with that, like actor, I always stick with my people and will fight for them. And I'm ride or die with AJ. I'm ride or die with my inner circle. And I feel like for me, it's this woman who is a barbarian and, she's in this very, dangerous, raw, almost like an Iceland, like a today's Iceland, where the elements are dangerous enough, and much less like the beasts that are coming out of nowhere. And she makes a choice. She actually chooses to, protect her tribe and her team instead of going to what's comfortable and what she knows and going back to her barbarian tribe. So for me, it's all about expanding, and stepping up for your people, but you don't know if you step up until like you're in the shit and you're like, oh, and then once you step up in the shit, then you're like, oh, I'm the kind of character or the kind of person that steps up when the chips are down for the people I love.
Yeah, and playing with that, there is that side where we have the very clear black and white, what is the right choice. But sometimes, especially in a world that is so rough, like Icewind Dale, that choice might not be clear. You might need to make some morally questionable choices. And I think that is a really a part of D&D that is so interesting, is that what is right? Like, can you be a little bit bad and a little bit good at the same time? Are you making the right choices, the wrong choices for the right reasons? So that's something that we're really playing with in this, and we're excited to share that. Oh, look at the cover! I don't think
there's the cover. Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
Yeah, because when you're creating characters from scratch, you have to not only build their appearance and their background, but also their moral compass. And I remember AJ and I having this conversation about a particular character who we won't mention. One of the ones you saw might be morally ambiguous. And I really struggled with that. And I thought, well, there's right and there's wrong. And AJ was like, no, in a crazy world, you look at like Walking Dead, shows where it's apocalyptic and dire, you might have to do something bad for the right reasons. And I really had to sit on that. And AJ had to convince me that what's beautiful about D&D that it's not black and white. It's very gray, and there's shades of gray. And these characters should reflect those shades of gray. You might have to burn down a family hut in order to save the village, or you might have to,
Oh my goodness!
We don't do that. Not yet.
We've all been there.
No one's in the hut.
It's funny. Before we started the stream, I was talking to them, and they were talking about writing on the D&D comics, and I said when I started doing the D&D comics back in 2014, what I wanted to try and give to the series was a sense that anything can happen at the table, that those split-second decisions, the Dungeon Master doesn't know what's coming and the players don't quite know where the story's going to go, and that it has a bit of a runaway train kind of feel. And if you're doing the action right, I feel like that's quintessential D&D to me, is that it's got that feeling of big choices, big moments, and that's what I'm really excited to see in, Spine of the World, see what the girls put together here. I'm super excited to read it, and the artwork is phenomenal. I'm really, really impressed. This is the first time I'm seeing those pages too, and I'm just like pumped. I'm pumped to see this adventure come together. And these characters.
We're very inspired by your book. We were like, Jim, we're fans. You gave us such a great jumping off point. We feel like we have to carry the torch of adventures with new Rugrats.
I think really cool. The worlds of D&D are so expansive, and they're just infinite. You can do different parts of the world, different groups of adventurers, and it feels like it can encompass anything. You can do a horror story, you can do a mystery, you can do big action, soft, dramatic moments. That's what role-playing is all about, is about options, giving options to the players and giving options to the readers. Absolutely. So
Jody and Jim, did you guys have any particular moments or themes you wanted to point out for readers to look for in your books that were your favorite parts of the story?
I think one of my favorite things is actually, obviously there's the adventure that the boys are playing, but sort of seeing some of the behind the scenes stuff, like what does the DM do when, a character's maybe supposed to be dead and he doesn't really want them to be dead? Like, how do you cope with that? So I think that was really fun, because that's sort of not something you really get to see very often in these stories, is sort of like the behind the scenes and the angst and like the DM having to act like they know what they're doing when they maybe really don't, and and just what happens when the party expands too. How do new players coming into a game fit in, and how does that change the dynamic?
We had a lot of fun discussing Max, because remember they talk about what the different character classes are, and she says she wants to be a Zoomer. And it's like, wait a minute, what's a Zoomer? There's no such thing as a Zoomer. And so then I was going through the books, and I was like, no, there's no such thing as a Zoomer, but, and then you start digging into what's actually possible in D&D. And I found a canon way to make a Zoomer work, but not the way I think people will expect. And it surprisingly works in the context of even first edition D&D, and I'm pretty happy with that. So that's kind of a little cute thing where it was a bit of a challenge that the show gave us, like, okay, how would you make that work? Putting Max and 11 at the table was a real joy, and I think it allows them to blossom and see a different side of themselves, and it plays off of the changing dynamic that happens in the group in the show over the course of those seasons. So there's some really, really fun and cute moments. And probably the scene I'm most proud of is in the first issue. We show how Dustin meets the other boys thanks to the power. And I was really nervous about writing that, because that's literally a moment that we've never seen in the show. And I'm writing the first thing these kids say to each other and how they meet. And I wrote it, and I kind of, Jody went over it, and we back and forth and found a really fun, cute moment, like a really great moment that feels like something right out of the show and is also exemplified thanks to Dungeons and Dragons. So.
And it's very much who they are, and it's sort of a great example of, yes, these kids might not have all grown up together, but they were always meant to be friends. They were always meant to be a party.
Yeah, it's really sweet stuff. So
I feel like that's such a common theme that we're hearing in both of these stories, whether it's new content or it's based off of an IP that so many people know and love, this sense of found family. And it seems that you guys are also putting your own experiences and what D&D means to you in these stories. Do you find that that's just an essential part of your writing, all four of you, putting a piece of you into the story?
Oh, for sure. And I think, yeah, I was just going to say, I think like me and Jim coming together to work on this for the first time, it is very much like a party coming together and like learning how to work together. So there's even a little bit of that feeling just in the creative process of making the book.
And we've started tabletop gaming now, Jody and I as well, which has been a lot of fun too, right? Just as I think it's an extension of that. You go to conventions and you meet people, other professionals and people in this field, and they become a bit like a found family. And that's what a role-playing game group is. I met my wife through role-playing games. I have some of my closest friendships, some of my deepest contacts in the world are people that I've gamed with. And those experiences at the table, they echo outwards in all kinds of directions. I'm thrilled to be just a tiny little part of D&D Live this year. Last year, it was one of the best events of my life. I got to play with Micah and Anna. I got to play with all kinds of other amazing people. And that shared bond of D&D and gaming together, it changes you in all the right ways. It makes you empathize more and build better bonds with people. So I can't help but put that into my storytelling.
I mean, telling stories together is, the best way to start a friendship, in my opinion. So.
Well, even with Jim and Jody, when we were waiting to be on live, we just started asking them about, Jim's like, I've been playing D&D since I was 8 years old. My older brother brought me into it. And then AJ was curious. AJ's like, well, how do you guys write together as a team? And then we started picking their brain, and it just kind of became this really nice kind of new dynamic. And I think when we were talking about Stranger Things, I said, I think Stranger Things really captures the D&D spirit of never growing up and still always playing. Like, just because you're above the age of 12, it doesn't mean you can't manifest your fantasy into something real with other people. And I never want to grow up. I mean, I refuse to really become a grown up, but I pay bills and parking tickets and stuff. But I think one of the things I love about Stranger Things and D&D is that it reminds you to never lose that childlike spirit of wonder and imagination and being open and realizing that we're all like on the same journey, So I think it seems like you guys infused into that. Now we have new friends. I was looking up. I was like, God, Mika's so hot and Anna's so hot. How is this? I was talking to my friends. I was like, it's so hot. I'm so excited. So I just feel like the community just keeps getting bigger and bigger because there's this universal sense of play and adventure.
Mm-hmm. That's been one of the most exciting things for me, being able to contribute to D&D, since 5th edition launch, being able to do the comics, the Rick and Morty series, the Young Adventurers guides to try and bring new people into the hobby. All that stuff is about sharing time together and spending time and making experiences that we're all going to remember. And they're interactive and they're engaging, and the emotional stuff is real. The bonds are real. The friendships are real. And that's what makes these games so special and why I think they're better than almost any other kind of entertainment you can find, And
Absolutely.
If we can get people into that thanks to the comics or remind them about that stuff, then that's what, what we want to do.
100%.
Totally.
And reminders to everybody who's been watching this, At the Spine of the World, issue 1 comes out October 21st at idwpublishing.com. Stranger Things and Dungeons & Dragons comes out November 4th, 2020, darkhouse.com. And you can get 20% off At the Spine of the World and all D&D products if you use the code D&D Live 2020. It is valid through June 18th through the 30th at idwpublishing.com. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. This has been awesome. We just love D&D.
Absolute
Thank
pleasure.
you for having
There's been a lot of good
us.
feels here. Yeah.
Thank you.
My heart is so full.
I mean, it's nice with
Thank
you guys again so much. And if you're watching, don't go anywhere because we are going to be right back. We're going to have a Heroes Feast coming right up. We'll see you very soon.
Yes.
people are doing incredible, selfless things, working from the front line. Like Pam, a nurse in a mobile clinic for a program supported by the Children's Health Fund, funded by Red Nose Day. Pam sees over 150 children a month, and her advice and treatment can be life-saving.
Staying open during the pandemic was essential because I knew our families were going to be lost without anything.
Thanks to your generosity, Pam and these mobile clinics are still going strong across the U.S. in the middle of this crisis.
Thank you for giving to Red Nose and to mobile healthcare. You're providing hope, health to so many children and families so that maybe one day they could be the ones serving and taking care of you. So thank you.
Essential workers like Pam are the quiet heroes working from the front lines. I understand that times are tough right now, but if you can look in your heart and give whatever you can afford, we'd appreciate it.
Hello and welcome back to D&D Live 2020. We are here for a Heroes Feast. That's right, it's cookbook, and we are going to be cooking, Mika.
This is actually a cooking show. Like D&D meets cooking. This is my two only interests in the world. I'm so ready for this.
We have some special guests here with us. We have John Peterson, Kyle Newman, and Michael Whitwer. Welcome, guys. We're so excited to see what you're going to cook. Could you guys introduce yourselves each in a row and then let us know what you're going to be cooking for us today?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. So,
John?
I'm John Peterson, and I study the history of role-playing games and war games, and I am going to be making drinks.
People on the
because
internet.
It's
You
time
guys
for
shut the
drinks.
internet off. It's all blurred on me.
everywhere. So that's my plan.
Great. What about you, Kyle?
And Kyle?
Oh, Michael, you go.
All right, sure.
I'm Kyle Newman, and today we are making... Oh, you're going, Michael.
I'm going. I'm Michael Whitwer. I'm an author. I write about D&D. I work with these two other people we're on today to do a lot of books on D&D. And today I'm going to cook elven bread, or I'm going to bake elven bread to be exact.
And I'm
Kyle, what about
Newman,
you?
And we're cooking pan-fried knucklehead trout, and we've got an array of ingredients ready to go. This is an Icewind Dale specialty.
Now, let's get right into the first one because we only have so much time. I don't know how you guys are going to cook us an entire meal of fish and bread and a cocktail. So we should get started right away. I think we're going to start with elven bread, right?
Yes, take it away,
Absolutely.
Michael.
Okay, we're going to use a little bit of magic here. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, for everybody watching, elven bakers have been protecting this recipe for generations. What you're about to see has never been seen before. So I'm just going to put it out there. And as you can see there, it is a visual of some of the original illustrations we have for this book.
Beautiful.
So I'm going to jump right into it. Again, elves are known for, we did a lot of study on this during the preparation of this book, the kinds of ingredients they're into. Think wholesome, light, delicious flavors, all natural ingredients. They don't like preservatives. They prefer citrus to salt. That's the kind of palette that we've found with a lot of elves. In this particular case, this elven bread here is actually one that was originally, I will tell you from part of our research, was sourced from the Aurora's Guide, which is an obscure second edition catalog, kind of an in-world catalog of Forgotten Realms stuff that you could buy. And elven bread was in there. It originates from the Isle of Evermeet. If you know Evermeet, that's where a lot of elven people are from. And so we're going to give this a shot. Now, I have already pre-prepped most elements of this bread. We're not going to sit here and watch me bake, as it were. So I've basically done all the previous steps. So what I have here is dough here in front of me. I hope you can see it. It's kind of laid out right in front of me, right where my name tag is. So the things I'm doing are brilliant, I promise. And in this dough here, we've got yeast, whole milk, honey, eggs, butter, salt, whole wheat flour, as well as all-purpose flour. So again, really wholesome. This is just an absolutely delicious, not only a snack bread, it can be a dessert bread, it can be a breakfast bread, all kinds of things. Well, all we're going to do here today is kind of the finishing steps before I go ahead and put it in the oven. which is I'm going to do a little bit of an egg wash right here on the bread. Now, I don't know how well you can see this. And by the way, if it looks like I don't know what I'm doing at any time, that's not the case at all. I'm using secret elven techniques.
Right.
And that's what it is. So please be aware of that.
Yeah,
so
I see them. I see the techniques.
I know, right? You've never seen this before.
It's
So
like
what we're doing here
elf.
again. Exactly. So we're doing this light egg wash inside. And the reason we do that is not only to let the filling adhere to the inside of the bread. It's a swirl bread. It's also to actually prevent gaps from filling when you bake the bread. So it has that kind of dual purpose. Okay, now we've got a nice egg wash all the way inside. And what we have here, if you can see it, this is a cinnamon and sugar filling, basically a powder.
Ooh.
So we're just going to apply that lightly. Yeah, this is going to be pretty good, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to do it really fast, as if I'm like Rick Bayless or something like that. All right. So we've got now our filling applied throughout. And this is the last piece here. And I hope you can see at least some of this. What I'm now going to do is I'm just going to spread out the filling just kind of once nicely over. And I'm going to roll this up. This is basically a rolled log. And that's how the swirl effect is created in the bread. So again, I'll hold it up before I get a little flour on my hands.
See,
And
it's awful doing this in the middle of the afternoon because I'm hungry right now.
Right? And so we're going to go ahead and place the log seam side down, and I'll try to show that to you about what that looks like. As you can see, you've got the buttered pan here, and you've got the seam side there. So that's going to actually rise for a little while, and then we're going to use a little bit of magic today and make this bake extra fast and just see if we can't get a pretty good result.
That's awesome.
Wonderful. Well, that magic is happening. I think it's trout time.
Oh, it's trout time over here in New Jersey. So we've got pan-fried knucklehead trout. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with this dish, but I think if you or your characters ever visited 10 towns up above the spine of the world, you would know that this is a very popular dish. And we're going to make it today. So what would you like to know?
Well, first of all, what is a knucklehead trout?
Well, knucklehead trout, there's 3 lakes, and those lakes service the 10 towns. And this knucklehead trout can only be found in this region. And it's known because it has this bulbous knucklehead. And people make things out of the heads, and it's a popular thing that they export. But the meat itself is very great and flavorful. And if you're in other realms, you can also use different types of trout. So today I'm using rainbow trout instead because COVID had prevented the shipment of knucklehead trout to me. So we're going to go with something else in the trout family. And what I've done here is I've taken this and I've peppered and salted it. And you want to let that soak and sit and breathe for about 5 minutes before you take it to the pan. And we're going to walk over here to the pan, and we are going to cook this right up. And I'm going to put a little bit of olive oil in here. You're supposed to measure, but it's Thursday.
Magical measurement.
We get it to it.
Yeah.
You want to do this at like a medium-high type temperature. And if you don't have your unseen servant, you want to make sure you're being very careful when you touch hot things and when you're cutting. I use a mage hand, and I pre-prep most of this. We could jump through phases, but what we're going to do is we're going to take this delicious piece of trout, and we're going to put it down flesh side first. You put it very gently into the pan. What you're going to do is massage it a little, love your food, and then you're going to let this cook for about 2 to 3 minutes on each side. And what we want is it to be you want an opacity in the flesh, and you want to make sure it gets like a golden brown. And then we're going to flip it, and we're going to do this. When it's ready, you're going to make sure it gets a nice golden brown, and then we'll take it and we're going to flip it. And the first what I forgot to do with this one, which I made a mistake, is very sorry. We're going to go back up here. I forgot to bread.
Oh, yum.
And you gently bread it. And what I've done here is this is flour, salt, and paprika. and you want to use a sweet paprika, and you gently rub it on and bread it, and
we know
I
that the
forgot
last
the
dish
most
was
important first phase.
the last dish was elven. What kind of cuisine are we looking at here with that sweet paprika?
Now this is a human dish, and human, we take this right from the player's handbook, and it's a broad spectrum, and that really relates to humans across the whole multiverse. They are the most adaptable, diverse. You're going to see them living in all types of topographies and environments, and that's reflected in their cuisine too. And humans, their food tend to be quicker to prep, quicker to eat, because they want to get on with adventuring and conquering and doing things, as opposed to, elves and dwarves might let their foods marinate longer and they might savor it a little bit differently. But humans want to get on with their business. And just a place like Toril has dozens of cultures and subcultures and regions that all speak to different types of food. So up north here, you fresh fish. You're going to get gamey meat. There's a lot of barbarian tribes and hunting, but also humans are known for foraging and farming, and it's going to kind of cover the whole spectrum. And 10 pounds in particular, this is the delicacy.
When you guys were researching this cookbook, you were looking all over the realms for these recipes. I imagine that finding a human recipe may have been a little easier, but I don't know. You guys have done research through years and years of D&D and Forgotten Realms lore, correct?
This is 45 years of research, just like we did with Art and Arcana.
Yep.
Yeah, just like we did with Art and Arcana, this is a deep dive into the fiction and also what's been in the game. And so there's a lot of cross-referencing between what might have been cited in a book 30 years ago and then what's mentioned in the game book later about what ingredients are readily available. So it became fun finding out, comparing things years apart, decades apart by different authors and finding out what makes up the cuisine and the palate of these cultures.
Mm.
Yeah, and if I may add,
so we've got
that was a really fun part of the process. This notion that, as researchers, the research isn't really any different. It's just that it happened to be on fictional elements, right? So we're scouring through 45 years of D&D rule books and novels and all kinds of things to find where they've mentioned food. And what's interesting is that it wasn't a particularly rich history relative to a lot of other things that exist in D&D. So again, there are some notable things that stand out. If anyone that reads Dragonlance, for example, would know Oddic's spicy fried potatoes, right? They talk about them all the time. So things like that are low-hanging fruit. But there was a lot of things that really weren't very fleshed out. So it really became this interesting study about jumping into where we could really do a study of these different fantasy cultures and figure out, well, what are the availability of ingredients that halflings have? What is the etiquette of elven people? What do they think about? How does morality connect with their own appetite? A good example of that, elves, we discovered almost across the board, they have a lot of food restrictions, usually based on their beliefs. Elves, of course, being people that really value life. And all types of life. And so, again, we found that there's a lot of vegetarians and pescatarians and vegans within elven cultures. And so we tried to reflect all of that in the book as we really dug deep on what these different fantasy cultures really like when it comes to food.
That's incredible. I mean, that sounds like a dream job, is to research what elves eat.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun. It was pretty fun. They actually paid us for this too. I can't believe it still. But
how is that fish looking, Kyle?
So we've got a couple things going on here. We've got the fish, and it's ready, and we're making a sauce. Now this sauce consists of 4 tablespoons of freshly and shallots, pre-cut in here, and we're gonna let this get golden brown. We want it to be an aromatic, almost nutty type scent. And it's about, like I said, 2 to 3 minutes. You don't want to burn it, but you want to, gently stir it around and make sure it's getting evenly cooked. It's going to look something like this. And then what we're going to do is this mixture, and we are going to adorn it on top of our trout right here.
Oh, this is really not helping my hunger.
And you want to take a lemon, and what you want to do is normally you take the lemon and you take half of it and you'd want to just get all the juice out of there. And you can garnish it with cubes of the other half, or little slices, and some additional parsley. You want about a good 2 tablespoons of freshly chopped parsley, because you're going to cook. The recipe calls for about 4-ounce pieces of trout. So that's what we're looking at right here.
Wow,
That is
gorgeously
beautiful.
plated.
Oh, I love the seashell plate as well.
Yes.
Nice little touch there.
Mm-hmm.
Seashell plate. I'll mail you guys this. You guys can try this in 3 days.
Kyle, what's your favorite part of this recipe? What made it super interesting to you as part of the human cuisine and all of the research?
Well, what I love about just researching D&D food and what D&D in general is it's so familiar, but there's something adjacent that is fresh and exciting. And just learning about the nature, the ecosystem of the 3 lakes and 10 towns, and how their cuisine evolves from that, and what are the regional difficulties, the environmental difficulties, how people adapt, and this being like a signature dish. I just thought it was like getting something fresh, but mixing it with a couple exciting different things you wouldn't expect, and making something that you can bring to your tabletop, because there's 2 things that are common, and that's between D&D and cooking, is that you are gathered around a table, and it is community, and you're forming a little family, and families eat together. So I just wanted to find things, and that was our mission with this book, was find things that could bring people together at a tabletop, and maybe it's something that's a little off the beaten path that you wouldn't normally get, but it brings you deeper into the in-universe quality of the game that we all seek, the immersion.
That's amazing. And so since we've had bread and we've had a main course, now it's time for personally my favorite part, the cocktail.
Mm-hmm.
John, how about you take us
have-
into that?
Yeah, so you've got to have something to wash all this down, all of this deliciousness.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the great constants of D&D throughout the ages is taverns, and the fact that people get together, they drink. This could be the place that you run into that wanderer with a treasure map who encourages you to go on the next adventure or whatever. And if you're me, beverages do play a certain role in playing the game as well. You will always find beverages at my tabletop, potent beverages. So we're going to talk about one today that we call the Mind Flayer. And I'm sure most people watching this are familiar with the idea of a Mind Flayer. This is something that can suck the intellect out of your brain. And so and these are drinks, by the way, that when we describe them, we never give them one name typically, because we imagine there are a lot of regional variants of these that are going around. So some people might call this the Cone of Cold, making it a bit differently than we make it here. But the Mind Flayer version is largely a grape juice and ginger and vodka drink that will come out very cold. And so you will get an ice cream headache from your first hit of this, I promise. But to go a bit into how you prepare it. So it takes about 3 tablespoons of cut up ginger. We've already cut up the ginger. And then you need a good amount of lime juice as well. You can see we've got the fresh squeezed limes that were used for this. And what you end up with from that, you put in the blender, and it results in this kind of paste that you then kind of squeeze out with a little mini colander strainer here. And that ends up yielding the syrup. And the syrup is the first ingredient we're then going to put into the big blender you see, this enormous Ninja blender. And by the way, when I turn this on, I almost always flinch because it is a violent blender. It takes about a minute to do the cycle. So don't be surprised if you see me flinch a bit. Before I put that in, we're going to start with the ice in this. And you need about 3 cups of crushed ice. And so I have some kind of pre-crushed ice here. And we're going to go in first. I hope it isn't too loud. We will mute when we turn the blender on, because I'm serious. This thing is a monster.
Yes, no worries.
Protect the headphone users.
Yeah.
Exactly. We need 3 cups of that. And then we're going to put in this beautiful grape juice concentrate. And this is what really is going to give you the hard grape flavor of this. We'll get that all in. We add to that then the syrup. It's very tasty. And then finally we get to the good stuff. Now, I've found, and I've made this one a few times, we recommend 5 shots to go in this. And this is not intended to serve one person. This is obviously for you and your entire adventuring party. But I'll put in probably 4.5 here. I think that has worked for me doing this in the past. And once this is all in, we will seal up this arcane chamber and the alchemical reaction will begin. And like I said, it will get quite loud here in a second. So let me get this all set up. And I will go on mute. You may talk among yourselves while I'm doing that.
Okay, great.
Wonderful. I know that a very important part of cookbooks is the food photography. You can't really get across how tasty this food is without looking at it. Can you guys talk about the process of the food photography for your cookbook, Hero's Feast?
Absolutely. There was, and Kyle, feel free to jump in on this one. So we did, I believe there are 40 or 50 photographs of the 80 dishes that appear in Hero's Feast. And, you know, I have to give it to our publisher, 10-Speed, who really spared no expense to make this, honestly, the absolute best food photography. I'm not exactly impartial here, but the best food photography I've ever seen. You know, and part of that, again, was this notion that we felt very, very passionate about bringing D&D to life. You know, that's been done very, very seldom. If you consider there was once a D&D movie, there's, you know, maybe a couple examples, but how often have you ever seen what was once an illustration come to life? We felt very passionate to make sure that our food was appearing in scenes that were authentic. And one of the ways we did that was we actually commissioned to have a number of famous D&D magical items built. For example, you may, in some of the sides of the shot, see a dragon orb, or you might see the hand of Vecna in a shot over here. So again, we really, we personally showed up to the photo shoot. They had an unbelievable team of art designers and photographers and prop people and production designers. It was really beyond all expectation we could have had. And I think the results will show at the end of the day.
Looks like John may be ready to show us, but John, we can't quite hear.
It is ready.
There you go. Okay, now we can hear you. So tell us about the mic player.
Sorry. Well, so I mean, it is done. I was just going to add to that bit about the photo shoot. We got to bring all kinds of cool props that we shot with it, many of which came from our private stashes here. And so you'll see all sorts of great in-world artifacts that went along with those shots as well.
Great. Now, I think everybody has finished their dishes. So should we go in order? We see the finished elven bread, starting with you, Michael.
Michael, I think your audio is muted.
My apologies. I've been told my mic is off. So here we have our beautiful completed loaf of elven bread. And we're going to go ahead and actually give that a cut here. So just give me a sec.
Oh my God.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
Got to use what you've got when you're an adventurer, you know?
It's true. It's true.
And I'm going to show you the swirl of this bread here if we can. So that's just this beautiful, wholesome honey, butter, yeast, eggs, whole wheat. Again, I actually love this. My kids can't get enough of it. So that's our elven bread. And again, a single bite of this might maintain an adventurer for an entire day on the trail. So it's a magical bread.
Can't wait to try that one. And Kyle, I think we saw the trout, right? You want to show us again one last time, get the full meal picture?
I've been making more.
Ooh.
Yeah, so we had, what I've got here is, you know, here's another fresh, and there's some of this sauce. Again, it's shallots and butter and some salt and some pepper. And you want to get it golden brown and just drizzle it on top here. It's got a lemon crushed into it as well. You want to get some of those onions, shallots, and you want you always want to garnish. We're going to put some of the fresh parsley on top. And ready to go. It's got a very taste between the paprika and the shallot and the butter, the olive oil, and the natural flavors of the trout. So it's a good indigenous dish if you're trying to start a campaign up in Icewind Dale.
And John, how would you recommend that we serve this Mind Flayer cocktail?
Well, so I prefer to do it, obviously, in an appropriate goblet, the sort of thing you might find in the Yawning Portal, that you might find maybe even the Celestial Vista in Eberron.
Of course.
But it pours thick. This is almost as fleshy as you can see. And I found that it works well, actually, with straw. To get that in, and sometimes even stir it a little bit with the straw. But since we're getting towards the end of the segment, I will not resist partaking a little bit.
I imagine if you're an illithid, you know, the tentacles get in the way, so a straw would help with the drinking.
That's true.
This is true. This is true.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Or if you're a dwarf with a large beard.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
Important consideration.
Man, I'm so jealous of
I can
everyone. They're just
confirm.
chowing down.
I can confirm the mind flayer does indeed flay your mind. So beware. But it is an unbelievably refreshing drink. I can't say enough about the mind flayer.
Well, look at this beautiful cover.
Yeah, go ahead, Mika.
Oh yeah, no, just it's clearly what everybody pictures when they're in a scene in a tavern and your DM is telling you that you're chatting up some local informant or you're just having some ale with your adventuring party. It is warm, it is hearty, the food looks beautiful, and right there in the corner, release date October 27th, 2020. So everyone at home can make their own mind flayers, knucklehead trout, elven bread, and more, I'm assuming. I'm hoping there's some stews. I'm a big fan of stew, personally.
Well, we've got
stew is one of the first recipes. Yep.
So many. There's stews, there's bouillabaisse, there's I mean, all kinds of different we really tried to capture everything we possibly could. Sword Coast bouillabaisse, to be exact. So it's, of course, this great seafood stew. No, but again, we really tried to be authentic, too. You know, one thing that to be, as far as one can be super serious about a D&D cookbook, we did. We took it, really seriously with regard to being authentic and making sure that things we were making, they weren't just kind of tongue-in-cheek or silly, but they were things that were authentic to the D&D world, things you would actually get if you showed up at the Yawning Portal. And that was just, again, it was a real passion of ours. And that's one of the reasons we actually, as part of our illustrations, which none of which are done, by the way, including that cover, I will tell you, we're all at the conceptual stage right now, but we're getting there. And we actually did in-world menus for 4 of the most famous tavern establishments. So at various points, you'll come across, for example, the Yawning Portal menu, and you'll come across the Celestial Vista menu, of course, Inn of the Last Home from Dragonlance. So we provided those to, again, provide even that much more authenticity.
Thank you guys so much for all of that research that you did to get us into this world. And we can't wait to make these at our own table. Thank you so much for your time to come talk to us today and for making this food. That was an amazing marathon of cooking.
It was.
Yeah. And guys, remember, of course, that this is going to be available October 27th, 2020, if you're looking to add this cookbook to your own collection. And don't go anywhere, because we're going to be right back with WizKids talking about some new miniatures. Don't forget, in the meantime, during this break, that you can go to dndlive2020.com and donate to Red Nose Day so that D&D can match that donation up to $125,000 for a great cause.
Yes.
So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a minute.
people are doing incredible, selfless things, working from the front line. Like Pam, a nurse in a mobile clinic for a program supported by the Children's Health Fund, funded by Red Nose Day. Pam sees over 150 children a month, and her advice and treatment can be life-saving.
Staying open during the pandemic was essential because I knew our families were going to be lost without anything.
Thanks to your generosity, Pam and these mobile clinics are still going strong across the U.S. in the middle of this crisis.
Thank you for giving to Red Nose and to mobile health care. You're providing hope, health to so many children and families so that maybe one day they could be the ones serving and taking care of you. So thank you.
Essential workers like Pam are the quiet heroes working from the front lines. I understand that times are tough right now, but if you can look in your heart and give whatever you can afford, we'd appreciate it.
Hey, look! The Dungeons and Dragons ride!
Coronavirus has had an impact on us all in some way. And while children have not been the face of this pandemic, it's the kids already struggling in poverty who could suffer the most. Kids who are missing out on meals because their families can't put food on the table. Kids who can't easily access healthcare or medicines. And further away, children who don't have clean water, or those who are already on the brink of serious hunger. But with your support, we can help. The money you give to Red Nose Day tonight means healthcare, clean water, medicine, and food gets to kids in the United States and around the world. $5 can help pay for vital medical supplies for children visiting a mobile health clinic. $35 can buy 50 masks to protect health workers across the globe while they do their life-saving job. $50 can help provide at least 500 meals for kids and families right here in America. You can make a difference right now. Go to rednoseday.org. Thank you.
Welcome back to D&D Live 2020 Roll with Advantage, where we are raising money for Red Nose Day. As you saw, don't forget to visit dndlive2020.com if you'd like to donate. But right now, we are here to talk about some amazing new miniatures from WizKids, and we have two new guests to welcome. Welcome V Muse and Patrick O'Hagan. You may know V Muse as the Crafty Muse on YouTube, the DM on Kobold Press's Twitch, and for D&D in a Castle. And Patrick is the executive producer of RPGs at WizKids. Welcome, guys.
Welcome.
Hi.
And we have a third guest as well. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, we do. He snuck in. Did they freeze? They might have.
I think they did freeze. Well, then we will be talking.
They're just very stoic.
They can be. They can absolutely be extremely stoic and very stiff-lipped if need be. Our guest is Justin Zoran.
Well, when they pop in, we will speak with them, but they are stoic just like the new line of minis. I'm so excited that I get to announce this line. Icons of the Realms, Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden. I see a theme happening through this. Through the stream.
Definitely. Absolutely. And they are gorgeous for sure. I'm looking at my table right now and it's like I want to show you every little thing, but limited time.
I mean, you can show us as much as we have time for. I know that we're super excited to see these new minis. Any Dungeons & Dragons lover knows that if you have a dragon, you have to see that dragon for it to really feel real. Can you tell us a little bit about this new line of minis we'll be seeing?
I absolutely can. Do you want to start off with a different dragon, though, and kind of tap into the whole celebrating D&D, maybe?
Let's do it.
Okay. So everyone knows about the Sapphire Dragon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's coming in miniature form now. And I have with me this beauty. So this is, first of all, this is the box that it comes in.
Oh, my goodness.
I know, right? It's stunning. So this is its packaging. I'm trying to get it so it's like yoink this way. There we go.
Oh, wow,
and then
that's
it's got this
beautiful.
gorgeous artwork on the side.
Oh, I also love that this is considered a mini.
It's a mini, air quotes. This is the back of it with its lore and everything.
Whoa.
Yeah. So that's that. I mean, it's a big box.
Yeah,
So
it's gorgeous.
This is a big dragon. I could probably like fit partially into this one. So that's its packaging, but you got to see it in all its glory. So this is the beauty right here.
Oh, good. I'm so glad we get to see it out of the box too.
Yes.
Oh,
I have them in and out of box. So this is the Sapphire Dragon, and this fellow is already available for pre-order, and it's going to be coming out early August 2020. And it is truly a great, like the wingspan is crazy. And as you can see here, they're showing right now, when it has light coming in behind it, you have this beautiful translucency in the plastic, so it really takes on those different tones like they describe in its description and lore.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah. So this is one of those things. If you want to get your pre-order in, you go to shop.wizkids.com and you can place your pre-order like right now if you really want to get one of these beauties because it is fantastic. And the other cool thing that's starting to happen is we're starting to place these on clear plastic bases.
Oh,
which you can see right there. So that means when you go and you put this handsome fellow onto the table and terrify your players, the terrain that you're using will show right through as well. So it's one of those really neat, really cool featers. And the more light you have surrounding it, like it gets even more and more gorgeous. I highly recommend putting it in sunlight.
Ooh.
I'm not even kidding. It's fun. Hey, you guys are moving.
There they are.
Oh, hello. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, we were just talking to V about the Sapphire Dragon, but before we go any further, I wanted to give you guys a moment as our WizKids representatives to talk a little bit about the entire collection, the Icons of the Realms, Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden lineup of minis. Can you tell us a little bit about those?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's all yours, V.
Okay, cool. So basically, all of these lovely miniatures, there's going to be over 45 of these miniatures available when the time comes. We're looking at September-ish 2020. We're trying to coincide it with the book, actually, when it releases. So you have all these fantastic minis that are going to be coming out. And just, I'm looking at the table right now, and there's just so many cool things. Let's start. Do you want to look at the Snow Owl Bear, since people are...
Yes.
Okay,
100%.
Yes. Okay, so this is the little Snow Owl Bear.
Oh my god!
Now, this is actually a very special deal because initially what was going to happen is we brought in some artists in the community to help us get these painted up. So this is one of the Snow Owl Bears that got painted up by one of our artists so that we would have these all ready for the live event. Had it been, everyone getting together, we were going to do this really fun diorama setup for everyone to enjoy all the miniatures in the collection. But this is the Snow Owl Bear that is part of it.
So cute.
And on the position, I love the way it's sitting. It's just so darn sweet. So
its little mouth, like it's just making whatever noise an owlbear makes.
Right? I just want to feed it snacks.
Yes. This little guys, it's like I was wrapping it up. I'm like, I'm sorry, I have to ship you. You're too darn cute.
Yeah.
You should just tuck them in your pocket.
Seriously. So it's one of those things where there are some other fantastic miniatures that are going along with this line. They're all coming pre-painted. They're coming in our booster packs, so you can get them either in a box itself or as a brick. And again, that's going to be something coming out mid-September-ish. And let's see, I can also show you a couple more of the other cool guys that go along with this. We have the Yeti.
Ooh, oh, that's terrifying.
Wait, he is a monster and a half. Absolutely.
Wow.
So he's really, and again, this is another one of those miniatures that was painted by one of our artists, and we're actually going to have a webpage going up very soon to reveal who our artists were, because they worked really hard to get these all pulled together, and we very much appreciate all of their help with it for sure.
V, were you saying that the minis come pre-painted? Is that what they're going to look like?
They're going to look very similar to this because the artists were fantastic. They worked with color guides the entire time. They were showing them to me in process, making sure that everything was going along the way they needed to, and they all followed them beautifully. So they're going to look extremely similar to what you're seeing here. Absolutely, yeah.
Cool.
But they are coming pre-painted.
That's awesome.
All right,
How
so
do you
we've
guys
seen... No, go ahead.
Oh, I was wondering, how do you guys decide which figures actually get made? There's so many monsters in all across D&D, so many adventures, so many figures that could possibly be made. How do you narrow that down?
Oh, that's definitely you guys.
Yeah.
You do that part. I did the painting part.
Yeah, this is O'Hagan, and I have Justin Duran with me here, my boss. So we lead the RPG side at WizKids. And to answer your question, one of the things that we do is we work with wizards to kind of get the theme, the story. We get an advanced read. We get an advanced read sometime before. I won't tell you how many months before, to kind of help set the kind of theme and story and arc. What it enables us to do is really kind of work with wizards back and forth in an iterative environment to start describing and setting up how we want to describe the actual set that we're building. And so what we do is we get the set sometime before, we work through, and are able to iterate with wizards back and forth.
Now we've seen the snowy owlbear, we've seen the Yeti. Are there any more from the set that you want to show us before? I know we have another reveal that has to do with dragons, I believe.
Ooh. Yeah, I can show you. Let's do one more that I think is pretty cool. And let's pull up this fellow. This guy. It is.
Oh, he's also terrifying.
Isn't it? There are some really fantastic monsters that are getting included in this line, for sure. It's going to add some great variety to your gameplay, absolutely. And I'm so excited for people to get to see the whole entire line when the time comes. But
what is he called?
This is the what is it? Skeleton frost giant, or the
frost giant?
Oh. I was worried that was to scale.
Yeah, it's you know, to scale. There you go. Yeah, yeah. He's not small. He's
no, he's not. I was like, oh, hopefully that's just a little larger than. Oh no, it's a giant. Okay, cool.
No, he's definitely intimidating, for sure.
Yeah,
I'm glad you started us out with the cute one to lull us into complacency. Yeah.
Well, you know, DM, you kind of have to do that anyways.
Right.
True.
Okay, so I could show you the next dragon if you want.
And this is the first look, right, of this one?
And this is one that's coming along with this line, and this is the white.
Oh my god.
Let me lean back so you can actually get more of it in the screen. So again, we have it on the clear base so that it shows up beautifully with the terrain. Now the base, because let me tell you, these guys they're hefty. So we had to make the bases a little bit bigger than what they really should be, but there's going to be a marker on the bottom of the clear plastic so you can see what they really should be marked that way. But yeah, this fellow is quite hefty. Let me get the mini back out so you can see for scale.
Oh, no. Wow.
Like that. No, don't do that. Please, no.
Those wings are
all of my
gorgeous.
Players
Yeah.
dying to this dragon.
And this one is going to be available end of August. So this is the
cool.
white. Yeah. Yes.
Oh,
then we have
that's
some great.
beautiful.
Look at that. Isn't it awesome? Absolutely a stunner for sure. Really an impact
Looking at that
piece.
art, I thought it was a painting.
Yeah,
Honestly.
I can show you. I can even show you what it looks like in box because even the box is beautiful.
Oh yeah,
If
let's
you want
see
to
it.
take a look here. So here it is in box.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's the front. And then you get the side panels.
That's
With
so
the gorgeous
cool.
artwork. Isn't it amazing?
Is there
you
more
could
on the
even
back
leave it
of
in
this
the
one
box.
too?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And that's the other
Love it.
side. And then here is the back.
Cool.
Yeah.
It's gonna
with the
eat me.
artwork. Yeah, it might. It just might. But yeah, that's.
What do you
that's
think
the
is your
lovely-
favorite of all of these, V?
It's a different dragon.
Oh no!
You ready for this one?
Yes.
There's more dragons.
This is my favorite, and it is massive.
Oh my god!
Wow, what is that?
Is that?
This is the Chardolin.
Wow.
This boy is hefty. Like, actually, it's quite heavy, but it is another one to coincide with the release.
What's the lore behind this guy?
Right? He is terrifying.
He's terrifying. Actually, that does sum it up quite well. It's a construct who basically inflicts terror, is really the best way to sum up this dragon. Yeah. So you have it with the mini in there.
Wow.
No.
Turning right back around and leaving is what I'm doing if I encounter that.
Nope.
It's a huge nope.
It's a huge nope. But I'm telling you, he's really quite sweet and cuddly. You can get him on the back of the wings.
Oh, so cuddly. I want to
Snuggle
give
right
him a
up.
hug. Yeah.
He's huggable. You can hug him. You can give him a good hug. But that's how big this guy is. Like, it's got some absolute build and heft. And again, plastic, clear plastic, so you'll be able to see your terrain. But yeah, this is my favorite one.
I can just imagine the DM reveal on that one, pulling it out from under the table. Clunk.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Boom. And I mean, if you want an audio representation.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Yeah. He's got some heft. So
Well,
again,
we talked to Patrick and I'm sorry, what was it? John? Is that right? Justin, sorry about that. Yeah, we talked to Patrick and Justin about how you decide which figures to make. But tell us a little bit about the design process. How do you design them? What's the back and forth like? How long does it take? All of that.
Yeah, sure. Typically, everything's a little bit different, but I'll just go over kind of a common one. Like, I'll talk about the snowy owlbear, right? The one that we all like so much. What happens is Wizard gives us some art, and it's oftentimes, sometimes, it's final or close to final. We take it, we give it to our sculptors. Our sculptors go through rounds of iterations. When we're ready, we kind of just test size and whether or not it's actually cool enough to be on a table or cute enough to be on a table in this case. And I have to say, these are not all cuddly, right? They may look cuddly, but they're not cuddly. The key thing, exactly, what we're going to show you. And then we kind of send it to Wizards for review, and there's an iteration back and forth for approval. And then we send it off. Typically, it takes about 8 months for us to produce something like what you just saw with the snowy owlbear.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, it is worth it.
Yes.
Well, and now you've shown something under a cloth on your table, and now we can't think about anything else. So tell us what's under that.
You can't point out the cloth and then not reveal the cloth.
Justin, you want to talk about this?
Yeah, we didn't want to one-up V, but we're going to one-up V.
Because this is like, he's so cool.
When Patrick started, about a year and a half ago?
About a year, yeah.
Patrick was my DM back when I lived in Seattle, and I said, Patrick, please give us some definitive dragons, the dragons. And as you see, what V has kind of shown you has been pretty awesome. But this guy just showed up at the house just the other day. This is fresh from our factory. So Patrick, hold that up. So this is the white dragon.
Oh my goodness.
It's the first in our line of the new Gargantuan series. It comes out in January, so that's why it's still not painted, but it'll come painted. It's a Gargantuan white. It'll be a named one. I'm not going to tell you who it is, but you can try to guess at who it is.
It's pretty heavy.
It's very heavy, and it's the first in our line of new Gargantuan series dragons that we'll start with the white dragon.
Yeah, we'll probably go through the whole cycle, the color cycle with this, so people can expect the whole series of these.
So you're seeing pre-production first, but yeah, you can see a little mini on top. I don't want it to fall, but you can kind of see that's a medium-sized creature.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. So you're saying that we'll see all of the colors of dragon come out in that Gargantuan series as well?
Eventually, over time, yes. Yeah.
Cool.
The first thing you see is V held up that adult dragon, the white one. We have the first two coming out in next month, the sapphire and the white. December has the next one. I can tell you it's a black. And then from then on, we're going to have all the chromatics, all the metallics, as well as shadow and everything else you can imagine, including dragon riches. Yes.
And the Gargantuan series.
Collect these.
Yeah.
The Gargantuan series, I can't tell you what's coming with Gargantuan, but next year there may be more than one. The white one for sure comes out in January. There will be additional ones that we will tell you about as time comes on.
Cool.
Yeah, slight tease there. Yeah. And for the people asking in the chat, the prices for your white and the sapphire, they're $69.99, and the Chardelin is $79.99. And again, check it out on our website. That is shop.whizkids.com if you want to get your pre-orders in for the Sapphire Dragon especially.
And with all this new exciting reveals, are there any other releases coming up that you want to hype up? I mean, I'm like taking my credit card out right now and going to buy a Horde of Dragons, but I need to hear even more.
That's great. Justin's going to show you one more thing we have to show you, and I'll tell you one more. Mm-hmm. So we worked with Wizards of the Coast to actually create a line of two-dimensional minis that'll be called Idols of the Realm. This one comes out in December, right? This is the Abominable Yeti. It's just the same Yeti that we saw in three-dimensional form, now in two-dimensional form. So we're going to come out with an entire line of two-dimensional mini for D&D, and they're going to be called Idols of the Realm. The set for this release, which is the Icewind Dale set, comes out in December. Additionally, because Icewind Dale is so critical to the storyline, and I won't tell you anymore, but we're coming out with 4 houses that are papercraft, so that you can have a little town setting that allows you to actually play and engage, and it'll be the roofs open, they come off, so it'll be very engaging and, good thing, affordable.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
The reveals just kept coming during this segment. We thought we were done, and then boom, 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 more and more and more.
Right?
Thank you guys. You brought us so much exciting stuff. Thank you so much for your time to be here with us and to tell us about these new products. We can't wait to get our hands on them. And now we are going to have to say goodbye to our friends from WizKids, but don't worry, because we will be coming up with a game with Deborah Ann Wall as the DM. That's also going to feature Sam Richardson, Janina Gavankar, Amy Acker, Matthew Lillard, Jay Ellis, and of course, like I said, the DM, Deborah Ann Wall. So don't forget, during that and in between on the break, you can visit dndlive2020.com and donate to Red Nose Day. Remember that Dungeons & Dragons is matching up to $125,000. Mika, this has been a whirlwind of new stuff. Are you excited?
I'm excited. I'm exhausted. I'm going broke all at the same time. This has been such an amazing day of D&D already. And like we said, that's the point of D&D Live Roll with Advantage. We're celebrating D&D and we're celebrating this awesome community and dragons. Did you see those dragons?
I sure did. I can't wait to see more. And you'll see more of us as well. We'll be back at the end of the day to talk and geek out even more. But right now, let's get right into that game. We'll see you soon.
Bye, guys.
26% of our population lives in poverty. Of the 10 largest cities in the United States, we have the highest poverty rate. These are tremendous, tremendous challenges that we face here. And we are committed to change that trajectory. Without the support of Red Nose Day, we wouldn't be here. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of homeless and runaway young people wouldn't have a place to turn.
So she came to us probably a month or two ago. We have a limited number of beds for moms with children, and initially she didn't get one of those beds.
Before I came here, I was homeless, basically. I didn't have nowhere to go. I was going from shelter to shelter. I started off in West Philly in a women's shelter. So when I came downtown and they seen what I was going through, because they seen me coming in there, in and out, they told me about the Covenant House.
So at Covenant House, Pennsylvania, we serve runaway, homeless, and trafficked youth. But every one of these young people has a couple things in common. One is that they are filled with potential.
We believe pretty strongly that the way to help youth overcome a traumatic past is to develop relationships with them that are supportive and that are safe.
I had got my stuff stolen when I went to my first shelter, and it was hard for me because I didn't have nowhere to go. I didn't know what to do. They just told me to leave. When I came here, it was like they gave me steps on what to do.
Like, we have to invest and support these young people. If we don't catch them now, if we don't serve them now, this is a generation of young people who are lost to the streets, and that's not okay. This year, with the support of Red Nose Day, Covenant House will serve 7,500 young people in 24 cities.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here at D&D Live. This game means so much to me. And when they asked if I would run a show, I was like, yes, I would love to do that. And I don't have a name for it. We're just calling it Deborah's Game because I just asked all of my friends to come and play with me. And they were so special and cool to come and join. So let's go meet everyone in the game. All right. So first up, we have Sam Richardson. He's an actor, a writer, a comedian, and you saw him as Richard Splett in the series Veep. Hi, Sam.
Hi, I'm Sam Richardson, and I am going to be playing Braithel the Bold, a totem barbarian who's lover of love, singer of song, breaker of stone, and has the heart of a wolf. Braithel the Bold.
Yay! Braithel the Bold. Fantastic. Up next, we have Janina Gavankar. You saw her in Star Wars Battlefront 2 and True Blood, where we got to know each other. And did you also know that she is a trained pianist? Janina.
So are you. I am playing Zapunith. She is a tiefling wizard. She is young and new to her powers, and she's on a journey to try to learn more about herself.
And we talked very young, we thought, right? She's just beginning to figure this out.
She's just figuring it out.
Oh.
She had her first little zap come out of her fingers when she was 10. No, she's only 14. So
cool. All right, so best known for starring as Winifred Burkle and Illyria on the supernatural drama series Angel, we have Amy Acker.
Hi! I am super excited to play my first game of Dungeons and Dragons with Deborah and all these awesome people. I am going to be playing a half-elf rogue charlatan, I believe. That's everything I know. I've got lots of fun things that Deborah gave me, and Celine.
Lovely. And then you all know this gentleman here on the bottom. You saw him in Scream, Serial Mom, and Scooby-Doo. Say hello to actor, director, and producer Matthew Lillard.
I'm super excited to be here. I'm Matthew Lillard. I'm playing Wrathfar, Iron Striker, Dwarven Cleric. He's gonna be here to preach the power of Moradin to all my new friends and be a pain in your butt, but will save us all from obvious death.
Aw. Very, very necessary. And last but certainly not least, he played Jason in the 2019 film Escape Room, which is where he and I met. And he's also on the HBO comedy series Insecure. Welcome, Jay Ellis.
Hey, what up, everybody? I am Jay, playing Jay the Druid. I'm a gnome druid who I like seclusion. I like to be kind of away from people. And so, sorry, guys, I don't know that I'm going to be that great to play with. No, but I have now come out of the forest, and we're going to hang out and have some fun, and I'll tell you the rest as we go along.
So we are starting up in Icewind Dale, which is a region of the Sword Coast that is very Arctic, cold, glaciers. One of the northernmost outposts of this region is Caer Dineval. And up there, we have Braithel the Bold. He is a fan of adventure. He really wants to go and explore the Icespire Peaks. So in the tavern, he put up a little bulletin board that said, anyone who wants to go adventuring, it's always safer in a group than to go on your own. Come and join me. Each of the rest of you came up to this northern outpost on your own accord for your own reasons, but you found that you were also interested in exploring this region for relics or ruins. There are ice caves all scattered throughout this area. And when you saw this sign-up sheet, you signed right on, and you've now all come to the tavern at the appointed meeting time and can learn a little bit about each other.
What ho, friends! I, Braithel the Bold, have put up the bulletin board, seeking adventurers to join me in adventure. And you have all taken the little piece of paper with mine calling name. I welcome you to join me on a quest for glory.
I just like to say that it's a really, really good idea to use bulletin boards because it's a really great way to disseminate information to any of the people that might want to join your quest. So thank you really much, a lot for putting it out there so we could all just like show up. Hi, guys. Hi, I'm Zap. You can call me Zap.
As you're looking around, there are lots of other people. Yes, there's lots of other people in this bar. It's kind of bustling. Everyone's wearing these thick coats with fur all around the rims. They've got big, heavy boots on. You even see some strange equipment, things that you're not used to seeing. Some people have strapped these like wooden planks to their boots so they can kind of glide through the snow. Others have netting tied around a circle that they've put on the bottom of their boots so that they don't sink in as much when they walk. You're noticing all these kind of this interesting gear that you haven't experienced before up here.
Yeah.
A woman in a cloak with, again, fur etched around the edges, so much so that you could almost can't see her face. She sort of wheels around. She says, "Are you looking for adventure, eh? I'm sorry to eavesdrop. I've heard that you are looking to explore into the Ice Peak Mountain."
Braithel, do you know who she is?
I don't, but she's talking my kind of language.
She feels very dangerous to me.
Okay, so one thing you can do, Jay, if you would like to, if you're suspicious, you can make an insight check to see if you think that she's on the level.
I would love to make an insight check.
All right, so you're going to roll a d20 and then add your insight bonus, which I believe is just a +4. I don't mean just, that's a pretty good modifier. You rolled a 19.
Rolled a 19.
Right.
Dang.
So you are
+4,
incredibly, like, despite the fact that you don't like people and you stay away from them, part of that reason might be because you can really see their true intentions, and people's true intentions are not always pleasant. But you look at her and you see that she's got a little twinkle in her eye. Like she knows what she's talking about. She might be a bit of an adventurer herself. You see sort of wisdom and experience etched in her face and her expression. And she looks like she's excited to share this information.
I want to know what she has to say.
Okay.
Yes.
So you sort of let her into the group and she wheels around. She sort of shakes her hands a little bit, and it almost sounds like everything gets a little bit quieter around you, a little muted. Almost as if the people around you maybe don't notice you guys there. You've become a little inconspicuous by whatever she's done with her hands. She leans in and she says to you, "Many adventurers come this way. The Ice Spire peaks are incredibly treacherous terrain, but if you are brave enough, there is treasure and reward for those who can find their way through these challenges. If you follow the pass to the north, you'll see there's 2 forks to go around either side of the main peak. You'll have to choose one, but if you get across to the other side, you will find ancient ruins. Within these ruins, there are numerous treasures, but I will warn you, most adventurers either do not return or may return empty-handed.
Sounds good. Sounds like an opportunity.
I'm still interested.
There are many. Yeah, there are many caves that you can explore. If you can find them and you can brave them, there's treasure, more treasure than your wildest imagining.
Jay, I'm just going to ask her a question. If you could just pay attention to see exactly like if she's telling the truth or not, that'd be great. Okay, so excuse me, lady. First of all, I love your fur. I would love to know how we all can keep ourselves warm in this area. And second, if you could tell us which side, there's 2 ways you said, which is the better one? Which is the safer one?
These are the true questions of a wise adventurer. They both have their own dangers. So if you were to take the western path, you must cross the frozen lake of Cardinaval. The frozen lake of Dinneshere. We're in Cardinaval now. The frozen lake of Dinneshere, Loch Dinneshere. It is usually frozen solid, but there are its own treachery going across the lake and over the glacier. If you take the pass to the east, this is a very steep climb. You'll definitely need some kind of climbing equipment, something to help you get through the pass on that side.
Are any of you guys good climbers?
I'm a better climber than I am a swimmer.
I think I have some things that could be helpful in climbing. I have a lot of thieves' tools and a lot of ropes and that kind of stuff that maybe could help us with.
I have some things that can help also.
I can help with that rope. I can help it like point up. If we instead of just throwing it, we can
great.
sort of I'm just learning. I'm learning about all.
Need?
I don't know.
A rope going up. Delicious.
Excuse me.
I can't imagine what could possibly go wrong.
Everything could go wrong.
I'm trying my best.
That's the fun. Come, if you all agree, let us take the path
I'll say to her,
to the front.
Great. Yeah, I'll say to her, woman, what is in it for you? Why do you tell us this information?
As well, I am a brave adventurer myself. This is, I like to inspire young adventurers to go and take hold of their own destiny. She says, but I will offer this. I will happily help you outfit yourselves for this expedition if you'd be willing to bring back a trinket or 2 for myself.
In what manner can you offer help? Magic? Or upwards facing ropes?
She says, well, I can certainly give you enough furs to keep yourself warm. I can give you a sled I can't provide the dogs to pull it, but one of you can drag the sled so you can take all of your equipment with you. I can even provide a fancy new boot that has a blade on the bottom, specifically designed for crossing ice.
Well, I guess we have to go over the lake then.
Do we all fit on the sled?
A number of you can fit on the sled. She can also give you these snow shoes, as she's calling them, to help you be able to walk through the snow better.
So are we agreed? We'll take the lake?
Let us.
Do we want to see if she'll go with us?
Sure.
Yeah,
you want to try to invite her to come along?
I was thinking the same. Is she too old? Is she going to hold us back, or would it be helpful to have her?
Do you say this to her, or do you turn away and have a private conversation?
I was just thinking out loud.
We stand aside and get a huddle. We stand...
Listen.
Young girl.
I wasn't actually through her face.
Do you want to come with us? Do you want to come with us?
She says,
Yes.
"Oh, I would like nothing more than to come with you, but it's this old leg," and she knocks her fist against her leg, and you hear the sound of wood, as if she says, "I lost this in one of my last adventures up into the peaks. If you could find that and bring it back for me, I'd be much obliged." She sort of giggles at her little joke. But she says,
when
"Yes,
you lost
I
it,
lost it." Yes.
When you lost it, which way did you go? On the lake or up the peak?
She said, "That time, I lost it deep in a cave. I encountered a yeti that rended it right from my body as I scampered away. The only way I escaped was to army crawl into a tunnel too tight for it to reach me. I almost bled out up on those hills."
This is the worst story ever. Let us find adventure.
Let's
thanks,
go.
lady.
Hey, let's do it. I don't think she's coming.
All right.
Tiny
she sets you
trinkets
all
you
up.
shall have.
She marches out into the snow and goes and is able to secure you a sled, which will hold all of your packs so that you can walk unencumbered. One of you will have to pull it in front, but she's able to give you these snowshoes, which will again help you through difficult terrain. And she points off. There are no roads out here. This is all just packed thick snow. But she points you in the direction. You can see the peak just through the clouds a little bit. And she warns you. She says, our daylight hours here are very short. You're only going to get a few hours of daylight, and then night will come. And when night comes, so do the beasts. The beasts come out of their hiding places. So just be wary. And she, says the lake is this way, and the steep pass is that way.
So as we're starting out, and we've decided, Braithel, I know you are the leader of this group. But if we could just spend a moment, I will never forget. You will remind me, it's in your name, the Bold. You will remind me every time I say your name. Can we, as a group, just go around, Child, maybe you start, as to what you bring and what you can offer? And if we could just do like a quick introduction of each character, because I don't know what race we are. I don't know what we can do to defend ourselves. If we just have an understanding, that'd be awesome.
Sure.
Yeah, great. So as you're walking and you start to head off towards the lake, you start to chat and get to know each other a little better. So we'll start with Zach.
Guys, I'm a wizard. I didn't really know that until pretty recently, so I'm pretty new to all of this, but I'm learning and I'm excited to use what I've learned so far. I know that as we go and we get to know each other a little bit better, one thing I can do that I'm excited to see is I can take any liquid and produce up to 2 gallons of it. So if you get really thirsty, or if we need to douse a flame or something like that, I can do that. That'd be pretty cool. I can also, I'm pretty good with fire. So I can do a hellish rebuke, which is basically make hellish flames surround something. I can also lead with some really great torches. So if you can't see anything, I can help. If you don't have good dark vision, then I can help you there. And then I can basically do some magical effects that I've learned. I can make some sounds just kind of come out of nowhere, so we can get pretty creative with it. It could be my voice or just anything really. I can unlock doors really well, and people kind of like me. So if we have to stop somewhere for a second and be taken in, it's probably because I'm young and because I'm small, which is pretty weird to be underestimated, but in some ways it might help us, so I'm fine with it.
I just want you to know I am guilty of that. I am underestimating you and your worthiness to be a part of this party.
Yeah, I noticed. It happens to me all the time, and I've met a lot of people like you, so it's fine. Hopefully you don't need an upward-facing rope anytime soon, because I'm not going to use it.
Well, Rathfar, would you like to go next? And
Yes, of course, yes. I am Rathgar's Iron Striker. I am a cleric of Moradin, and I will spend the hours that we have on this road pontificating about the glory of serving such an amazing god. It is my opportunity to witness to you the power and the magnificence of this god. I look forward to returning richer than I am now, and hopefully all of you will return with me. I will do my best to heal you in times of need, and I will lend you my warhammer as we combat whatever stands before us. Little girl, stand behind me, and I will do my best to protect you from death itself. Moradin be praised. Onward we march.
Thanks.
All right, who else would like to jump?
I just want to say I don't like the last guy, and I don't babysit. So,
I don't need a babysitter, so it's okay.
Sure, kid. So listen, I got some stuff. I'll use it if I have to. I have some potions of healing. If any of you guys, find yourself needing to get healed, I'll use it sparingly, just so you know. I can turn into small beasts when I choose to, also, just so you know. But don't ask me to do it a lot, okay? I also have a blade that when I unsheathe it, it sheds moonlight for up to 15 feet, and a dim light for an additional 15 feet after that, should any of you be afraid of the dark, which I'm sure the little kid is. What else do you guys want to know about me?
Can you turn into a big beast or just small beast? Because a big beast is bigger than a small beast and probably better.
Yes, what is the biggest beast, friend?
This feels offensive that you guys keep calling me and asking about my beast.
You are a gnome.
I am a gnome. I can do, like a black bear. I can do a mastiff, a mule, a panther, a snake, a wolf, a cat, a frog. I mean, what do you want from me? Okay, I can do something.
These are all incredible beasts. Moradin
You pull the sled as well.
And
Oh,
that's
great.
one less
Rachel, you
person on the
look
sled,
really
too.
excited about me pulling a sled. I just want to say.
All right,
Well,
Feline.
I appreciate that you guys are heading this way, because I was actually going anyway. I've been sent up here, and my benefactor has sent me looking for a special relic in these icy messages. So I figure having you guys with me can't hurt. But if you want my help, my initial payment is I've gotten these 10 bottles. I have 2 of each color of magic potions that I have no idea what they do yet, but maybe we'll find something along the way that we can use them for. I also have pretty good illusion abilities. I can change into different people and do spells that create different effects. And in addition to that, I am I'm pretty good at sneaking up on people and getting us into places if we don't want people to know we're coming.
Cool.
That's good to know. Rachel open the door for you and have you sneaking.
Do you have potions, but you don't know what they do? Is that correct, Aileen?
Well, they were given to me as I headed up here, so I guess we'll find out. I have I think I have 2 reds, blues, greens, yellows, and gray.
We will not take it back, Moradin.
How exciting. Aileen, I love an adventure and I love excitement. I am Braithel, as I've said before, the bold. I am strong as they come, brave as they come, and I seek adventure. And friendship and love. Looking at each of you and hearing your stories fills me with such excitement and joy. Sometimes I'm so filled with love of adventure and love of my comrades that I can sometimes go into a berserker rage of just pure elation. And I kind of black out, and I just, whatever happens, guys. Just so you know. But I'm a good friend and ally. I also have these bagpipes here. I just kind of shift through my thing and pull around a bagpipe. I play a little tune. These are my pipes of friendship. And when I play these, it just has an effect of calming and stirs your resolve, emboldens it.
Mm-hmm.
So, please follow me. Also, I'm known to do a reckless attack here too. I like to swing because I love having an axe. I love throwing axe. So just know that sometimes I can get in my own way, but I will do my damnedest to fight for you, and I'll give my life for you if I must.
Yeah, and you see, indeed, he has this huge axe strapped on his back. And when he plays a few strains on that bagpipe, you do start to feel yourself. You feel supported by him. You feel like, oh yeah, I'm feeling ready for the fight. And each of you gets a D4 to add to any roll in the upcoming minute, which is a good thing because you see the lake now in front of you. There's a light powder on the top of the ice, but you do see there's two people standing far out on the lake. They seem to be holding fishing poles and standing around a little hole that they've dug. And you can see their footprints have come from about this spot and walked out to that hole. It's a good, I want to say 60 feet kind of off to your left. But what you see is that the pass that you must take is more off to the right. So you're going to kind of merge that way to go around the mountain and start to make your way up.
I like getting as much information as possible, so I'd really like to talk to them. But that's just
okay.
I like meeting new friends.
This is a terrible idea. This is when we get attacked. We're on
no
a
more
mission.
people.
Don't we have a sled?
You.
Why aren't we on the sled?
Yeah, I loved the idea. I loved the idea of Jay pulling us because then it's one less person on the sled, and
You like the idea?
Well,
and faster.
Yes, we could just kind of.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I will this one time pull the sled.
Maybe twice because we come back. But okay.
Okay, kid. You're asking a lot here. Let's just go with number one time for now. I'll pull the sled across the ice. I don't think we should go talk to the people. I think Wraithfar is right. We don't want to talk to them. We'll get ambushed.
Okay. All right.
So
what do you?
Very well.
I leave it to Wraithfar.
Yeah, do you shapeshift?
Or are you going to carry it as a
defer to
no?
I am going to shapeshift. Yeah, I'm going to shapeshift.
Okay.
Beautiful.
What would you like
That
to
is
be?
useful
Would you like to
magic.
become?
Not an upward-facing rope.
I would like to become a mule.
Okay. So, what do you do when you transform? What does your magic look like for you?
So there's a thing I do when I become a mule. Don't make fun of me, guys. All right. Makes me really happy. I do this thing where I kind of like to I shake my butt and then I turn around and then I wiggle my nose and then my ears do this dance and then I close my eyes and I become a mule. That's it.
Yeah.
That's my dance. It's my mule dance.
So Jay does this incredible little dance, and as he's doing it, you see he wiggles his ears and they pop up into donkey ears, and he wiggles his butt and the tail pops, and as he wiggles his body, they turn into the body of a mule, and now a mule stands in front of you. And even though he looks entirely like a mule, his face kind of looks over at you with all of the kind of disdain and intelligence that you now know lives within Jay the Druid. But he walks.
Was that the hokey pokey?
Don't worry about it, okay? It's my
of all
dance.
the great beasts that walk this earth that you could have chosen, a bear, a leopard, a lion, you chose a common mule.
I want to get us across the ice safely.
So he walks around in front of the sled. You hook him up onto the sled so that he can pull it, and he starts to cross, taking you around to the right over to the pass. It's a little bit slippery, but you guys are able to kind of find your footing, and you start to continue and move your way across this lake. Now, this is a huge glacial lake, so all of the water that comes down in the spring from the mountains creates just this large flat expanse. And as you look at this ice, it's like a pure blue, like, you know, we don't have Windex in the Sword Coast, but you know, that kind of really, really lovely saturated blue color. As you're coming by, you do see other places, little holes that have semi-frozen back over where others have done their fishing. As you start to get around to the other bank and you come up, and now it is starting to get steeper. And as you look up, you can see there might be sort of switchbacks that you could take that would kind of, you know, keep you going up the steep path as best you can. So you start to make your way along these switchbacks up the side of a mountain. After a good 20 minutes of walking, you stop for a breather and you sort of look back and you can just see the expanse of Icewind Dale, of the Sword Coast Arctic in front of you. Jay and Rathfar, you, before the others, feel a little bit of a rumble under your feet. You're not quite sure if you hear it or feel it, but something sort of shimmies a little bit.
What is that?
I'll point it out. I'll point out to everyone. Everyone, stand ready. We are about to be attacked. And I'll cast. I'll grab the wizard and put her behind me. Not in a rude way, but looking out for her. And I'll cast Shield of Faith on myself. And I'll be prepared. I mean, where we're at, I'm going to prepare for combat immediately.
Okay.
Ready your arms. We're about to be put upon.
Now, the rest of you, now that he's pointed it out, you can start to feel just a little bit of a shake underneath the ground, under your body. It just sort of starts to move you, and suddenly a crack, and you all look up higher into the ice peaks as snow begins to break away from the side of the mountain and run, following the course right in the path of where you are standing. You have a couple of seconds before it gets to you, you think, but it is moving with a ferocious speed.
Avalanche!
I don't know if this can help, but I know that in avalanches you throw, like, explosions at them, and I have some explosions that I could throw. Is that right? Don't you throw explosions in avalanches? Like, blow up at
You might. You can decide you know that.
Okay. And then it makes it go a different direction. So I could throw my thing at the avalanche. That help? I think have a better idea. I'm trying to divert it from hitting it.
I can use a shield. I can use my magic shield.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe put like a thing around us, you know, like a protection, and the snow goes around us.
I have a thunder wave, and I can a wave of thunderous force sweeps out from me, and if that helps.
It's starting to rumble closer, louder and louder. Now you see that big boulders are being picked up with it, and it's starting to make the turn that comes around right in front of your faces. As you start glancing around, I'll offer this again, Jay and Rothfar. You notice that while there are a couple of rock outcroppings, they seem pretty minuscule. In fact, they seem smaller than the boulders that are now rolling towards you, but you do see a little crevice, like a little chasm in the ice, not too far away that you could possibly get to.
We'll jump it. I'll immediately grab the little one and hurl her towards that crack. And then
will you allow that, Zap?
I don't think I really have a choice.
Okay.
But
go with a child.
Yes, sure.
Okay.
But also, while he's doing that, I'm going to use my thunder wave to basically push everything away from them, so they can make the run with me.
Okay. So as Rathvar grabs Zap and starts to run with her, like trailing behind him as you pull, she turns, faces the avalanche, and this incredible burst of thunder out from where you are, and you see the snow just erupt into the air as that happens. It does sort of blast it backwards a little bit, and it buys you some time, but again, as it collects itself, it begins to get heavy and come back down towards you, but she's bought you time. Now, Rothvar and Zap, you have made it to the edge of this crevice. You stop, trying to stop yourself from falling over the edge. It's hard on the slippery snow, but you're able to do it, and you look down this seemingly bottomless pit. The only thing that you notice is that on these sheer walls, about 60 feet down, you see a platform, presumably man-made.
60 feet?
60 feet in this chasm, you see a bridge, a platform going across the chasm, and two doorways on either side of that bridge.
Now is the time for your magic rope!
Your walk rolls.
I have a rope and I can.
Down.
Okay.
We need some rope.
Great.
I have a magic hand I forgot to mention that can
That's true, she does.
that can fly away and tie the rope onto something if you want to use my magic hand.
That's great. I also have Featherfall, so I can help anybody.
For you, but not for everyone.
It says when you are a creature within 60 feet of you falls, choose up to 5 falling creatures within 60 feet.
Then we jump.
The other three of you get to the edge, and again, stop yourself before you fall. You are now all in a line with the snow rumbling, rearing towards you. You've got 6, 5.
I grab them and throw.
Go, let's jump.
Everyone, fall forward.
Featherfall.
Into the chasm, you fall with an incredible speed for about 2 seconds, and then feel yourself magically buoyed as Zap goes, Featherfall, 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 into the air. It's starting to echo. As you start to descend more slowly, like you're floating down on a bed of feathers, you look above you, and the snow closes off over. Rocks and snow start to pummel down on your face, hitting you on the right and the left. You take... Ooh, so sorry. 6 points of just damage as these things start to fall down in your face, each of you. However, one large boulder gets lodged right in the center above your face, stopping most of the snow from coming down. As you begin to sink and land gently on the platform beneath you, it covers the light, and it is pitch black dark.
I have a torch.
But you are safely on the ground.
I know how to make it bright in here, but also I feel like somebody has a sword that lights up.
I have a sword that lights up.
Cool. Well, Jay is a mule, so Jay will have to transform back into a human. So yes, this mule and 4, or back into a gnome. This mule and 4 humanoids fell into the crevasse, and crevasse. Hey.
And I can instantly light things though too.
I would like to turn back
a candle or a torch or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Is our sled?
All
right, the mule runs and rights himself. Your sled came with the mule. He was still attached to it. It I guess was attached to him. It's his. He's carrying it essentially, so it's his equipment. So it also landed next to you. You have your equipment with you. But yes, the mule transforms back. Jay transforms back into his gnome self, and you actually will have full hit points. Jay, you will not have lost. You go back to your full hit point as a gnome.
Deb, could you real quick? Could you lay the picture in all the panic I got lost? Yeah. Could you lay the picture out where we're at again? 60 feet down.
So, 60 feet down with ice sheer walls that head up to the surface. You have landed on what appears to be a man-made bridge that spans the chasm. On one side and on the other, you see open archways leading into the stone and into the ice. But as you were falling, the snow and the rocks closed off, packed you in, buried you at the top. So now light from above is extinguished.
Can I get a check on if these are dwarven made or what kind of
history check.
What kind of bridge this is? Is that right?
Yeah.
14.
14. You're looking around. It's good work, but you don't recognize it. It's one thing as you start to look, and you have dark vision. It could be dwarven, but it's not traditional dwarven, is the thing. You don't recognize it as something from your ancestry or anything like that. What's interesting is it is completely unadorned. The walls are very smooth, almost like someone has taken like a mud or an adobe and plastered the walls. They are very, very clean and sheer. There's some frost on them. The same thing with the floor. Very, very smooth and no adornment whatsoever.
That is definitely not dwarven. We adorn the stone. We make it better. Okay. So on this side of the bridge, looking down the passageway, is there anything obvious that appears?
So as you kind of glance to the right and sort of look down in this way, you see that it sort of makes a hall that immediately turns right and continues into the stone that way. On the other side, you see a much larger room and a door set in the center.
To me, we should continue across to the bigger room. I know that you are in charge of this group.
Oh, you do? Let us go your way.
Can I use my passive wisdom?
So your
Am I able to
passive
use that?
wisdom that's what you already sort of know. You can do a perception check if you were just wanting to get like a lay of the land, if there's anything out of the ordinary or anything. You want to try a perception check?
Yeah, I'll do a perception check.
Great. So roll a d20 and we'll add your perception bonus, which is a +4.
Ooh, 1.
Oh no, that's a crit fail on a perception. So you're still a little shaken, you know, like falling down in this trench as a mule. It was not an easy task. So as you're looking around, you're just still kind of shaking your head, trying to get the hay out of your brain. So Braithel, I believe you are the only one who cannot see down here. I believe everyone else has some dark vision. This is scary because you just know that you're on a bridge and you don't want to move because you don't want to fall, but you're not seeing what everyone else is seeing.
Spin around, like use your voices. So, I mean, what can I do right here? Can I like feel my way towards whoever's voice is? So I like kind of
You can do that? Yeah.
So yeah.
I'll light a torch. I'll light a torch for the human.
I asked somebody to light a torch.
Okay. I'll light it for
Okay.
him.
Rothbard
You are useless
lights up
to us blind. Yeah, you are useless to us blind. Baleen,
so Rothbard
maybe you can check. Yeah. Sorry. So I'll pop up from my pack. I'll pop a torch and I'll hand it to Braithel, and then I'll say to Baleen, perhaps you can check to see if there's any kind of traps on this bridge before we cross over to check the door.
I'd like to try. I'd love to know how high up we are, because maybe it's not even that high up, guys. Can I? I have this. I can create a torch-sized light, and I can have it. Basically, I can cause flicker. I can just like make it, and then basically, if I drop it or I send it far away from me, if it's farther than 30 feet, it'll stop at 30 feet. It'll stop glowing at 30 feet.
It'll disappear.
So I'm just gonna drop this and see if it's more than 30 feet. Because for all we know, it's like really close. Here we go. I'm dropping.
So as
everybody look.
As Celine is like reaching out and tapping, and these rocks start to fall. Zap sort of turns around and looks over the edge, and she just creates a little light in her hand, which she then sort of pats, and it flows down beneath her. It goes down 30 feet and winks out, and you see nothing more. You see more of the sheer wall and more depth, but it winks out at 30 feet. So it's definitely deeper than 30 feet.
Well, that tells us we need to turn and adventure forward. We will find another way to the bridge. Yeah.
About that rope and your little fancy hand, maybe you want to take maybe you want to tie it onto something, or did we say that could work?
My hand can go 30 feet, so I'm not sure. I don't remember
how far away is that
across we're trying to get.
So the bridge itself, that's between you and the room on the other side, is about 25 feet itself, and then into the room would be another 10 feet to the door.
And it seems like the thing is strong enough to hold like maybe one of us, yeah, or who knows how many. It's the bridge is kind of weak, yeah. Maybe you tie the rope to me, and I'll do a check on the bridge and for dangers and trap with danger sense, and try and make it across on my own, and then pull people across with the rope.
Ooh,
I feel
do we tie the rope?
Here.
Do we tie the rope around the kid? Send the kid down.
Yes. Or, Jay, if you have the ability to transform into a smaller creature, you could possibly make it across no problem. I'm not saying you should, but it may be better than the useful the useful wizard that just cast Featherfall and saved all of our lives.
I guess
Or
I could
we
like
explore
be a
this way
snake or
first.
something.
I love the reluctant
go
druid.
this way
It's
first.
really fantastic.
I guess I could be a snake. I'll be a snake and go across.
So one thing to keep in mind is that he cannot do this indefinitely. He can do this at this point, I think about 3 times a day.
Ooh. Yeah. So we could go, why don't we bench? I'll say we should go back the other way and explore this region here before we deal with what's across the bridge. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Because maybe it goes all the way around.
Yes.
And Jay, you being a badass black bear in combat is way better than being a small snake carrying a rope. All right, good. I will, with the blessings of Moradine. He pulls this warhammer out from his back. I will lead the way.
All right.
And he pulls his shield forward and starts.
You've got your torch clasped in the same hand as your weapon.
Well, I gave that to Braithel. You don't
gave it to
care
Braithel.
about the torch.
All right, so Braithel is holding on to his torch. If you want, you have a place you can lodge it in your pack so that you have both hands free. I'll allow that.
Yeah. So I place it in my back and pull my axe, and I'm holding my axe with 2 hands.
Yeah, he's ready to go. All right, so your choice, if you are not going across the bridge, is to go back into this hallway. Who would like to lead the way? Mordine will lead the way.
Mordine will lead us to greatness.
So your cleric, your healer, the only person who can bring you back from the brink of death, goes first into the hallway as he as he steps around the corner. No hinting, you know. As he steps into the hallway, he sort of looks to the left, and you can see that this way is sort of a dead end. There's just a little alcove. Again, super clean, smooth walls, no adornment whatsoever. Clinical, almost, is what we would say. As you turn to your right and start to head down that way, this hallway goes for quite a long stretch, even farther than your dark vision can discern. So you start to move forward. It's also very tight. We're talking 4 feet wide, so you cannot stand abreast. You must walk it in a single file. Rothbar, who's probably about 2 feet, wide himself and his shoulders, sort of steps in, and you can immediately feel it closes in on you a little bit. you begin to walk forward. After you've gone about 20 feet with your dark vision ahead, you can see that there's a door on the left-hand side. It looks very similar to the one that you saw across the bridge.
Do we have a
I would
sense
like.
that? Oh, sorry.
No, go.
Do we have a sense that the bridge? And I'll ask Faylene. Faylene, do you have a sense that the bridge was breaking and old and decrepit, or was indeed trapped to protect what was on the other side?
So with her 17, she feels more like it was just old and probably had suffered damage. Damage you couldn't see because the snow was covering the cracks.
Perfect. Okay, good. So then I'll approach that door without calling Faylene forward to check for traps.
Okay.
Foolish as it may be.
So Rothvar trundles himself forward and kind of, pivots in the tightness of the corridors of this hallway. And you see the door. It's sort of oddly shaped. It's sort of rounded at the edges. It doesn't really have a handle. It has more of like just a little clutch spot that, like, out of the stone, a little handhold was carved. And you don't even seem to see hinges on it. They're somehow internal or on the other side.
Again, I'm gonna try to do a perception check to see if now looking at this door, if I get a different sense of what we're dealing with here. I got a 17. I know I've already rolled this one, but I want to check it again.
All right. So with a 17, you're looking at this, and one thing that you notice around the edges, you see fabric sticking out from between the seams of the door and the door frame. There's also a little step at the bottom, as if the threshold has been raised a bit. You get the impression from the handhold that this door probably pushes away from you into the room, rather than towards you into the hallway.
Oh boy! All right, I'll point out to the rest of the group that we're dealing with something I've never seen before. And as a dwarf, I've seen most stone cuttings the world has to offer. For Moradine has shown me great things in my time. But this is a very strange situation, and I think to go in, we must be prepared for battle.
All right.
Faylene, would you check in for traps?
Sorry.
Sure.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Am I able to like push the door slightly open and check inside and be like the front one up?
You can, if you all agree.
I literally just said check the door for traps.
We can check the door for traps first, and then have Braithel try to open it. Or Zap has an idea.
I have an idea, guys. I can point my... Well, it says I have to point it towards a creature that's 120... within 120
Is it an
feet.
attack?
No, it's a message.
Oh, the message. Yeah, so that specifically, they will hear something a message that you're giving to them. Yes.
What if I
That was not the time to talk to doors.
What if I can just whisper something and say something really nice, like hi, hello?
So you would have to know who you were sending.
I have to know who it is.
Yeah, you have to be able to see them and point to them.
I don't know if this helps, but I was told I can help other people with sneak attacks. I don't know exactly.
So your sneak attack will be in combat. In combat, you're able to do extra damage, depending on where your allies are and if you have advantage on the attack. So in this scenario, not so helpful. But you are the sneakiest. You can do things quietly in a way that others might not be able to. So you can choose to have your barbarian bust his way through, or you can choose to have your rogue sneak her way through.
Well, I think that we should check it for traps and then let Braithel do what he does so boldly.
I have a +6 with investigation. I have a +4 intelligence, +6 investigation. Does that help at all?
Investigation would be, you could also check it for traps. You could check the door for any kind of... Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay. 17.
All right. So it's not trapped as you're feeling around the edges and things, and your sense is that the fabric is there almost as like an insulator, that it's trying to stop the air or something from getting through around the edges of the door. It's insulating this door from elements, and that what it does is make a very tight seal. But another thing you notice with that 17 is that it's crumbling a little bit. The fabric appears to be quite old now, and in the brittle cold weather has started to break away, crumble away.
I'm going to cast Pass Without Trace.
All right. So you feel this. You feel, it's this intensive move that he makes, and you feel coming out of his hand this little energy that seems to just make the shadows give you a little bit more cover. The noises, it's a little echoey in here, seem to sort of dull a little bit with his magic.
All right, let's do it, guys.
Right.
Do it. So are you busting in, or are you sneaking in, or are you?
I'm gonna bust and push that door wide open.
All right.
As Braithel the Bold would do.
All right, give me a strength check from Braithel. Should be pretty good.
All right.
He backs up a little bit. Strength check. So a D20, and then we're going to add a +4.
Yes. No. 13.
13 + 4 is a 17.
17.
So Braithel, you sort of shrug your shoulders, loosen up a little bit, back up, and then bust yourself into this door, which goes flying open almost off of its internal hinges. And again, you hear a loud crack as the fabric that was sort of frozen and fused together sort of breaks apart into pieces. And you step forward into this room. It's a slightly larger room, but the first thing that you notice is that there is literally an ice flow of a river that is creating a wall coming straight through this room. In it, you can see various different creatures. You see fish frozen in the water. You see, indeed, a large, hairy beast with claws, its mouth open in a snarl further back, frozen in the ice. You see a large elephantine creature with hair and tusks on it, but that's way back in the distance, blurry by this ice. As you're kind of looking around, trying to get your bearings, on the floor, you see a crumpled body covered in the same kind of fabric that you see along the edges of this door.
Are they in the ice, or they're not in the ice?
They are not in the ice. They are on the ground, off in the corner.
So I'll say, Braithel, that is the one. Get to her quickly. And I'll immediately rush in the room and prepare to attack whatever has put all these things in ice.
All right, so you're in the room. You've pointed out the sort of crumpled body under a cloth in the corner. How else would everyone else like to respond?
I have this ability to warm up anything, like a cubic foot of things. Would you guys like me to warm up the cloth fabric that's on this body and see if we can wake it up? Would that be helpful, or?
I will make it with my foot or an axe. Do not worry about your magic.
All right.
I'm looking for another exit. Is there any other way out of here? Or is
this room, you don't see any exit from this room. It's just this block of ice that seems to go endlessly on in front of you. But the hallway does continue beyond this door, the hallway that you were in.
This could be somebody who was just coming back, guys. Maybe we shouldn't waste our time here.
Oh, well, this is definitely she is a problem.
This is yes.
Whatever this thing is a problem. Braithel, I'm behind you. So do something bold.
Yes. So as Braithel, I move forward and I just give it a mighty, at least a kick to start things off, like a real. Right.
All right. Braithel goes up. He picks his foot up and kicks it forward into this lump under a cloth, which hurts your foot. Not enough to do damage, but you kind of pull it back. It seems like it must be frozen solid.
I feel like we should warm this thing up. I mean, I know that you think it's going to hurt us, but I feel like...
I will grab whatever that is under it and pull it back to reveal what's there.
All right, Rothfar, when he sees that Braithel steps back, his foot kind of smarting a little bit, he runs up, he pulls this piece of cloth off of the body, and looking down at it, you see one of your kind. You see a dwarven woman. She's got some hair on her chin. She's much older. Beautiful woman. Much older. But again, her hair is pulled back very slick with a long braid. She wears no sort of makeup or anything on her face. And her garb is, again, this very simple, plain fabric garb. And looking at her, she is frozen. She is very, very gray. And she seems to be a bit sort of emaciated.
I'll say to her in Dwarven, Ice Queen, wake from your slumber and answer me this. Why have you imprisoned these creatures? Speak now or feel the wrath of my Warhammer, or indeed be praised.
Are you casting? Or are you just speaking?
I'm
just speaking.
She can hear me.
Fabulous.
I know she can hear me.
Your voice echoes through the chamber, loud and bold. The body lies there motionless.
I don't believe
we have
Ice Queen.
I think I'd like to just warm just her head. If we could keep the rest of her body frozen so she can just speak to us and her brain can work. I think that'd be really good. And then you, Rathfar, maybe if you just want to repeat yourself.
Right.
So I'm going to make a little fireball, and I'm just going to sort of because I can move it around, I'm just going to sort of make it warm around her head. Just sort of, it's like doing this a little bit to her.
Well, between you and Feline as well can use her ability to warm things. So the two of you together start to warm the area around her head.
But just her head.
Just her head, gotcha. As she begins to thaw, the skin seems to sink further into her bones. Her eyelids start to droop and fall off. Even her eyeballs themselves seem to sort of liquefy and drip out of the side of her
God. We can move on now.
Thank you.
As this is happening, Rothfar, your weapon begins to glow.
We are about to be put upon. That means we're about to be attacked.
He turns around. You all start to prepare yourselves. You see...
I'll get to the door. No. I'll get to the door and shut the door.
You'll get to the door? Okay, you're going to go to the door and shut the door?
And shut the door.
All right,
it is in here. It is invisible.
You slam the door shut, and you kind of present yourself in front of the door. But again, you see nothing around you. However, we are going to roll initiatives.
Yes! Let there be combat! Or indeed be praised.
Everyone's going to roll a d20, and you'll see your initiative bonus on your sheet. If you need me to help you find it, I can do that.
16, DM. 16.
Okay.
Oh, come on. 9.
I got a 2 with my bonus.
I don't know. With your bonus?
We got 15.
Where's that?
A bonus of 1.
Okay, Braithel has 16. Feline?
Is my initiative bonus a 3? Is that right?
So it's can you see where it says initiative? Let me double check you here.
Like this part?
Yep, you're a +3. Yep,
okay.
You're +3.
So I'm a 13 then.
13, okay. Okay. So okay, so we start with Hrothgar. You have shut the door and you've readied yourself in front of the door. You cannot see any attack, but your sword still glows. any attacker, but your sword still glows.
Okay.
This is a fairly contained space now. You're looking at like maybe 10 feet by 8 feet. You're pretty packed in next to each other.
I'll say
an aquarium next to it.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll say to all, spread out so we cannot be hit with a cone of attack. And I'll prepare. I'll ready my my attack for whatever's in this room shows.
Okay, gotcha. So you're readied. Next is Braithel. So same thing. You hear him say, spread out. You hear him say, be prepared. But again, looking around, you just don't see. And in the flicker of your torchlight, there's just nothing but shadows on the wall.
I take the opposite side as our druid as a yes, and I prepare my axe.
That's our Iron Striker.
As your cleric, yes. Yeah.
As a cleric, yes. And I just prepare with my axe to swing at whatever's in front of me with a cone that is just like it's just ready. Yeah.
Okay, great. Next, Feline.
Okay, so I'm gonna grab the blanket, the frozen blanket that was on this woman who's now melted away, and I'm going to take her place among her eyeballs and frozen guts and hide under her blanket so that I'm ready to have a sneak attack when somebody comes in.
So go ahead and do a stealth check for your hiding, and you can add 10 to it because you are still under pass without trace.
Okay, and that's the 20 as well?
Yep, your D20, and you're going to add 5.
I got a 20.
Oh my
god.
All right, that is a 35, ladies and gentlemen, on her stealth roll. So as she grabs this cloth and jumps down next to the little old dwarven corpse, you get your head right up there in the muck that you created with your warming, but she basically entirely disappears. It almost looks like there's only that woman's body under the sheet. She did such a good job of it. All right, that is Feline, so she is hidden. Okay. Over here. Okay.
I'll say, ready your flame strike, little wizard. We'll be susceptible to fire.
So, Rathfar, as you are standing there, prepared, trying to find something, all you sense is something is like reaching out and almost reaching into your body. Let's see. Ooh, not very good. 11. So I miss. Something you feel almost just like a chill up your back. Something sort of runs its fingers up your back. And as you kind of look around, all you see is sort of a shadow pass on the wall. You can't quite catch whatever it was that tried to sort of grab you from behind. You are readied, so you can now go if you would like to.
Yeah, I'll take a shot. I'll attack what I feel was near me. Ooh, I rolled an 18.
An 18?
Yeah, and then every day, so just so you know, I have as my dogs go crazy in the background, the feat Blessing of the Forge. So every day I can bless a weapon +1. So this morning I woke up blessing my warhammer.
This is a magical
Correct,
weapon.
yes.
Fantastic.
It's a feat that I have.
Fantastic. So as you turn around and you just catch the shadow of something come across and you swipe in its direction, you do feel some resistance. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Yeah. Oh, great. Okay. I'm rolling two-handed. So, not great. So 7 damage.
So seven slashing. Okay, great.
Yes.
Magical weapon damage. As it goes, you slash through. You actually see the shadow on the wall begin to split, as if you've created kind of a gash in it. bonus action movement?
No, I'm gonna say I'll point it out.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll say there it is. See it now. Attack.
All right. Braithel, you were also ready for when it attacked.
And seeing this creature, and the love and excitement for the first fight puts me into a rage of joy. I swing two-handed my axe overhead and try and go for the same thing, which also and with that I howl like a wolf, giving wolf spirit to my comrades.
Yes.
And I
when
try
he
and
is
just
done with that, all of you have melee advantage on your attacks. Have advantage on your melee attacks because of his wolf spirit.
Thanks, Braithel.
So you come into this rage of excitement for battle. That wolf spirit is innate. Are you going to you're going to attacking this spot with your great axe? Yes.
Yes.
All right. Roll a d20 and add 6.
15, 21.
21. That'll hit. Roll your damage. That is 1d12 plus 4.
That is 8, so 12.
12. So you seeing the same spot where literally it seems like the shadow on the wall has split down the center, even though you can't see what is creating this. You go for that same spot. You also make a slash within this, but as you pull your great axe back, you see that it almost kind of knits itself back together about halfway. So you don't feel like your damage, it really stuck in the way you wanted it to. You even see that it almost like the shadow kind of turns to look in your direction as it sort of gets a little bit of an evil energy coming off of its body, a hungry energy. All right, Jay, that is what you've seen.
Can I use, what does my magical shield do?
Let's see. Let's find it.
I'll say.
Okay, so your shield.
Go ahead.
Okay, so your shield isn't magical in itself, but it is what you use to cast your magic. So it is your arcane, your druidic focus. You use it to sort of cast your spells rather than using like material components. So it itself doesn't do anything, but you can use it to cast any of your spells.
Okay, I'm going to use my poison spray.
Okay. So, again, towards the shadow, you extend your hand and you puff this bit of smoke, this gas from your palm. Unfortunately, it is not, it just gets into the room, and Hrothgar and Braithel, who are also in the same area as this, as whatever it is you're fighting, all three of us, or you two and I, are going to make Constitution saving throws.
Oh, that's not what I meant.
All right, I have a 14 to beat you, Jay. I think I just make it. All right, dirty 20 for Lillard. Braithel, did you do a con saving throw? This will be a D20. 8-2. So unfortunately, as you make this puff of poisonous gas in this area, the Hrothgar seems to shrug it off, no problem, and the shadow creature does not seem to be bothered by it at all. But Braithel breathes it in and starts to cough. All of these little particles getting into your body. You are going to take this damage. So, Jay, roll a d12, please.
Okay, 2.
2, great. So you only take 2 bits of poison damage as you sort of cough, and you just sort of spit a little bit of ooze out of the, phlegmy ooze out of your mouth onto the ground.
Pardon me, everyone. Sorry about that.
At this point, On the other side of the room, Zap, as you are sitting there, you now feel this hand come up across your back. Ooh, probably. That is a 16 to hit you.
I never know how to handle these things. I don't know how. I never know what to do to
your AC.
check.
So your AC is an 11. So I do hit you with a 16. Yep. So, squishy little wizard. That is 6. That is 8 plus 2. You take 10 points of necrotic damage.
Oh.
And at the same time, you feel your strength, your essence of your strength within you start to sap from your body, and you lose 2 points to your strength score. So your strength score was an 8. It is now a 6.
Hold on. I feel like... Oh, here we go. Here's my pencil. My strength score was an 8. It's now a 6.
Now a 6.
I feel like I still don't know these things.
No problem.
Okay, this is a 6 now.
Okay, that's a 6.
But I get to go, right?
Yes, it is now your turn.
Ugh. Okay, so I also can't tell. Sorry, please. I can never tell like what is a bonus and what is not. So you can advise me.
Right.
What I'd like to do is, I'd really like to whisper, and as compassionately as possible, ask, "What do you want?" I'd like to whisper in its direction and say, "What do you want?" But at the same time, because I can create dancing lights.
So your message spell, who am I looking at over here? Okay, your message spell is a cantrip, so you can do that. It is going to be your main action.
Yes, and then I'd like to use dancing as a bonus if it's possible.
So dancing lights, you can't create it as an action, but if it's already created, you can move it as a bonus action.
Okay, so I can't really tell what my bonus is.
It's right there. You don't necessarily have to use your whisper message spell in order for it to hear you.
Yeah, there.
It seemed to disappear. You you saw this sort of dark shadow cross your face. You felt that your energy drain, and then it kind of disappeared, and now you don't see it anywhere.
Okay, so then what I would like to do is I would like to ask, just without it being anything fancy, but with as much compassion as possible, so it can understand that we don't need to kill it if we don't have to. We won't kill it if we don't have to. Ask, what do you want? What do you want? And then also, I'm going to take all of my fires and my dancing lights, because clearly, this thing fights with cold. And I'm just going to warm it all up. And I'm going to have as many little glowing orbs, 4 torch-sized lights. I'm just going to go, and I'm going to warm them up. Warm it up. Warm up this tiny little space. Warm it up.
These little torches sort of appear, and they're all kind of dancing around your head, again, this flickering lights and shadows everywhere. And you speak aloud into the space, and you say, "What do you want?" As you say that, let's see. You don't seem to get any response. It's hard to tell if what you've done or these lights that you've created have had much of an effect, because whatever it was that sort of crossed your path seems to again have just sort of disappeared. And as you're looking in the flickering shadows, you're not quite sure where to focus.
I was useless, guys. I'm really sorry. I thought I was going to get more information. I really thought I was going to get information.
We are back.
You're emotionally very satisfying, though.
Emotionally satisfying. You're back up to Faylene, who is ridiculously successfully hidden underneath this tarp, this cloth.
Okay, so I need a little help too. So I should be on attack, or should I also have some magic weapons? I have these 3 magic darts, magic missiles.
You can do that. What I will offer is that because you are if you do a melee attack, which means if you use your sword or your dagger, you will have advantage on the attack because of your best friend Braithel, who has his wolf spirit guide helping you all. And when you do that, you get your sneak attack, which is your extra damage doing it. So you're in hiding, which means you already have advantage. But yes, you can just pop out and attack if you want.
So I think I'll give it a shot and see.
Okay. So you're under this thing. You can't see whatever it was that attacked Zap, but you still can see this odd shadow on the wall that seems to be splitting down the middle that both Braithel and Rothgar have attacked.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna come at it with my small sword. Is that right?
All right.
I should roll and see.
Burst out. Yeah, you burst out from your tarp, from your hitting, and jab your sword in the direction of this shadowy creature. So yes, roll a d20.
I got another 20. I actually got another 20.
This is ridiculous. All right. That means you're going to roll 4d6 plus 3 damage on this.
Okay. So I think I only have. No, I have 4.
You can roll them individually.
I have 4. I'll roll them all at once.
Oh, you have 4. Perfect. Roll them all.
Okay, so I got 2 1s, a 5, and a 4.
Okay, so that is 8 plus 3 is 11. Okay, so she bursts forth from her hiding place and stabs at the air at this shadow with her short sword. As she does, she seems to pierce it in just what would have been its belly or something like that if it had any kind of real form to it. And the whole thing seems to spread out and just disintegrate into little sparkles of shadow along the wall, almost as if pieces of it just erupted like burning paper in the air. So she seems to have destroyed that one. You're not quite sure where it went or what happened, but it disappeared from you. So Rothgar, it is now your turn. You know that something sapped Zap of her energy, but now you can't spot it again. It seems sort of disappeared in the firelight.
Okay, I will. There's definitely I'll say there are 2 creatures in this room. One has been dispatched. Prepare for battle on the other one. Let's not try to talk to it. Let us use our melee weapons and drop this creature. In the name of God, child, what kind of adventurer are you?
A new one.
You're delightful. And I'll prepare my warhammer. Okay. And prepare with advantage. I'll step forward and ready my action in the middle of the room. So wherever it goes, if it attacks me first or any of my traveling partners, I am going to be prepared to strike when it strikes.
All right, so you are ready again. Braithel?
I hold my axe again, and I stand towards like a corner of the room, looking out, ready to run in and chop whatever I see. And you know what? Actually, before that, I take a breath. I stop. I pull my bagpipes out. I just play a little tune to get myself in a mood. You know. Like,
all right. So
bagpipes, friendship.
As his action, he pulls out his pipes and he begins to play on it. It is in this room, it just fills it with this uplifting spirit. So you all now have a D4 that you may add to any roll in the future. Unfortunately for your rage, if you do not attack every turn, it goes away. So you have lost your rage in this moment. That is true. But you have to hit something,
Well,
so you have nothing to hit.
Fair enough. Okay.
But you helped all of us.
Well,
Yeah, you helped a ton that first round. All right, so he's playing this music. All of you feel this, including yourself, Braithel. You also get a D4 that you can add to a roll upcoming. Jay.
I would like to. I would like to. Where is the shadow? Yeah.
So you're not sure. You're not sure where it is. All you know is that whatever it was, it attacked Zap. So it must be somewhere near her, but you just can't see it in all this flickering light. You're not quite sure where it's hidden.
Flickering light. I would like to take out my blade.
Mm-hmm.
Like to unsheathe my blade.
Yes.
Creating a bright light for the entire room, so we all can see what's happening. No more flickering light.
In moonlight, it does seem to dim and block out a lot of the flickering of the torches and the dancing lights. Now the whole room is sort of bathed in this blue light.
And I would like to I would like to be ready to attack.
Okay, same thing. So you are readying yourself.
Do we feel like we know where this thing is?
You can't see it. Yeah, you can't see it. All right. Again, Zap. A shadow pops out and appears on the wall. Its hand reaches forward almost towards your own shadow, as if it's going to reach inside and scoop up a piece of your shadow and bring it into its own mouth. Here it comes.
No.
Oh, man.
Hi.
14.
Hold your mouth, Zap.
It's you, Zap. I'm so sorry. Here we go.
Wait, Deb, sorry, I was on mute. Can I cast before it attacks because I was readying an action?
I think you're ready. Well, I'd have to look up that rule real quick, which we can do. I think the ready means that you get to go right after the thing that you said you wanted to do happens. So you said if it attacks, I want to go. Now, if you ready to reaction, you can go now.
Right. I don't know. I mean, as it appears, I'll tell you what I like to do. As I see it circling around the child, I like to cast Sanctuary on her.
I see. Okay. So let me double check. Ready to action.
Let me double check as well. Just make sure it's not a.
Let's cut this part out.
Well, I look like I'm trying to cast Sanctuary, but I'm really just giving it +8.
Just reaction.
Does my pass without a trace save Zap at all?
It would if she decided to hide. If she decided to hide, she could use a stealth check, but she'd have to do that on her turn, and your pass without trace would help her. All right, you choose a trigger. If the trigger occurs, you either take a reaction right after the trigger finishes. So unfortunately, it says trigger finishes. So I've always played it that essentially this moves your spot in the initiative order to after the bad guy.
Okay. Even as a bonus action.
Yeah.
I still can't ready. Okay. I hear what you're saying.
I mean,
then I will.
Yeah. I mean, I think you can do it right after it goes and protect her for the next round. Is the idea.
Fair enough. Okay.
Fair enough. Okay. We'll go forward with that. I might be wrong, but.
No, I'm just advocating to save the child. But if you want to kill the kid, that's fine.
I want to kill a kid. You know, I should have that. So you're going to take 6 points of necrotic damage, and your strength score is going to go from a 6 to a 5. On that. Now you're starting to feel like it's actually hard to stand up. Your muscles just seem to be atrophying in an instant. All right, that is its turn. So now Rathfar, sorry.
Yeah, so I will go. I will grab the
First
child
of all,
as my.
it's going to attempt to
Did I
hide
get to
again.
go?
Hold on. It does not hide. That
Nice.
you will come next because they've all moved their initiative orders. So you will get to go, yes, but not right now. So yes, it attempts to hide again. You see it try to slide into a corner where there's a bit of a shadow down in the corner. It's going to try and hide down in that shadow. But unfortunately, there's too much mass of it to really get in there. And you can still see that it's in this same space. You're able to pinpoint it now.
Ooh,
Okay,
you can
great.
see outward. Can it tell the general area? Yes.
You can tell where it is now. So Rothfar is first.
Yeah, I will. As my move action, I'll put myself between me and the child and it.
All right. You step in front of it.
And then I will attack. And I no longer have advantage, right? Because the song's over.
Right.
I missed terribly. I'm still worried about the kid.
You have it before if you want to try, if you think that's a good spot to
Doesn't
add
matter.
Okay, doesn't matter. You missed. So you step in front of him and you take a swipe at it, but this is so mind-boggling, especially for a man of God, right? That this sort of creature would come after you and come after a child. You know, so you're standing in front of her, protecting her. Jay.
Ordine, God forsaken thee, and I'll now protect the child. I'll say, Bold, get over here.
So you're protecting the child. Okay, so while you protect the child, I would like to attack.
Okay, great. You want to use your scimitar?
I want to use my scimitar, and I want to just.
Sweet. You're going to roll a d20 as you come forward and stab right in this corner where you think this shadow is hiding. D20.
Come on, Mama.
Oh no! Oh no! What happened?
1.
So as you come forward and stab in the corner, what you didn't realize is that the ground is still sort of slippery and frost-eaten, frost-covered. So as you come forward, you slip and end up sliding into the corner closer to the thing. You are now lying on the ground face to face with this sort of shadowy, amorphous shape. That it is now your turn.
Okay. I'm going to try to reduce the size of this creature now that we know that it's that we can pinpoint where it is. And I can do this up to 1 minute. So, yeah, I'm going to reduce it to half its size in all dimensions. And its weight is reduced to 1/8 of normal.
All right, so you point at it, and as you do that, you go little or something of that sort.
Be half your size and 1/8 your weight now.
So you point at it. It is going to resist you from doing this. So let's see if it can resist.
What is this thing?
It cannot resist. So you point at it. And as you're looking at this fighting little box of a shadow space, it starts to shrink down to be about half of its size. And you this is a constitution, so if you take damage, you might lose it, but you're able to use your concentration. You just grit your teeth and stare at it, and you can kind of confine it to its smaller size. So it now has disadvantage on strength checks, and the weapons all become reduced as well. So that's very cool. All right. And you just hold your ground and try to concentrate on controlling the size of this creature.
As hard as I can.
Up next, we have Feline.
Okay. So I think now I will try my magic missiles. And I'm just gonna aim all three at this little guy. Right.
Excellent. The little guy hiding there. So you shoot 3 bolts, all 3 of them. You can roll 3d4 and add 3.
Hey. Oh, I do. Okay. So the first one's a 3.
Okay.
4. A 2, a 3, a 4, and a 2.
9 plus 3 is 12. So as your druid comes forward with his scimitar, and he stabs at it, but unfortunately slips and skids along the floor. And your wizard peeks out from behind the back of the cleric as he protects her and goes, become half your size. And she points at it and it shrinks down. You then, out of your fingers, go 1, 2, 3, and bolts fire out. They go wide, but they seem to, like a heat-seeking missile, find their target, and each one just blows right in the same space, fireworks of force damage. You see little bits of it seem to kind of fly off a little bit, almost like it's just getting battered into tiny pieces. After Feline, do you want to use your bonus action to do anything, like hide or?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll hide. There's not. Maybe can I hide maybe behind one of my friends who's bigger than me?
Sure.
I don't know where else to hide. Okay.
Attempt to do that.
Great. I'll just go back.
Do a stealth check.
Okay.
You do a stealth check plus 5 and 10 plus 15.
So 13, 28.
Yeah. Right. So again, you end up finding your way behind Braithel, and you're pretty sure that if you kind of just squish yourself up real skinny and stay behind him, that this thing will not be able to see you. So you hide successfully behind him.
Nice.
All right. You moved. We are now up to Braithel. Back to you. You see this thing. It still seems to be fighting a little bit.
Now, am I able to use my axe in this turn, or does that take a separate...
Nope, you can use your axe.
Okay.
Step
well, then
forward.
I another two-handed attack directly over my head,
All right.
and I try and chop this thing all the way in half, screaming with a bloody, like joy.
Okay. Do you want to attack recklessly?
How close is everybody else to him?
Everyone's kind of within a few feet of each other. This is a tight space. You're all having to swing very carefully. So, I mean, you're all kind of within 5-10 feet of it and each other.
Yeah. Ooh. I mean, I want to. Braithel would.
Oh,
go for it.
So Braithel jumps up in the air recklessly as a front flip. I tries to and bring this chop down with all of his might. Just freaking kiss my arms and then try and bring it down.
So you have advantage on this. You can roll 2 d20s and take the higher, and then add 6 to that.
13 and 11, so 19.
Yeah, a 19 will hit. So you get to roll a d12 and add 4 as you do your little flip, landing, screaming, recklessly bringing this blade down on this creature.
9.
9 points of damage. All right.
Is it? There's no bonus to that. It's just 9.
Oh no! Oh, sorry. You rolled a 9 plus 4.
I rolled a 9.
That's 13.
Oh, so 13. Yeah.
Yeah, great. So 13. You bring this axe straight down onto this creature's body, amorphous body, and as you do, again, it seems to sort of ooze, break into a million pieces that then just disappear into the shadowy cracks along the walls. You do feel that it is gone. The whole energy in the space feels a little bit lighter. Unfortunately, Zap, you do not feel any stronger. Your strength remains at a 5. Which means that your strength...
Is there anything you can do for her?
Is also reduced.
I could teach her about the finer notes of combat. That's what I could do.
So yes, so your strength score is now a 5, which I believe is a -3 on any strength check that you have to make. So you're a little slower as you sort of bring yourself up. You guys are feeling around, and you don't feel like the moonlight that Jay created has really made the flickering shadows of the room have much decreased, and you feel like you don't see any that feel out of the ordinary.
Just a question for Zap. I don't know, would she want to drink one of these potions I have. Would that help her in any way? I don't know if you want to choose by color or anything. It might not go well, but it might help.
I could try to maybe do like an investigation, sort of like if we all look at these potions, maybe if we could.
You want to try and
Can I
test it
do
out?
it?
You could do Arcana. You could do Arcana checks on them to try and see what
I
you
have
do.
survival. Yeah, I have +6 Arcana too. +4 intelligence, +6 Arcana.
Could be the Arcana
I'll look
person. So
at
if you want to take
I'll look at them as well.
Okay, so
Would
yeah,
one
so
of
2
my
Arcana
healing potions help, Zap?
It would help Zap,
Sorry?
yes.
Zap, why
And a
don't I just give
17.
you one of my hit? Well, that's pretty good.
Yeah, Jay's got healing. So, well, 17 is good. She's looking at the bottles, but yes, if you want to give her a healing potion, she could drink that and regain some of her.
But let's also research
my
what
dog-
Feline has.
That's what were you saying?
Okay.
My kids just got home, so my dogs are going crazy. So I keep trying to mute. But I can't. But can I do a medicine check and whether I understand that I could repair her strength? I don't think I can repair her strength with a heal.
Do a medicine check.
Healing. Okay, good. 16.
16. You definitely feel that you could heal her external wounds, but there's something
Right, but
about
not the
this
strength.
energy that just seems
So-
to be beyond your ability.
So I'll say in the morning I can pray to Moradin, the powerful and almighty, to be able to repair your strength. But unfortunately, until that time, until we take a long rest, I will not have that capacity. But I can certainly heal you if you so desire. I think that, Jay, it may be better if we use the potions first. And let us look at what you have, Faylene, in your cornucopia of options. Maybe we can discern what you have.
Great.
Okay, so let's start with Jay. Do you want to give Zap a potion of healing first?
Yeah. Are we able to? Yes.
Okay, great.
I'll give Zap.
So you take.
Zap, I will save you and give you one of my healing potions.
Thank you so
Only-
much, Jay. Thank you so much. You
Yeah,
seem pretty
whatever,
okay
kid.
after all.
Yeah.
He takes out a bottle. It's a little dirty, you know. It's definitely been sitting in his pocket for quite some time, and unstoppers it and hands it to you. And as you drink it down, you can roll 2d4 and add 2, and that will give you a little. Add that to your hit points.
2d4.
While the rest.
Give me another Arcana check, Rothvar. You look at the
I got
bottle.
8.
An 8? Yeah, you can't tell anything about them.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to continue to check the body that's decomposing as we add heat to it
Check
to
the
see
pockets.
if she may possess anything of interest. A trinket
Right.
to return
Investigate.
to the woman who put us. Yeah. Okay. Ah, jeez. 11.
11. You start rummaging through. Again, you can't find anything specifically interesting on her. The only thing that sort of sparks weird to you, again, as a dwarf man yourself, her clothes are so simple, and they're not made for battle. It's just a simple cloth robe with no adornment. And again, the fabric is this very ancient, old fabric. You can tell it's been hand woven. There's been no mechanical help in any way. This was just someone with needles and thread and a loom trying to make it themselves. Give me a perception.
Ooh. 1 second, please. 14.
Okay.
Can I add
As
my
you-
D4? Can I add my D4?
Yes, you can. Roll a d4.
Ooh, with a 4.
18.
So, what was that? 18.
So you are looking through, and as you start to sort of make out the shapes within it, you can see that there are actually bars surrounding all of the creatures that are not fish, not like naturally water animals, almost like there were cages or jars. You're starting to see little jars that are filled with strange things you can't quite pick out, scattered within this space that then just got frozen solid within this block of ice. You don't see anything beyond it. You're pretty sure either the wall ends there or it got blasted away or something like that. But there does not seem to be more room on the other side of the ice.
Huh.
But that these creatures were sort of imprisoned here and then frozen solid.
Okay. I'll say to the rest of the group, I'll explain what I've seen, and I think that it would behoove us to continue forward.
All right.
I think unless somebody wants to stay here and pray over this body or help me bury it, I believe we should continue.
All right.
I agree.
So you step out into the hallway again in this single file line. I guess Rothfar is leading the way. You go down this hallway, you turn, you keep moving down the halls. It's this sort of never-ending maze, or not maze, labyrinth of halls that takes turns in these odd directions. Finally, it opens up into a larger space. There is a small pedestal in the middle of this room, and perched on top of the pedestal is a golden statue of an owlbear. This one is a little different. It's large, bigger than you expected, probably about a foot in diameter at its base and 2 feet tall. There is on the other side of the room, you see a single door and more of these cloaks hung on hooks at the side. As you step into this room, Rothfar, your sword begins to glow again. As you turn around to look behind you, you see at least 5 or 6 shadows on the wall, all moving as quickly as they can down the hallway towards you in this room. The statue in the center and the door across from you.
Okay.
You have a moment, you need a moment to act before we're in initiative. With a dirty 20, the first shadow gets up to Matthew, or gets up to Rothgar, who's standing in the way, and hits him for...
I don't know why everyone's talking. Please, you're going to kill me.
14 points damage. You now lose Your strength score goes down by 3, Rothgar, which affects everything else. So, what's happening? Who's casting what? The second one is almost there.
I'm grabbing the totem.
Fog bursts in front of Rothfar as the shadow, he and the shadow are eclipsed in fog right after that. You cannot see him or the approaching shadows. Braithel, you say you grab the thing?
Yes.
Braithel grabs the owlbear like a linebacker tackling the quarterback and pulls it down to the ground and falls forward. As that happens, the pedestal that it was standing on, Faylene, you see this happen. You've seen it happen before.
Yes, I was gonna say, and I'm gonna jump on it to replace the weight of the statue.
As it pops up, you see water begin to bubble out of the ground, beginning to fill the room. Faylene runs. She does. Give me an acrobatics check, just because you're awesome at it.
I do. Oh yes.
Roll a d20.
Oh yes.
I got a 7. That's not. I'm solid.
It's not as sexy as she hoped it would be, but she does a little parkour off the side of the wall. She just sort of makes a weird face while she does it, and she lands perched on top of this pedestal, weighting it down again. Braithel is gone. Jay has gone. Rothgar is gone. Zap, you have not done anything yet.
Don't cast dancing light!
I won't. I just was trying to investigate at the same time before I'm new and I haven't fought a lot.
They're coming.
Let's try fighting.
I'm doing a thunder wave again, and I am doing it towards the shadows, and I am doing it with all of my might. Sorry?
Okay. Into the fog?
Into the thunder wave 2 is what I'm doing.
And, Thunder Wave 2. Thunder Wave 2 is what you're doing. Okay, so you know that your buddy is in that. You know that Rothfar is in that fog. And Thunder Wave will hit him as well.
I'm going to yell, watch out, at the same time.
Why worry about Rothfar, he says.
I feel like he can take it. He's been really strong.
All right, go for it.
I'm gonna yell, oh no, I'm gonna yell, run! So he's basically running the direction that the wave is going, so he doesn't take the hit. That makes sense? So if you just start running away from
he's there. He won't have an opportunity to react other than to try and withstand it.
This is not a good idea. I'm hurting the person who's kept me safe. It's too late. I have to do it. We're rushing. Okay.
Go for it.
Oh, I hope
you're gonna do what you can do. So,
what do I have to do?
My shadows as well as Rothvar are all gonna make Constitution saving throws versus 14.
I'm sick to my stomach.
You will be even sicker when you know I fail.
Oh no. All right. Now you're going to roll.
Adventuring with everyone. I liked it when you turned into a mule, Jay. That was my favorite part of my character's life.
3d8. Roll 3d8, Nina.
6.
As I meet Moradine, I will speak to him about the mule I saw.
2.
All right, not too bad. That's only 10 points of thunder damage. So, 10 points of thunder damage. Rothbar, right? You're getting pushed 10 feet. So you take 10 points of thunder damage and are shoved 10 feet down this hallway out of the cloud, where now you see shadows everywhere around you, all looking at you with sneering, angry, malicious shadow faces. A bunch of those shadows are going to take some of that damage as well.
I'm so sorry.
All right, but they all get pushed back with Rothvar. So as far as you know, your spell was able to push all of these creatures back a little bit from you. Now we are in initiative, but I think we're just going to kind of play this easy. We're getting towards the end of our time, so I just sort of want to take it through. We're just going to get an attack or two on Rothvar here. That one's going to miss.
Wait, that's your idea of speeding it up? Just attack Rothvar?
Shadows are reaching out right and left. One of them tries to reach for your shadow and pull it away from your body. A third one reaches its head down over your face, attempting to suck the life out of your body. Both of them, you're just dodging right and left and fighting as much as you can.
In the middle of all this, I cast Word of Radiance, which allows me to do D6 damage of everything around me.
Go for it. Rothvar is trying to avoid attack. He does it. All right. What happens?
I grab my warhammer, Moradine, and it emanates from me. This fire of flame goes emanating from all these spirits. They all take D6 of damage.
D6 of damage of radiant damage.
Of radiant damage, but 3 glorious radiant damage.
Mortar on a burst of radiant light sweeps out from his body. Every single one of these creatures almost seems to cover its face and its eyes as they each take a little bit of this. They take all of the radiant damage, even if it's not much, but they do seem to have backed off a little bit scared by what you have done. But you can see the hungry looks on their face as they start to move forward towards you again. All right. Braithel, Faylene, Zap, Jay, you all have a moment act here.
How heavy is this thing that I'm carrying?
Thing that you're carrying, it's heavy. It's a good 50, 60 pounds. You can carry it, but it takes both your hands.
Yep. And then the outside is the door there.
There's a door in front of you, yes.
In front of me. Can I throw the thing through the door?
You're gonna throw it at the door? Of course you can.
The door, yeah.
Give me an athletic check from you.
Athletic check. Okay. What's
plus 6?
Say it again.
D20 plus 6. Your athletic.
D20 plus 6. So 16.
16. You heave this statue towards the door. It smashes into the door. A piece of it falls off, one of the more delicate pieces, but the door seems to have been pushed open a little bit, and you can see moonlight outside through a fine layer of snow. All right, that was Braithel, Zap, Jay, Faline. Anything you want to do? Faline is now perched on top of this pedestal. There's about an inch of water on the ground that was released once you picked up the statue.
Can I see if any? Can I look at my potions again to see if any of them might do something that would allow us to see these things, so they wouldn't be invisible anymore?
Yeah, what's the gray one?
In combat, you'd be giving up your turn to do investigation with your potions. You could also just throw one and see what happens.
Okay. How do you
throw it at Rothbar? Why not?
Throw it at Rothbar.
Well, I won't throw the red one. I don't want you to burn up. So how about I don't know, gray just seems weird, and why not try it? I'm going to throw the gray potion.
Take a gray potion. Where do you throw it?
Possibly go wrong.
Towards Rothbar?
Away from
I'm
Rothbar.
going to throw it.
Away.
I make it past Rothgar. I have a really good throw, and it gets past him, and he's able to duck. We make eye contact, and he's like, "Yes, do it. You're gonna make it." And it goes over his head, right to where they're all coming in on him.
All right. Well, there is a fog cloud in your way, so you can't make eye contact with him. But you're gonna chuck it. You're gonna just throw it as far as you can down that hallway that you know is there, because you just don't want to hit him. So you throw it down the hallway. Give me an athletics check from you. It's only going to be a +1.
9, so a 10.
A 9. Okay, boy. So you go to chuck this thing. As you do, unfortunately, you dump truck it off the back of yours as you go to throw it. Unfortunately, you let go too easy and it falls behind you, where it bursts into mist. You see mist in the air, almost just like Jay's fog cloud, except much smaller. Just about a 3-foot sphere, 3 to 5 foot sphere of mist appears. This fog behind you it emanates from the spot that you dropped it. That is your turn, unless you'd like to move.
I don't think I can move unless we have something to put on the pedestal. Or unless you guys want to go
then
swimming.
we have Jay and Zap. You can still do something.
I have sleep too.
You can try and cast sleep on the creatures if you'd like.
Sleep! Not me! No! Mardine be praised! I want to know I'm going to be meeting my maker. Don't put me asleep.
Can I use my thorn whip?
Okay.
Can I use my thorn whip to go through the fog, grab Rathbar, bring him back to me?
Yes.
And
I'm gonna
then
start
have it go the other direction. So it's like extending 2 ways at one time. One direction goes and grabs Rathbar, and the other direction opens the door even more.
So your thorn whip can certainly attack the door. If you want to attack Rathbar with your thorn whip, you could then pull him closer to you. He would take some damage. You would be attacking him, but you would be pulling him closer to you. So you could do that. You can pick the other.
Yeah? All right, I'm going to go get Rathbar.
For your damage.
Your thorn whip flies out from your hand. You point in the direction, and this thorny vine extends. It goes, it wraps around Rothfar's hand. We're just going to play it out. It grabs him. It's going to cause, what is your damage on that?
So much. Don't worry about it. I don't die.
So much. It doesn't die. It wraps around his hand. It pulls him forward along the wall. You then continue to rope him in. Comes through the cloud. As he comes through the cloud, you can see moonlight outside the door. The shadows start to come around the fog cloud that you've created. They're coming closer. Most of you, Braithel, you're right there. You're going to push the door open?
Push the door open
Braithel.
with 2 big arms.
Bursts the door open and starts to run outside. You all keep crawling. Feline, how would you like to handle this?
Oh, I'm gonna do another acrobatic thing. I'm gonna do a little tumbly move and jump off the pedestal, letting the water take all of these guys, and I'm gonna follow my friends out the door.
All right, do an acrobatics check for me.
Okay, a little better. A 13 plus 5.
18.
Is that right?
So you stand up on top of this pedestal and you jump, swan dive in the air, doing a flip, landing right on the threshold of this door. As you do, the water begins to rise, pouring out of this hole in the center of the floor. You now see what the threshold on this door was for, as it holds back the water from passing through. The others of you jump out through this door. The shadows are coming around the walls at the edge. Anyone want to slam the door shut?
I do, because I can do it.
Okay, go ahead.
All 5 of you run into this door, slamming it shut, stopping the water from coming out and these shadows from escaping through the cracks in the side. As you do, you start to breathe, taking heavy breaths, standing in the moonlight. You think you're finally safe, that you have made it. From behind you, you hear a low. Turning around, you gaze up, a pair of heavy legs filled with white fur, all the way up to the top, where a snarling Yeti looks down at your faces. And we will stop there.
I take the child and the Yeti.
Here, sacrifice. Thank you all so much for playing with me. I'm sorry I went a little bit long. You guys are fantastic. The event is still going on, so be sure to tune in and watch all of the amazing games that are going on this weekend. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
26% of our population lives in poverty. Of the 10 largest cities in the United States, we have the highest poverty rate. These are tremendous, tremendous challenges that we face here. And we are committed to change that trajectory. Without the support of Red Nose Day, we wouldn't be here. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of homeless and runaway young people wouldn't have a place to turn.
So she came to us probably a month or two ago. We have a limited number of beds for moms with children, and initially she didn't get one of those beds.
Before I came here, I was homeless, basically. I didn't have nowhere to go. I was going from shelter to shelter. I started off in West Philly in a women's shelter. So when I came downtown and they seen what I was going through, because they seen me coming in there, in and out, they told me about the Covenant House.
So at Covenant House, Pennsylvania, we serve runaway, homeless, and trafficked youth. But every one of these young people has a couple things in common. One is that they are filled with potential.
We believe pretty strongly that the way to help youth overcome a traumatic past is to develop relationships with them that are supportive and that are safe.
I had got my stuff stolen when I went to my first shelter, and it was hard for me because I didn't have nowhere to go. I didn't know what to do. They just told me to leave. When I came here, it was like they gave me steps on what to do.
Like, we have to invest and support these young people. If we don't catch them now, if we don't serve them now, this is a generation of young people who are lost to the streets, and that's not okay. This year, with the support of Red Nose Day, Covenant House will serve 7,500 young people in 24 cities.
She's courageous. She loves learning. She has high self-esteem. I mean, is a totally different Agnes from the one who was there in the dump site.
Naitwa Agnes na niko na 8 years.
No mother would ever want her child to be here.
Nakujanga hapa saa moja. Natokanga hapa 6.
This is only the source of living. If they don't come here, they don't have something to eat.
Agnes, sometimes she told me, I wanted to be a pilot. I wanted to be a pilot.
Naangalianga juu unaona ndege. Unajua siku moja utaendesha.
I asked God, why is like this? Why is this child not going to school?
Without education, there is no hope. Agnes is 10 years old now. We support them through donations that we get from people like you and others.
My favorite subject is English activities.
We do believe giving these children an opportunity to education is like opening their life.
Agnes, she can write, she can talk English.
Since she joined the Pendekesoretu 8 months ago, there is a total transformation. There is a need we continue working with these children from the dump site.
When I was in the rubbish dump, my life was difficult. That was not the life that I wanted.
It made me feel awful and I hated myself. Now I love myself so much.
God didn't create us to suffer. God gave us life to succeed.
I'm 16 years old. My dream is to become a surgeon.
Without Pendekezo Letu, I couldn't have been a self-entrepreneur. And I also feel good that I don't depend on other people.
I'm studying Bachelor of Science Statistics at the University of Nairobi.
And she have a chance. Education is the key. Information is power.
Hey, look! The Dungeons and Dragons ride!
.26% of our population lives in poverty. Of the 10 largest cities in the United States, we have the highest poverty rate. These are tremendous, tremendous challenges that we face here. And we are committed to change that trajectory. Without the support of Red Nose Day, we wouldn't be here. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of homeless and runaway young people wouldn't have a place to turn.
So she came to us probably a month or two ago. We have a limited number of beds for moms with children, and initially she didn't get one of those beds.
Before I came here, I was homeless, basically. I didn't have nowhere to go. I was going from shelter to shelter. I started off in West Philly in a women's shelter. So when I came downtown and they seen what I was going through, because they seen me coming in there, in and out, they told me about the Covenant House.
So at Covenant House, Pennsylvania, we serve runaway, homeless, and trafficked youth. But every one of these young people has a couple things in common. One is that they are filled with potential.
We believe pretty strongly that the way to help youth overcome a traumatic past is to develop relationships with them that are supportive and that are safe.
I had got my stuff stolen when I went to my first shelter, and it was hard for me because I didn't have nowhere to go. I didn't know what to do. They just told me to leave. When I came here, it was like they gave me steps on what to do.
Like, we have to invest and support these young people. If we don't catch them now, if we don't serve them now, this is a generation of young people who are lost to the streets, and that's not okay. This year, with the support of Red Nose Day, Covenant House will serve 7,500 young people in 24 cities.
Hello and welcome back to D&D Live 2020 Roll with Advantage. I'm Anna Prosser. This is my co-host, Mika Burton. Mika, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good. This has been an awesome day full of just fun, friends, and sunshine.
It has. And you know what we've been doing all day? Not only celebrating this game that we love and the community around it, but also raising money for Red Nose Day to end childhood poverty. All of you who have donated, thank you so much. Remember that you can still keep donating throughout the weekend, and that Dungeons & Dragons is going to match up to $125,000 donations. So I'm very excited that we are going to be doing such good with this this thing that we wanted to do anyway, that we wanted to come together and play games together. Yeah.
And what's
the
better
fun
than
part,
games, but games and charity?
Exactly. And now the fun part that we get to do, Mika, is we get to welcome our friend Mark Humes to the show, and we get to chat about everything that happened today. Welcome, Mark.
Hello.
Hello.
I can't see you guys at the minute, but hopefully I will in a second. But hello. It's great to see you guys. I've been keeping up with everything you've been doing. You have been killing it, as always, as to be expected. And yeah, just super excited to be here. As always, like I always love seeing everybody during D&D Live, and I get to be a part of that now with you guys as well. And we get to talk about the awesome stuff that's been happening today.
And thank you
let's
for being
get right
such
to
a
it.
trooper. You are in the UK, but you are awake and watching the show.
You know, I've had some cold brew coffee, and you know I'm feeling good, so it's fine. We can just power on through. It's fine.
Perfect.
Ignore me any yawns or snoring.
Time barely exists anymore. You know, what is time?
What is time?
Anyway.
It's so true.
Well, let's get started talking about the first thing that happened today was the Baldur's Gate 3 demo. We got to see a sneak peek. We got to see the opening cinematic. Mark, do you have any thoughts on Baldur's Gate 3?
Dude, listen, like Baldur's Gate 2 for me was my introduction to Dungeons and Dragons. Like that was how I got into Forgotten Realms, it was the first time I ever saw the Underdark. To see going back to like the Underdark and getting a new Baldur's Gate game, oh man, I am just so pumped about it. The guys from Larian are amazing as well. I had the fortune last D&D Live, I actually played D&D with Kieran and a bunch of the Larian studio team, and they've got such a love for the game. I know that they're going to just absolutely knock this out of the park. And that cinematic, right? It was so good.
Oh my gosh. Right? And also, these are the guys that made Divinity, so, you know, they know what they're doing. Divinity Original Sin was a dope game. So we're going to be in for a great time.
Yeah, to see all those mechanics from Divinity blended in with 5th edition rules just works so well. It's just such a great brainchild merged together. Really, really awesome. Can't wait.
Right? And also, I think that as somebody who plays video games and plays D&D, seeing like a crit roll come up while you're playing a video game, there's just something so beautiful about the combination of that.
Oh, yeah.
So it's going to be really fun to take both of my loves and continue forward when Baldur's Gate 3 comes out. So I know I'm excited.
Hell yeah.
That serotonin boost.
Absolutely.
Yes, the rolls. Now, speaking of that, I think for me, the biggest news of the day was announcing the new adventure, Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frost Maiden. We got to talk to Chris Perkins and Jeremy Crawford about that. I feel like I could talk about that for this entire segment and a couple hours more.
Yes.
But I think my favorite part of it is that it's built so that you can not only play it as a large overarching narrative for a long-term campaign, but you can also take pieces of it and say like, okay, I'm going to play a one-shot with my family, or like I have a 3-session game that I'm going to play with my friends while I go home, or whatever it is, and taking that piece by piece. And the fact that it's built for that, I think really reflects how we're playing D&D right now.
Adding on to that, I feel like we all have played so many different kinds of D&D. We've played the really classic horror of Curse of Strahd. You know, we've played some more classic adventuring games. But the fact that this one is more classic or modern horror. It's like the villains are the friends that you know type of feel. I think it's going to be so interesting to play something like this. I mean, I know whichever DM I play this with is going to be putting us through absolute hell and a half, and I'm sure I'm going to turn on my party members and try and stab them in their sleep or something. But that's exciting to me. As much as I love dragons and beholders and the Kraken, like, not trusting myself and not trusting my party members is a whole other adventure that I'm excited to get into.
It really is. It's so good to see that variety coming. You know, we've had a little bit, like you said, with Strahd, and Dragon Heist gave us that kind of city heist kind of movie vibe. And they just keep going from like these great settings and these great kind of like themes that allowed us to build on it. I'm really hoping that there's some strong John Carpenter's The Thing vibes going on with Rime of the Frost Maiden as well. Like some really cool, like, I don't know, myconids taking over your brain and like turning things into gross creatures rolling around or something. But yeah, I'm so pumped for this. I'm always the most exciting thing, like Anna said, is the new module. I can't wait to see this one. I know that it's got a fantastic team of writers, a lot of people who came from the DMs Guild. Amazing to see a lot of those guys kind of being lifted up and working on these professional products now and bringing that level of passion and skill into the writing as well. I just can't wait. Like, the cover looks so good. I was sold on the cover. You know, I was
the cover is amazing.
Like, done.
Yeah. Speaking of the cover, all of us love to fangirl about the big characters, the you know, I can't even talk about Ariel, how much I want to know her and play with her and be terrified of her. And the fact that there are multiple forms of Ariel and we don't know what those forms are other than the one on the cover.
Love that.
That's terrifying. Because when you hear Frost Maiden, for some reason I think like this beautiful woman, and then we've seen this like terrifying owl thing, but like she could be a beautiful woman later on. I mean, not like the owl isn't a beautiful woman in its own right. I do love the owl.
Hey, some people love that.
Some people love that, but it's just terrifying being a player knowing that we have no idea what else there's going to be. You know, we could find some frostbitten gnome on the side of the road who needs bread, but that's a real and we don't know. You know, that's cool. Terrifying.
I am hoping for an absolute Elsa form that is just singing and dancing and like let it going with gowns flying all over the place. That for me, if I don't get an Elsa or Il, I'm out. I'm gonna be like, Jeremy, listen, I got a problem with this module and you need to fix it. Okay.
Yeah. We're gonna knock on Jeremy Crawford's door and we're gonna demand that there's a full musical number put into this book.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Never mind that you gave us literally
murder Elsa.
Never mind that you gave us literally 50 monsters in this game. We demand yet another. That was really cool. He mentioned that there are 50 monsters. He didn't show us any on the broadcast, but
of course he's not going to.
we know that the snowy owlbear is going to be there because we've seen that all over the place, and that I am stoked for as an owlbear fan.
Who isn't an owlbear fan? Everybody's an owlbear. Like, they're just the greatest things ever. Oh.
There's going to be so many snowy owlbear plushes coming up in stores nationwide, I'm sure.
I want to cuddle up into a pile of snowy owlbears and just take a nap.
I just see now that we know that it's out there, we just have to wait till we can play it. And that is our challenge in our journey now.
Or we can just bug Chris Perkins until he does some, like, you know, early access games with us. We just call him once a day, every day. Excuse me, Chris. Hello, knock, knock. Excuse me.
Let me tell you something. Getting early access to that stuff is not a good thing because you end up knowing everything and you can't talk about it because of the NDA, and you're just like, I want to tell everybody about this, but I can't. I had to do that for Avernus, and it's just, you sit on all this knowledge, and everyone's like, you know, all the forums and Reddits are thinking about it, and you're just there like, I know it all.
I want to tell everyone.
Well, luckily we have lots of other things to entertain ourselves with in the meantime. We also saw new comic books coming from IDW and Dark Horse. We saw the Stranger Things and Dungeons and Dragons comic, as well as the new Icewind Dale. I was so excited about the characters that we saw from Amy and AJ, especially I think it was Runa, I think was her name.
Yes, Runa.
I just really want to get to know those characters. They seem so cool.
So cool.
all of them
cool.
had
That
such
kinda, like,
layers to them, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like I felt like every new character they introduced, I was like, they're my favorite. No, they're my favorite. No, they're my favorite. Although I do have to say the tiefling that's very angry and grandmotherly, probably top tier in my list. But even just the short descriptions and the art that we saw of them, I was already like, I love these characters and I can't wait to learn about them, you know?
that
Mm-hmm.
artwork as well. Like, I just love that style. It fits Icewind Dale so well. You've got that Norse theme in there as well. Just really,
Mm-hmm.
really psyched about that one for sure. And yeah, and just having those really strong female characters as well. Just great thing to introduce and to have featured prominently as well in a D&D product. So super cool. Super cool.
Super cool. And we can't deny. Yeah.
Oh, I was just saying, and the I know we talked about it during the segment, but the theme of found family that's in both of these books, it resonates so well with. I know that us as players and as DMs, when we sit down at a table with the people that we're playing with, they're our family. You know, I consider everybody that I've played with close in my heart. And in the new IDW comic, they were talking about how it's these brash characters and personalities are coming together, but they have to band together in these cold times to fight for each other and with each other. And that's just such a pure, heartwarming through line that I know that it relates to so many people that play D&D and find family and love through D&D. Yeah. So it's just cool that we get this in a comic story as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Super cool.
And then Stranger Things. No denying that Stranger Things and D&D are inextricably linked, and getting to see kind of some canonical pieces of the Stranger Things story, as well as pieces of the Dungeons and Dragons story within Stranger Things, and the collaboration between the two writers, Jim and Jody, looks like it really has been fruitful in terms of really deep D&D geekery, like what Jim was telling us about the dice.
Oh, we got a straight history lesson from Jim.
Jim giving you history lessons on D&D?
Yeah.
No, I can't
no way. I know.
That guy loves talking about D&D. I love hanging out with Jim because he's always got a cool story about something that he can tell you, or like, you know, some cool anecdote about games that he's played that's influenced something he's worked on. He's just so chock full of stuff like that. I love it.
Mm-hmm. Well, after that, we spoke to our friends who made the Heroes Feast cookbook, and they were ambitious. They cooked us food on stream in a virtual environment, and were able to make elven bread, knucklehead trout, and the Mind Flayer cocktail while we watched. And there was even some roving camera situation during that.
Right? Like, can we talk about the fact that we're all sitting here at webcams and they were like, no, we're going to actually on the go roving camera follow this man into his kitchen while he cooks trout. I was blown away. I was incredibly
Cooking
impressed.
Streams, they're serious business, man. Like they take that stuff seriously. They're gonna be on it. Yeah, that was a great. I wasn't expecting it. I don't know why. Like I kind of knew a bit about what the show was going on, and then it just cuts to this segment where I was like, wait, these guys gonna actually wait? What are they cooking? Okay. And then the Heroes Feast cookbook, which is a book I desperately need. I don't cook anywhere near enough at home, and if something might make me cook, it's making fantasy D&D meals. So yeah, that's definitely.
See, I love cooking, so I know that this is going to be the greatest thing that's ever going to enter my household. Only people who come visit are going to eat D&D food now. They'll be like, Mika, I really don't want another tavern stew. Well, shut up. Tavern stew it is. That's all you get. I'm sorry.
Well, most of the time when I have people over, it's to play D&D. So I'm just excited that I will have appropriate food to make for them. And I was so stoked about the research of, they said they researched palettes of different people in the D&D universe, which it didn't even occur to me that you could research a palette. But then, of course, that makes sense. And now I know that I am meant to eat with the elves. I know that is my destiny.
Yes. As a vegetarian.
Yes. As a vegetarian who likes fresh, wholesome ingredients and is super snobby about it, that's exactly me. I'm there.
I just find that so fascinating. They said it was 45 years of research went into all of these recipes. And if you think about it, that's so much D&D lore that they combed through to find out what a tiefling likes to eat versus what an elf likes to eat. That's so genius. I love food. So this is just top tier for Mika.
See,
And that Mindflayer
most of
cocktail.
the time, oh yeah, cocktails, man.
Oh.
I'm all about. That's the thing. I'm like, give me those. That's
Yeah.
keep them coming. Keep them coming. For sure.
We also saw some minis from WizKids, and WizKids we knew there were going to be a couple reveals we had planned to ask them about, and then they just kept pulling out miniatures. They were like, here, and this one too, and oh, look, there's something under this cloth. Here, we'll show you these. The dragons.
I love
you
how
guys.
big excited she gets about like everything
Yeah.
she pulls out. It's just like, look at this thing, it's so amazing, and she gets so excited about it. Like seeing her pull out the dragon at the end, which I love that construct dragon. That blew me away.
Yeah,
I'm like,
the
I need one now. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so exciting, but at the same time, knowing the DMs that I play with, I'm like, no, put that away. Please don't give them ideas. Like, whatever you do not show them a construct dragon. Like, for the love of everything that is holy, I'm going to die to that.
As a DM, Mika, let me tell you, when I saw those minis, I was like, oh yeah, I can put all of those to good use somewhere. Like, I'm like, yep, I'll put those to good use. High Rollers fans, don't worry about it. I've got a good plan for these.
Every time they put the little player miniature next to it, and it was just like dragon player, I was like, no, please.
I know every time Mika's voice would come through like, no, don't. Yeah. Oh man, it's funny because I play online so much that I rarely use physical miniatures, and so a lot of times I'm like, okay, can I really rationalize buying another miniature? Like, do I really need it? But these dragons, it's like, it does not matter. I want all of the colors on a shelf. I want them right there, visible in my webcam for everyone to see. I need those. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
There's something about dragons. Yeah. Just showing them off. Like, are you actually going to use those, Mika? Are you a DM? No, but I have dragons. Like,
yeah. Yes. Absolutely. So we saw those from WizKids. That was really fun as a host because V would start showing the dragon and I would just be staring at it and then remember that I was supposed to talk about things. So that was really, that was the win. And then we also got to watch a game from Deborah Ann Wool and of course a whole bunch of amazing personalities. We saw Sam Richardson from Veep, Amy Acker from Angel, Matthew Lillard from Scream and Scooby-Doo, and of course, for D&D fans, from Beetle and Grimm's, and Jay Ellis from Insecure, and Janina Gavankar from Battlefront 2. It's always so fun to see people like that enjoying their craft, showing it off, and playing D&D together.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And also seeing those who are newer to D&D, that magic. You know, I love this. This is one of my favorite things. Whenever I DM for new players or you watch streams of new players, and you see that moment where it clicks and they get it and their eyes just kind of light up and they realize I can do anything and I can, you know, this isn't like a script, like anything, like, it's just such a wonderful thing to see. And just like that, that magic light up. And I know a lot of them are also like playing like home games and stuff, and just seeing that kind of camaraderie come together is just always, you know, always amazing. And Deborah, what a GM. She absolutely nails it. You know, her descriptions are just so evocative. And really just they ground you in that location and that place, and so it's always a spectacle to watch her GM and sort of like create this beautiful imagery around. I just love it. It's really awesome, really awesome.
Also,
I'm so glad that we're getting a chance.
Chill.
Yeah, totally. I'm glad too that we're just getting a chance to see gameplay because, you know, normally we would be able to all get together in one place and play games together and talk about our characters. So it's nice that through this miracle of technology, we can at least observe some of those games and be here to watch them together and chat.
Yeah. The best thing we've got, if we can't be there in person, at least we can, you know, all engage with it virtually.
Exactly.
We also had not only some gameplay going on stream, but there's also been some tomfoolery going on social media as well with the reality RP situation. Yeah. I don't know too much about what's been happening today because we've been here. Have you guys heard any whispers?
I haven't heard any whispers yet.
Yeah.
I have not. I
haven't
must
either.
admit, I am an old man when it comes to the Instagrams and the TikToks. I am led to believe that there is many dances and memes on such devices, but I'm excited to see. I mean, there's a load of super talented people, really lovely people on there. I know Mr. Mark Meer. I mean, if there is a showman to lead such a show, then Mark Meer is definitely that man to do so. And I can't wait to see what he has in store for us coming up, I believe, with the reality RP kind of thing for today. So, yeah.
Yeah. I think they're going to come and give us an update about everything that's been happening. I believe that they're trying to search for a villain, and they'll tell us the progress they've made, but they'll be here to do that in just a few minutes. We've kind of done a review of everything that we saw today. What's really standing out for you guys in terms of your favorite or most exciting things that you have on your mind after today?
To be honest, I gotta go with the cookbook. Like, as much as the new module is amazing, and as much as I love dragons and I can't wait to fill my shelves with miniatures, the cookbook is something that it's not going to ever leave my life. Like, food is something that I'm so passionate about, and I know that I'm going to probably spend years going through the entire cookbook and trying to perfect all of my favorite recipes. And that's also, like you said, if I ever have a large dinner party and we're playing D&D, I can have a tavern food that goes with what we're doing, or I can make specific bread for the occasion, or if I hope there's some sort of Barovian horrific something going on in there. I feel like there's going to be food
oh my
for
gosh, I
every
bet
mood.
there is.
Right? It's just going to be so cool to be able to match that together. And then after Ren Fests happen again, and I pick up a fresh bottle of mead, and I can just have everyone over for a traditional feast. That's just so cool. God. And I don't know, food and D&D share something for me that's putting your heart and your love into what you do. So it's going to be really exciting to be able to express those two sides of myself. Also, I love bread. So, like,
isn't that the truth? I just want that elven bread.
I just want that elven bread. Like, he was saying it's bread, and then I was like, I'm in. And then he was like, also cinnamon sugar, and I was like, dude, I'm double in. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. And I think that I maybe wouldn't even have been as excited about a cookbook as I am now until we've spent all this time in our homes. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm definitely one of those people that has been on the trend of like, now I cook things. Now I try baking things and making bread. So having a cookbook like this is very perfectly timed, because I'm all about trying to figure out how I can actually cook things that are interesting. And cooking D&D things is the most interesting thing I can think of.
Yeah.
I mean, what a great way. It's like me said, comboing two of your favorite things like into one. I think for me, the module is definitely going to be the standout, just because GM, the writing, I always feel I learn so much every time a new module or a new adventure comes out. And this one is doing something different and just really cool, and just super excited to see and learn more about it. Sure.
They're doing a lot of things different. Which is the one that has you most excited as a DM?
Do you know what? I've really always struggled with running horror as a GM. Like, horror is a genre and a theme that I really struggle with. How to set that mood, how to create tension that isn't just constantly combat and things like that. So for me, taking something, because we've had Strahd, but this is a very different type of horror. It's like you said, it's more social, it's more sinister in a way. It's less traditional. And I think seeing how that is handled in the module, and then even if it's just taking those ideas from those individual adventures and then applying that knowledge to stuff I want to do in the future, or a homebrew thing I want to do in the future, that is something that is just super valuable. And I think that that's something that every GM can learn from, like these different styles of campaign and different styles of book. It's got such a fantastic team of writers from a broad spectrum of experience and themes and topics that, I just think that there's going to be a ton to learn from this one. And that really stands out to me.
Yeah, I think that my favorite piece was probably also that close. The cookbook was very close. They're very close to tied. But I think the adventure was something I was most excited about. And I think for me, what's standing out, I already mentioned the fact that you can kind of take bits and pieces. That's one of my favorite things that they've been doing since the Essentials kit. But I've really honed in on the amount of creatures and characters and also environments that almost act as characters that we're going to get. So if you are someone who likes to do more homebrew type games, or you need inspiration or something like that, the idea that that comes packed into this book has me really excited. And I think part of that is because the aesthetic is so cool. The whole ice aesthetic, and thinking about how those are going to be used in the monsters that we don't yet know what they are, and we don't yet know what the forms of a reel are going to be. That has me really excited.
Well, environment is such a powerful tool in storytelling. Oh, sorry.
No, I mean, I was pretty much going to say exactly what you're going to say. So I'll riff off of you. Go ahead.
For me, it's like environment is such a powerful tool in storytelling that, and it's something which I would say generally a lot of GMs maybe we don't use as much as we could. And to see a campaign that's got such a strong theme and it's such a cool, oppressive environment, you know, the ice just being outside is going to kill you. You've got to prepare. What happens if you lose your supplies? You can't just quickly, you know, gain food and water and things like that. These things really add to the tension around the table, and I think that that's going to be a big part of it. I'm really excited to kind of see how those are used. And something that I always try and say to people online, or if people asking for advice, is like, you don't have to buy this book and run it exactly as it is. Even if you just get this book and take the parts of it you like you said, Anna, you take the bits that you like, you apply them to your home game, or you take an idea here, there, or an idea there, and you bring it in. There's going to be something in here that's valuable to you and is worth you investing in the product, for sure. So, yeah, I think it's going to be super cool. And, yeah, the whole icy environment, man, super just dangerous. You know, it's got that edge of... I keep thinking of like movies like Cliffhanger and The Thing, and you know, those kind of tense environments that they can create with the environment. So yeah, for sure, definitely looking forward to it.
I think something that also stood out to me was, I think, was it Jeremy who said it, that players will have to fish and fight for food, and actually the environment is purposefully playing against them. And personally, in my campaigns, it's always been like, oh, you just take a short rest or a long rest. You go to a tavern, maybe you pay a few silver or gold for some food, but it's never been a challenge. It's never been, you know, counting the rations that you have left, or it's going to be an issue for you to be fully fed. So this is something that adds a completely different layer of survival. It's only almost kind of like a Fallout, but for D&D and in the ice. I don't know, but that extra complication as a player, because like I am still a little too afraid to DM, so I strictly consider myself a player. It's just nerve-wracking. I'm like, oh God, when we run out of food, do we have to eat each other? Is there going to be cannibalism? Like, do we draw straws? You know, it's terrifying.
But that adds like a level of excitement, right? Because there's that tension of like, you don't know what's going to happen and you're pushed to that edge. I think that's one of the things with D&D is like, D&D is most exciting when you're pushed to that brink, you know, when you've got no hit dice left, when the spellcasters have run out of spell slots and the GM is narrating and there's, you know, an avalanche and you guys have got to try and get to safety. There is that rush of adrenaline of like, oh, how are we going to get out of this? And when you do, there's that immense sense of relief, but also combined with, we did it, we accomplished this, we overcame it. And I don't think you can get a better feeling than that from D&D. Like that kind of surge of just endorphins you get from like, yes, we did it kind of thing.
That's also exactly why there's cocktails in the cookbook, because of moments like that.
Yes, absolutely. So you're there just like...
That's funny.
Just like, no.
That's funny. It shows how interconnected all these things are that we've been talking about today, because that reminded you of the cookbook. It reminded me of what Amy and AJ were saying about how when they were writing their comic in Icewind Dale, they had to ask themselves a lot of questions about what's right and wrong in a situation like this. And when your back's against the wall, and what are you going to choose? So I was thinking about that when you said that, Mark, about, you know, you're going to get this rush of adrenaline from those choices. But I imagine there will also be these situations where it's like, you're choosing the lesser of two evils. You're choosing to survive at the expense of someone else, or, you know, and I imagine this is going to ask us to make a lot of really tough, very gray choices.
My favorite color of choice, gray.
It's gray. Oh no.
Well, I think that we are actually ready. Oh no. Speaking of that, let's you know what? It seems like our reality RP friends are ready to give us an update, and that's going to be Mark Meir. Let's head over now. Mark, tell us what's been going on.
Yeah. May it please the council. These are the records of Prosperon, investigator magnificent and warden of the prison at Revel's End. Today, I interrogate the champions of 10 towns in the hopes that I may uncover the cultist culprit who has been responsible for so much local anguish and despair. For those just discovering these records, I have been archiving much of my work via programmed illusion, accessible at the scrying link below. These grams, as I call them, along with those of my guests, may be very useful in uncovering the perpetrator who lurks among them. But I get ahead of myself. Our duty today is to begin to reform the sacred Council of Absolution at Revel's End, so that the Alliance's justice may yet find its way to this dark and frozen place. You see, without a quorum of the Council, I have sadly no right to pass judgment here at Revel's End, and could offer no more assistance at this critical juncture. So, here's how this will work. Each evening, we shall appoint 2 candidates to the council. I shall seek nominations for the council from the champions who triumph at various trials intended to prove their heroic stature. Once I have this pool, I shall generously apportion a fraction of my awesome divinational powers to detect 2 candidates in the pool who could not possibly be the cultist, and, now vindicated, grant them seats at this council. When we have a quorum of 4 council members, we shall get to the meat of it. Find the cultist among us, and redeem the good names of the other champions. But beware. Revel's End is inescapable, but I cannot protect the champions from themselves. Each night it is possible that the cultist may murder 1 or more of the remaining champions. A regrettable fact, to be sure, but better they are locked in here with us than loose on the good citizens of 10 towns outside. Yes. But enough of this. Let us remind ourselves exactly who these champions are.
And I'm the tavern keep full berry treasure in Bremen.
I'm Imra Arlagoth, the proud captain of East Haven's militia.
My name is Olivessa Untapor of Good Mead, the city and the drink.
My name is Garrett Velrin. I'm the champion of Targos.
I'm Ors Matthew. I'm from Tourmaline.
Hiya, my name is Danae Zoltol. I'm from Lonelywood and I run a bar there called the Lucky Liar.
This is Duvessa Shane of Bryn Shander and head of the Council of Speakers.
Hi, I'm Edgar Dermot, and I'm from Dugan's Hole.
Prince Trovis of Caer Konig.
Tis I, Ethel Harkonnen, champion of Caer Dineval.
Yes. 10 champions, each of stout heart and cunning mind, and a testament to the hardy survivors of these frozen lands. This first morning's trial was the trial of Brawn, where 5 champions were instructed to showcase their prodigious strength to this council, be it inner, outer, or constitutional. Interpretations of the trial varied and were produced with, shall we say, mixed results.
Oh, hi! My name is Cormel Food, and I'm the tavern keep full berry treasure treasure in Bremen.
I'm Indra Arlagoth, the proud captain of East Haven's militia.
My name is Olivessa Unterpour of Good Mead, the city, and the drink.
My name is Garrett Velvet. I'm the champion of Targos.
I'm Ors Matthew. I'm from Tourmaline.
Hiya, my name is Danae Zoltol. I'm from Lonelywood and I run a bar there called the Lucky Liar.
Yes, a mighty effort
This is
from
Duvessa Shane
everyone.
of Bryn
Once
Shander.
the trial of Brawn had concluded, it was you, fine spirits, that helped us rate their deeds. The results were clear. The trial's champion was Indra Arlagoth. A mighty champion indeed. Now, there was another trial I concocted for 5 more of 10 Towns champions. The other 5 champions undertook the trial of brains, an altogether more confounding competition.
Oh, hi!
Each
My
was
name is
possessed of a
Caramel
specific
Food, and
charm
I'm the
that would
tavern
exhibit their ability
keepful
to
berry
talk,
treasure in Bremen.
tick or
I'm
compulsion
Indra
that had to be
Arlagoth,
met.
the proud captain
Trial
of East Haven's
strive to
militia.
uncover
My
each
name
other's
is
charm
Olivessa
and send their
Unterpour
suspicions to
of Good
me.
Mead, the
These
city,
charms were some
and
of my most devious, and now I can at last reveal them. Trovis was compelled to show the palm of his hand in every message. Edgar had to name an animal in every message. Olivessa had to wink once every message. Garrett had to start and end each missive with a question, and Duvessa had to touch her ear twice every time she made a message. Now, no help was needed from my spirit friends for this one. The scores were given out based on who uncovered the most charms, and our brainiest champion was discovered to be none other than Garrett Velrin, champion of Targos, and quite possibly the finest mind in the Dale, after myself, of course. Now then, Indra, Garrett, I summon you to this council hall. You have shown yourselves to have great talents, which is well and good, for a formidable problem lies before us. Now, how are you both feeling? Are you ready? Are you rested?
Yes, I believe so. Being a champion of brains takes energy that I'm not used to expending.
I will not rest until the cultist has been found.
Well said indeed. Now, as champions of champions, your task is straightforward. Each of you may nominate 2 suspects you wish to hear more from. I will activate the sending stones in their cells, so you might interrogate them. Be warned, however, I shall be watching. It's possible you will reveal more about yourselves than those you question. Indra, as the champion of the trial of Brawn, who shall you summon?
I shall summon Oris.
And
Edgar.
Oris and Edgar, very well. Garrett, as the champion of the trial of brains, who will you summon?
I have selected Duvessa and Olivessa.
Very well. The suspects have been ordained and are standing by in their cells. It is time for your interrogation. There you are. Behold your suspects. They should be just below you there in those little boxes. Investigate them well.
Yes. Duvessa, Olivessa, it's come to my attention that there might be some tension between the 2 of you regarding mead. Can you explain what is happening?
I'm not one to get into altercations with anyone. It's not really my thing. So I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
And Duvessa?
I'm sorry, would you be able to repeat the question one more time?
It seems as though there's a battle over hospitality with mead of some sort. Is there something between yourself, Olivessa, perhaps Danae?
What about Danae and Olivessa? I'm so sorry. This scrying glass, there's so much noise, there's so much hair and, hood, I can't really hear you.
Duvessa, are you covering up being the cultist by creating drama with the other innkeepers?
Oh, no, not at all. No, we were on guard that night when Edgar's nephew went missing. And it seemed very important. It seemed like a very life or death situation, which is why we had to go find him.
I see.
Imdra, have you any questions for the suspects?
I do. Oris, do you read me?
I do, Imdra. I'm here.
Okay. I saw you at the bunkhouse.
Imdra, I'm having a hard time hearing you if you've asked a question.
I did. I'm sending you a message with my mind. What were you doing in the bunkhouse?
I was resting at the bunkhouse for a while. Yeah, I mean, I saw you there as well for a little. But yes, I was resting.
Have you any questions for Edgar?
I'm sorry, Prosperon, but you're coming in very garbled.
No. Have you any questions for Edgar?
I sure do. Edgar.
Yes, Imdra?
What kind of, what have you been sacrificing?
Well, from Dugan's Hole, we've been sacrificing warmth. We don't have too much in Dugan's Hole, but we sacrifice what we can. That is our honor. Also fish. We have lots of fish.
Yeah, I think that's enough questions for now. I'm not sure how much these scrying stones can take. They're rather primitive, as you can see. It is time for you, Imdra, to choose two candidates who might share a measure of my responsibility on the Council of Absolution. You may nominate yourself, but do remember, only one of your candidates shall be revealed as innocent of the taint of Auril's cult and shall ascend to sit with me. That is not to say that those who do not ascend are definitely guilty, but it is not, one might say, a good look. So, two names, if you please, Imdra.
I would love to answer your questions. I live to answer these questions and prosecute those who are true evil. Before I can't understand a word you're saying. But if somebody could send me a message, that would be fabulous.
Two names. Two.
Oh, Oris as a winner, yes.
Yes.
And Duvessa.
Thank you.
Oris and Duvessa, very well. Garrett, I require the same service from yourself. Which two remaining champions are worthy to sit on my council? Including yourself, if you like.
I choose myself and Olivessa. She has convinced me.
The candidates are appointed.
Prosperon, I just received word what I'm supposed to do. And apparently I have no idea what you are saying, but I actually chose myself and Oris. Sorry, Duvessa.
Oh, very well.
And I chose
Again,
Duvessa.
apologies for these scrying stones. I picked them up at Radio Shack. Now then, the candidates have been appointed. But it would not do to let Auril's cultists be so absolved. Using my profound magical powers, I shall now detect two of these four candidates whose hearts are pure, a weary but necessary task. Imdra and Garrett. Your hearts are pure. Your minds are ready. Welcome to my council. But But wait. What is this? Oh, a magical tremor is passing through my prison fortress, deactivating the magical defenses with the Frost Maiden's own power. The cultists have struck, as I feared they might. Oh no. Oh no, yes, I can see they have claimed a victim. Horus Masju has been slain by the cultists. A sad day for the people of Tourmaline, whose champion is vindicated only in death. He shall be remembered. And so ends today's record of the trial of Prosperon, warden of this desolate place. The champions have been returned to their cell, and in the morning, fresh trials await them. Until that time, sleep well, my noble spirits, and remember, watch your back. Trust no one. Lice and dark cults lurk among us. Help us uncover the mystery of the burning silos before it is too late. So says Prosperon. Good night, and may the gods watch over us all.
She's courageous. She loves learning. She has high self-esteem. I mean, is a totally different Agnes from the one who was there in the dump site.
Naitwa Agnes na niko na 8 years.
No mother would ever want her child to be here.
Nakujanga hapa saa moja. Natokanga hapa 6.
This is only the source of living. If they don't come here, they don't have something to eat.
Agnes, sometimes she told me, I wanted to be a pilot. I wanted to be a pilot.
Naangalianga juu unaona ndege. Unajua siku moja utaendesha.
I asked God, why is like this? Why is this child not going to school?
Without education, there is no hope. Agnes is 10 years old now. We support them through donations that we get from people like you and others.
My favorite subject is English activities.
We do believe giving these children an opportunity to education is like opening their life.
Agnes, she can write, she can talk English.
Since she joined the Pendekesoretu 8 months ago, there is a total transformation.
We say it again, a very happy day.
there's a need, we continue working with these children from the dam site.
When I was in the rubbish dump, my life was difficult. That was not the life that I wanted.
It made me feel awful, and I hated myself. Now, I love myself so much.
God didn't create us to suffer. God gave us life to succeed.
I'm 16 years old. My dream is to become a surgeon.
Without Pendekezo Letu, I couldn't have been a self-entrepreneur. And I also feel good that I don't depend on other people.
I'm studying Bachelor of Science Statistics at the University of Nairobi.
And she have a chance.
Education is the key. Information is power.
Thanks, guys. I hope you enjoyed Reality RP. We are back with D&D Live 2020 with only a few minutes left. I'm Anna Prosser here with Mika Burton and Mark Humes. Welcome back, guys.
Hi. Welcome.
Hi.
We have something. We were saying how, like, during WizKids and all these other things, people were kind of pulling things out and being like, "Oh, surprise! Look at this." Guess what? We have a surprise. Mika and I got some things in the mail to show you guys.
Very jealous.
And
very jealous.
What I get to
we'll
tell
have to
you,
send the one to you, Mark.
Yeah,
Yeah, I want your one.
I feel. Yes. Well, what I get to tell you is that Halloween just got fantastic with these costumes that Mika and I are about to show you. And let's see. I guess I'll start because I have two costumes. Yes. You have one, Mika. So let's start with Drist. We have a costume for Drist. Are you ready to see this?
I'm so ready.
So of course, you've got the iconic hair, right? Just in case you need that. And then, I mean, if you've got already beautiful white silvery locks like Mark, you maybe don't need that.
Yeah.
But I can show you. I'll show you the picture before I show you all the pieces. But this is what our friend Drist looks like.
Oh yeah!
Dope.
Look at this
boy. Look at that. Oh.
Yeah. So you've got
you two can rock up to your Halloween party and no one will know who you are.
Got all these armor pieces.
You got his greaves.
Yes. And you've got his cloak here. Nice velour we've got going with a fur lining.
I love it.
And of course his
the D&D nerd in
tunic.
Me knows that there's a special word for a dark elf cloak and I can't remember what it is. I'm trying to remember.
Everybody spam it in chat. Spam what the word is in chat.
Somebody will put it in chat. Oh, that tunic's with all the straps. That's looking very cool.
I know it's attached, so you know when you have had a few of those Mind Flayer cocktails on Halloween, you don't lose pieces of your armor. I think that's very important.
Hiwafi.
And then, of course, we also have the Twinkle Sword and Icing Death.
Whoa!
Yeah,
Icing Death.
The right and left hands
that's so cool.
of Drist. So you can...
those are rad. I want those on my wall.
Yeah. So
rare.
it turns. I guess the MSRP for the costume is $49.99, and each of these are $29.99. Totally worth it.
Totally.
I'm not holding them from where you should hold them. My hands are cut. All right,
no, your hands
show us
like
yours.
steel.
Okay. I have the lovely Caddy Bree here. Look at that. That is a badass lady. And we have her cool little gauntlet here that goes on your shoulder. Pauldron?
Ooh,
that's what you call
pauldron,
it?
Yeah.
Her little pauldron. And I too have these bracers and her belt here. And once again, like Anna said, if you had too many Mind Flayer cocktails, this is a one piece. Just the
perfect
sleeve and the skirt and the chest piece, all one piece. You're fine. during your whole Halloween party. Don't have to worry about anything going anywhere. And you can't be Caddy Bree without your Heartseeker bow and arrow set.
Oh.
So cool.
I know this is Mika's favorite. You're holding it very protectively.
This is mine. I will not send this to you, Mark. I'm sorry. The arrows actually have arrowheads. It's still attached, but you can kind of see it. It's so cool. I'm really excited about this. And Caddy Bree's Heartseeker is $29.99, and the costume as well is $49.99. And you too can be a badass at your Halloween party. So
You absolutely
get
can.
on that. And we have one more, right, Anna?
Anna has
this
the
one-
sexiest costume.
The sexiest costume.
When you're like, okay, I want to be, a thing, but I want to be a sexy thing, don't worry. I've got you covered. And this one is even more forget proof because there are only 3 pieces of this costume total. Are you ready for this?
So easy.
So if you want to be a sexy dungeon master from the D&D cartoon.
There it is.
Cavalier, thief, magician, cavalier, and acrobat.
Right. And
so good.
I like that you put on more of an affected accent than you already.
Of course. This is how the dungeon master spoke in the cartoon. That is
Very
Venture,
nice.
the force of evil.
I just need Mark to narrate this the whole time.
I probably used to know the whole thing. I used to know the whole intro, but goodness knows I couldn't do it now.
The collar.
Oh yes.
And here is the best piece. I saved this for last because it is the hottest. Are you ready for this sexiness?
Yeah.
I don't know if
please.
I'm ready.
I don't know if we can handle it.
This is the wig.
Yes. Is that the one that Chris Perkins wore? I think it is.
It might be.
It might be.
Yeah.
The exact one.
Yes. I'm going to save
house.
this. This is
That's just
what
Chris's
I'm
head.
going to rock this Halloween. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And of course, all of these are coming to you from the award-winning product development team at Spirit Halloween, the only authorized D&D costume retailer. They made the whole line, working with D&D, of course. That's why everything is accurate and ready to go in your package for Halloween.
Oh.
There
Who
you
knows?
are.
We might see other
That was our
characters
review.
one day.
All the costumes are coming out in August, which is exciting. And you can pre-order now at spirithalloween.com/D&D. So if you want to be cool like us on Halloween, get to it.
You want to be a sexy dungeon master? Get to
Yes. This is a really good reminder because
cut it.
yeah.
it. Like, cut it like
No, they've already done that for you with the hair. They've already just cut that part off for you. You're showing way more skin right on the top of your
Yeah.
head.
Oh my God.
Well, that's it.
Perfect.
That's how you make it work. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, this is a really good reminder because I'm one of those people that it's like October 20th and I'm like, oh, wait, Halloween is soon. So August, we're reminding you now here in June, get your Halloween costume ready.
Get your Halloween costume. I have mine locked down long before then. So
Good.
I need
What
no
are you gonna be?
reminder.
Sexy
I can't
Dungeon
say,
Master.
Well, there's a common recurrence with the High Rollers show for Halloween where I always do a certain type of costume, Mika. So I don't want to disappoint anybody who's excited. To
I know exactly what type of costume you're going to do, and I'm very excited.
We will see.
All right,
We will
guys.
see.
Well, we can all think in our mind's eye of Mark in his Halloween costume as we say goodbye tonight, because that is going to be all for us. We've had an amazing day. Thank you so much to D&D for having us, and thank you for tuning in and watching with us all day, and especially for donating to Red Nose Day. To end childhood poverty. Remember that you can still do that throughout the weekend. Go to dndlive2020.com and register there so that you can donate. And remember that D&D is matching up to $125,000 in donations. So be sure you use all of that up.
Yeah. And another awesome day of more D&D Live tomorrow as well. Tons more content coming tomorrow and on Saturday as well. And we'll be back to recap it all same time, I believe.
Absolutely. So see you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. PST. That's when all of this kicks off again. But for now, have a good night, everybody. Or morning, if you're Mark.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's tomorrow today. So I'll see you today. Goodbye.
Well, wherever you are, in whatever time you are, thank you for being here with us, and we will see you again very soon. For now, bye.
Bye, buddy.
26% of our population lives in poverty. Of the 10 largest cities in the United States, we have the highest poverty rate. These are tremendous, tremendous challenges that we face here. And we are committed to change that trajectory. Without the support of Red Nose Day, we wouldn't be here. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of homeless and runaway young people wouldn't have a place to turn.
So she came to us probably a month or two ago. We have a limited number of beds for moms with children, and initially she didn't get one of those beds.
Before I came here, I was homeless, basically. I didn't have nowhere to go. I was going from shelter to shelter. I started off in West Philly in a women's shelter. So when I came downtown and they seen what I was going through, because they seen me coming in there, in and out, they told me about the Covenant House.
So at Covenant House, Pennsylvania, we serve runaway, homeless, and trafficked youth. But every one of these young people has a couple things in common. One is that they are filled with potential.
We believe pretty strongly that the way to help youth overcome a traumatic past is to develop relationships with them that are supportive and that are safe.
I had got my stuff stolen when I went to my first shelter, and it was hard for me because I didn't have nowhere to go. I didn't know what to do. They just told me to leave. When I came here, it was like they gave me steps on what to do.
Like, we have to invest and support these young people. If we don't catch them now, if we don't serve them now, this is a generation of young people who are lost to the streets, and that's not okay. This year, with the support of Red Nose Day, Covenant House will serve 7,500 young people in 24 cities.